Why is my microphone on?
Ladies and gentlemen, we are currently live.
I call to order day 2 of the June 2026 Board Retreat of the St. Charles Parish School Board. We'll note that all board members, including Dr. Ortling and Ms. Babineau, are present. I would like to remind everyone, if you would please, when you are speaking at any time to comment and or present, make sure that the green light is on with regards to your microphone. Please lean in and speak to your microphone. This meeting is being streamed live, and in order to have your voice heard cleanly and clearly, you will need to lean up and speak into the microphone. With that, I'll hand it over to Dr. Ortling to introduce 2B, fiscal stabilization.
Thank you, Mr. Cody. Good morning, board. Good morning, guests. Today's a pretty long day, very important day for this board retreat. So we will get started with our first agenda item, which is fiscal stabilization. Just obviously, you know, our system administration, the board, have done a very strategic plan relative to cutting back some expenditures the last few months, as well as submitting a revised budget, which we're going to have a little altered revision again today, just in terms of stabilizing our fiscal stature at this time. So today we will have members from Judell and Foley, Mr. Jason Akers, Foley and Judell, Mr. Jason Akers, as well as Mr. Hardy Andrews is here from Foley and Judell. They are our bond attorneys. And then we also have representatives from Argent, which is Mr. Lucius Beck, Mr. Beck Haynes. He's our municipal advisor. We have used both Argent and Foley and Judell for our last few bond issues and series, and regularly receive feedback and support from Foley and Judell quite often relative to our millage renewals, so on and so forth. So we have a lot of trust and accountability set with these two companies, and we're very happy to have them here today, as well as our CFO, Mr. Adam Neighbors, who has worked closely with both of our bond attorneys as well as our municipal advisors to really present some options for the board to consider relative to fiscal stabilization, so that we can continue providing the high-quality educational opportunities for our students that we are known for and that we will continue providing moving forward. So I do feel like
No, I didn't. You just started appearing. I just had a reverb.
Oh, okay. That'll seem like a ghost. But certainly, we feel as though we have a pretty good option and plan for the board to consider. And with that said, I will turn it over to Mr. Adam Neighbors.
Morning, everyone. Good to see everybody again. Just as we've been discussing the last few months, this is just a fiscal stabilization discussion, presenting a lot of options to the board in order to seek direction and moving forward as to some of the bits and parts and pieces regards to both revenue side and or cash flow side, as well as discussion of some expenditures as well. As we've been discussing, we are reviewing a few bond options, which is why we do have our team here to go over some additional details with you. We've talked about things like the sales tax bond and the revenue anticipation notes. I'm going to turn over the floor to them. They have a presentation. There is some documents in your online assembly, but also they have some documents that are going to present via PowerPoint, and they will walk you through kind of where we're at with both of the bond proposals that are currently existing. So at this time, I'll turn it over to Mr. Jason Akers.
Thank you. Good morning, board. Again, Jason Akers with Foley and Judell, my colleague Hardy Andrews. We work closely with Beck on a number of clients, and we're happy to have he and Lucius and his team assisting us here. So obviously we have worked closely with the administration over the last several months and talking about stabilization. And we've looked at a number of options. We've gone through cash flow. We've looked at both short and long-term financing options to provide some relief for the stabilization that you need. And so what we want to present today is what we feel collectively is the best option going forward. Want to be clear, it's not the only option, but it's the most immediate option. And it is a phased approach, if you will. We have a phase 1A and 1B that we're going to talk about now, but there will be, and I want to be clear about this, there will be future phases to this that will have to take place in future years. So just, I want to be clear on that. And I'm sorry, I forgot I had control. So that's our introduction. If you have questions throughout, please feel free to interrupt us. If there's something that we don't cover sufficiently, we want to make sure that you understand and that you're comfortable with what we're talking about and what you're going to be expected to do in the coming months and what you will see in the coming months from us. So for starters, we're going to talk about phase 1A of the stabilization, and that is the issuance of sales tax bonds by the school board. So sales tax bonds, they're authorized. You have, I believe, a number of three different sales taxes, if I'm not mistaken. But we're talking about using sales tax that was approved by voters in 1978. It's a 1% tax that can be used for, really, when you read the proposition, virtually anything to support the school system, and it is levied in perpetuity, which means it doesn't have to go back to the voters for approval at any times. And pursuant to state law, you can use the revenues of that sales tax in order to secure the issuance of bonds. And you use that sales tax revenues to pay debt service on those bonds. And you actually did this in 2019. You had done it before in 2019, but you did it in 2019 as well. And that issuance was about $15 million, and it has annual debt service of $1.1 million per year. The revenues of this 1% tax, at least in fiscal year 25, were over $24 million. And each bond issue, when it's secured by revenues, has what's called an additional bonds test. And that additional bonds test allows you to issue additional bonds in the future on a parity with the bonds that are already outstanding. And that additional bonds test from those 2019 bonds just requires a 2 times coverage, which means that we're not going to, but you could issue bonds to such a point to where your debt service in any year was as high as $12 million. I'm just saying you're not doing it, but you could do it and still issue those on a parity with the 2019 bonds. So that's what we're proposing for phase 1A of the solution, is issuing $30 million in sales tax bonds that will be on a parity with the 2019 bonds. Those $30 million would be used to pay some prior and future. Oh yeah. Why don't you just handle that? Okay. Some prior and future capital costs that are currently being paid from sources that are from sources either general fund or from fund balances. So this will provide some relief for the general fund and for the fund balances and allow you to pay those over a longer period. This is not dissimilar to what you've done with building other schools or other things. We're just starting the process a little bit later. With that $30 million that will come in, it'll reimburse you for some prior expenditures, and then it will allow you to fund what we've estimated is basically the entire fiscal 27 capital budget that's included. So that will take that relief from the general fund. Also, in talking with Beck and his team, what we're considering is a maximum 15-year term, and we're looking at both 12 and 15-year options. And we'll talk about sale process in a minute, but using an interest-only option for the first couple of years that will let you ease into the payment of the principal. So if we're paying interest only, a 12 or 15-year term. If we're paying interest only, that initial year for the first 2 years, debt service is about $1.4 million each year, and then you can see that it gets a little bit higher in the years after, and the reason to phase into it is because it gives you a little bit of budgetary relief in the next 2 fiscal years. You can see if we get into years, in the 12-year option, we're looking at basically $3.83 million. In the 15-year option, we're looking at $3.15 million when principal starts to amortize. That's, if you think about a 15-year mortgage versus a 30-year mortgage, you pay a lower interest rate for a 15-year mortgage, but you pay higher annual debt service because it's compressed into a smaller term. So that's the difference between the 12-year and the 15-year. And we're going to, as I mentioned, we'll talk about the sale in a little bit, but we're going to provide options and then respond to you with those best options in the future. So that's option 1A. Option 1B is the revenue anticipation note, and this is a short-term borrowing. Revenue anticipation notes help, they bridge the gap between when expenses are required to be paid and when revenues are collected. And these are particularly useful for entities that have a fiscal year that begins on July 1 that are substantially dependent on ad valorem taxes, because ad valorem taxes don't come in until January. So your fiscal year starts July 1, you've got 6 months of fiscal year operations that you have to pay for, and then you get your chunk of ad valorem taxes that come in January. Well, unless you have the significant fund balance to pay for half of your year's operations until you start getting revenues in, there is a disconnect there. And this happens to school boards, this happens to sheriffs. Our office has done, and this is just our office as bond counsel, typically 5 to 6 of these a year for various entities. So it's a common tool, it's a known tool, and it's a useful tool. There are maturity limitations on revenue anticipation notes that are derived both from state law. State law says that the maturity can't exceed 3 months after the end of a fiscal year, and they're also derived from federal tax law to do on a tax-exempt basis, which we want to do because it controls your cost. If you can issue on a tax-exempt basis, it's a 13-month maximum maturity. So when we'll talk about the schedule in a minute, but our anticipation is that those, the RAN, if you decide to go forward with it, would mature sometime around August of '27, and then, as I mentioned, we're talking about multiple phases after these 1A, 1B. Phase 2 is probably another RAN for at least 1 more year. So there are ways to mitigate that cost of the revenue anticipation note, which you would see on the next page. Is we're estimating approximately $1.3 million in interest. Way number 1 is to do it on a drawdown basis, which means that the proceeds of the RAN are advanced to the school board as needed, and you only begin to pay interest on the portion as it is accrued. The other way is to actually take all the funds up front and then go ahead and invest them in your LAMP account and start earning that, keep it liquid, but start earning that interest on it. And really, it's just it's more than anything just a business decision of which is most advantageous based on the terms that are offered. The other good thing about the RAN is that typically there are no payments due until maturity, and it can be prepaid at any time without penalty. So we want to provide that flexibility for you as well. We'll go ahead. So I mentioned we would talk about method of sale, and I'm going to lean on Beck to jump in as he would like to here. But the recommendation right now, because both are relatively short term in the grand scheme of things, is to look at a private placement, or in other words, a bank loan for these. So we would be working with lenders throughout the state of Louisiana and elsewhere that would be willing, and in a perfect world, we use the same lender for the RAN and the sales tax bonds. That's not necessarily the case, because what we're really looking for is the best deal for you, period. And whether that it means that they, same does both, or we split them apart, is whatever is best for you to be able to do. The advantages of using the private placement is that we don't have to go through a ratings process. We don't do a public offering. And so there are fewer costs associated with it as well. So we want to keep those costs down. And again, Beck is happy to answer any questions you have about method of sale. So let me just kind of flip next, and lastly, this is our last slide, and then we're happy to just engage with any questions that you have. Is our timeline looking forward? No action items today, but at the special meeting next week, we intend to present 2 resolutions. The first resolution is the $30 million in sales tax bonds. The second resolution is $35 million revenue anticipation note. We're still working with Adam to confirm those numbers, but we're pretty sure on those right now.
And I would just like to interject just for a minute, just because something that's happening in the state that I informed the board about yesterday with Governor Landry. So there was an announcement last week relative to some potential changes with the MFP for the governor to possibly encourage, not encourage, direct school systems to pay for a teacher pay raise. While we do not know what that anticipated message will be, it will come out at 10 o'clock today. The governor's office has not engaged specifically with the superintendent's organization. We have expressed concerns to our representatives and senator relative to what we have heard, which is potentially a plan to remove some operational funding from the MFP from level 3 or level 4. And that may impact what we receive from the state. So I will just say that we'll know more today. Whether or not it's going to be legally challenged or not, we will see. We have advocated, as I've told the board this weekend, we have advocated to make sure our position is known relative to any types of changes relative to the MFP, because as you know, it adversely affects those systems that do not rely on the MFP as much as those that sometimes do. So with that said, I just want to at least add that may impact some of the changes. I do know that we'll continue working through it. Mr. Neighbors will continue work with Jason and Hardy to make sure that we have the correct numbers by June 9th. So sorry to interrupt.
Absolutely. Thank you. So again, the resolutions that we anticipate presenting on June 9th, each of those resolutions will do a few things. So number one, they will give preliminary approval to each type of bond. So one for sales tax, one for revenue anticipation note. It'll hire the finance team associated with it and authorize the application with the State Bond Commission. And so that's the next two items on the timeline there, is getting the State Bond Commission approval. We'll file the application. We'll be working with the Bond Commission staff. And then the Bond Commission meeting is actually Thursday, July 16th. We'll keep you updated through Dr. Ken's office and make sure that you are aware of what's going on there. And then following Bond Commission approval, also during this time, Beck and his team will be working with to find the lenders that will be engaged, and we'll present those final terms to you in your meeting in July. And so in July, you'll get final approval. We anticipate closing in that August 12 timeline. When we close, the funds will be available to you at that point, and you can proceed through the 27 fiscal year utilizing those. Is there anything you want to add before?
No, I think as far as the method of sale process, obviously we'd be looking to do an RFP, and this is an amount of money that probably disqualifies smaller local banks, and so we would be looking to go to some of the larger ones, but we do that quite often for our clients. We have relationships with these banks, and so the flexibility you get with the private placement is really nice, especially in y'all's situation. So this would be, a situation, we put it out, we get some terms back, we negotiate, we bring them to y'all, and then pick something that is the best for the school board and benefits y'all in the way that you need it to. So.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Akers, before turning over, you had referenced in your presentation that this is especially the RAN is something that's typically done for organizations that rely. So could you kind of expand on that without mentioning any specific organizations that you've worked with? But I just want to reassure, because obviously this is something we haven't done, but it is typical. So I just want to make sure that the public and the board is well informed of the typical process and how common this is.
Yeah. It is a situation where it's very difficult for a single RAN to stabilize a situation. A lot of times, budget cuts that you've talked about take a few years to really take hold, and then even once they're made, it's almost, in our experience, almost virtually impossible to cut a budget significantly enough in 1 year to be able to resolve a fiscal situation without significant impacts to either workforce or operations or in your case, educational offerings. And I know that this is a school board that really prides itself on those educational offerings and the quality of its workforce. And so the alternative is to phase in that budget correction over a number of years and utilize the RANs to be able to bridge that gap. The goal is that if we start off with 35 million for this year, is that next year that number's less. And maybe less by a significant amount. And then the next year, if it's needed again, the number is less even more. And because those budget cuts and that stabilization actually ends up working over a period of years, you don't have to do it all at once. So we've experienced this with clients all over the state, and they, from parishes to school boards to sheriffs to cities, and it's been the way to push it forward. And it requires just knowing that up front that it's not a one-year fix. It's going to take a couple of years to get it done.
Under that scenario, you're anticipating, 5 years to be able to, 6 years to be able to come back to the stabilization point?
That's a question that I'm maybe not best positioned to answer, but I will say that in the conversations we've had, 2 to 3 years is more of the target.
And I would say, obviously what the board has done already with our revised budget, what operations have done relative to reducing expenditures, what you will also hear after this presentation with Ms. Teresa Brown, what we're doing that the board directed us relative to hiring kind of pause right now. We're going to review some of that today as we continue to move forward. I would anticipate between 3 to 5 years. On the conservative end, 5 years, but honestly, based on what we have budgeted, what this board has budgeted, in a very conservative way, we do anticipate between 3 to 5 years, Mrs. Smith.
I have a question, and I apologize for my lack of knowledge of all of this. Is this something we have to do every year for the RAN and for the bond? Like, we have to go through this whole process every year? If we, let's say if we're doing the 35 million, come back next year, do we have to do all of this again? Or our lenders are going to be like, okay, we already have them, it's okay, we can just renew it?
We'll have to go through the legal processes for the
Okay.
RAN again.
Okay.
The sales tax bonds is one-time thing,
Okay.
and they'll be in effect for, either this 12 to 15 years, whatever is determined. So you don't have to come back and do that again. You just have to make sure you pay your debt service. That's it. The RAN, we will have to do go through the legal steps again. And we'll probably start about the same time, probably start June next year and July, and have funds available in August for you. But it's once we go through it once, hopefully we don't have to go through the whole lender process again. Perhaps our same lender remains involved.
And like you said before, it is our hope for next year to go with a lesser amount, am I correct? And then the next year, okay. Thank you, appreciate it.
Sure.
I have a question as to, and I guess this is for the superintendent and Mr. Neighbors. The question is, we're talking about $65 million in new debt. Is that something that, given what our situation is, do we need $65 million in new debt? Given the fact that I think our deficit is projected to be 22?
I'll probably let Mr. Neighbors answer that, but obviously, while the debt is 22, it's really the cash flow, similar to what Mr. Akers was referring to, that we don't anticipate to incur the $60 million. The RAN especially will help us from just the cash flow perspective. So our original projections are somewhere within that range, you're correct. But based on what we have anticipated relative to our interim budget and on the cut in expenditures, the very conservative forecasting, that we anticipate that debt to be less and less. The RAN basically helps us overcome the cash flow issue. The sales tax bond helps us overcome the part of the debt issue that you're referring to, with also some cushion in between, just in case things don't pan out the way we have expected them to. But we're relatively confident this will help us overcome that. But great question, Mr. Suffern, and Mr. Neighbors, do you want to add on anything to that?
A quick point, just like Mr. Akers said, the sales tax bond is also helping recoup some of those previously expended capital expenditure costs, kind of repaying some of the things that the general fund had already covered. So this is helping some of those historical cash flow situations that we had in the last 9 months, and making sure that we can kind of recoup and pull some of those forward so that our cash flow position is stabilized through the end of the calendar year. Not so much the fiscal, like we've been talking about, but through the calendar year, just so that we can make sure that we bridge that gap to the ad valorem check.
The second one you said that, I'm sorry, Mr. Shuffern, you done?
I'm good.
The second one you said that it didn't incur any kind of consequence to pay early, to be finished early. The sales tax one doesn't do anything like that, or there isn't an option?
In our experience on private placements, you will have an option to prepay at some point. Now, you may have a lockout period for, let's just say, 5 years. But that's part of what Beck and his team will be negotiating with the chosen lender. Bottom line is, when the lenders go through the underwriting process and take all the effort to actually make the loan, they want to guarantee themselves a return for at least short period. If we were doing a public offering, that would almost guaranteed be a 10-year lockout before you could prepay.
Okay.
One of the advantages of doing the private placement is that lockout period usually is much shorter. I mean, we've done them throughout the state. We've done private placements with no lockout period, with a 2-year, 3-year, 5-year. Typically, 5 years about the max that we see. Beck, would you agree on a private placement? So you will be able to prepay it at some point, but just it might take a few years.
And sometimes those banks will give you different rates based on when it's callable or pay. They'll give you one for, not at all. They'll give you one for after 5 years. And so you guys as a board can use that option to decide what may be the best for you guys. And so if that's an important thing to you guys to have that option, then we'll certainly communicate that.
I think that our goal, I would assume that the goal of the entire board and the entire staff would be to get out of debt as fast as possible, and whatever that looks like, but not at whatever it costs, because that isn't worth it. If it's going to cost you so much money to get out of debt faster, I'm okay with the time period of needing to be in debt. I would also, in just speaking for myself and not knowing the future of really where all of this lands, debt service conversation should not be something we get used to having. Like, whatever budget cuts we are doing, whatever, I wrote it down because it's the budget that we base our home off of, is if we need to eat beans for a little while, we eat beans to recover to where we don't have to have these conversations again. I know that operations and everything, I'm not talking about picks, but where we have cut back, the cutbacks stay until we are in a place where we don't have to have these kinds of conversations.
Yes, ma'am.
I agree with you, Ms. Boudreaux.
Thank you.
So, Ms. Boudreaux must be taking my brainwaves this morning because
that's terrible.
that is. Actually, it's a positive, Karen. You should look forward to it. So I agree with where she was going on that, and I guess my point to the sales tax part, I would always like to see more than one option. This is me personally. I would like to see that 5-year payoff, and I think we've been very careful about our wording and what, because the parish we live in, if you're not familiar, is we're very fortunate in our ad valorem and our industrial tax base. There's some projects that should be coming forward. There's small investments that they make, but it's the big capital if, right? Like, there's so many factors. We can't count that revenue, whether it's sales tax revenue on the front end of a project or ad valorem until those projects happen. But if these things move forward like they should, I believe we probably will be able to pay it off in 5 years. So I would like to see, I don't want to see the 5-year one only because maybe if it's the lockout 7 or 8, maybe it's less. You're the expert in that. I would love to see both when you do put it out, or if that's possible. I'd just like to add that. On the cash flow part, what do we expect? Did we say, what was it, 30 or 35 on the RAN?
It was 35.
What do we expect beyond this year, or have we looked past this year? Maybe, Adam, you might have told us, and I don't remember.
The initial conversations we've been having is a matter of staging it and stacking it in such a way that, that number does come down. We'd be looking at, depending on timelines and where we can prepay and kind of start pushing that number lower, probably between 20 to 25 was our discussion recently, and kind of work from there as we, depending on our collections and where our projections are, and kind of working that number in increments lower.
And if I could just make one point, and I know this is probably obvious to all of you, but this is a public meeting, and I think it bears noting here that anything that we're talking about, even for fiscal 27, anything, especially beyond that, is just based right now on projections. And
Yep,
I had a
correct.
mentor very early in my career that said the only thing I can guarantee you about projections is that they're going to be wrong. They may be a little bit wrong, or they may be a lot wrong, but they're going to be wrong. And so, we're talking about projections, and as Dr. Ken said, there may be a change in MFP. You may, Mr. Gregson, as you said, you may have a big project that comes in, and a big crush of sales tax that comes in. There are things that we don't know. So everything that we're talking about is just based on reasonable expectations and projections right now. And I think that just bears repeating for the benefit of the public.
And actually, I really appreciate that, seriously, because that's why you're here with your experience. So, and we're not used to dealing with it. I guess my thing with the RAN, and again, come from me, the way I understand our cash flow now that I've understood school system cash flow better in the last few months, but than I ever wanted to. If the majority of our funds, from speaking Evelyn, come in that January, February, I call it first quarter, what would that, instead of that 1.3 million estimate, cost us, what would it be if we paid that sucker off in January, February, when we got those funds, right? Like, and I don't need to know right now, I'm just saying for future, when we meet on the 9th or send it to us, I'm just curious, my assumption, and I know where assuming gets us, is that 1.3 million may be an estimate based on that 12, 13 months, but if we don't need to have that funds, that loan, if you will, payday loan, whatever you want to call it, out there for 13 months, let's just have it for 3, 4, 5 months, pay it off, if we can reduce costs.
Yeah. Based on timing, it would be 6 months of interest versus 12, so it's roughly half, half of the 1.3, 1.4 that we're estimating right now. And, that is absolutely an option. And it's an option that several of our clients take. As soon as that chunk of ad valorem tax comes in, they pay off the RAN. And the key would be just monitoring where the cash flow is at that point and ensuring that by paying it off earlier, you're not jeopardizing operations through the end of the fiscal year.
And just to add to that, just recall that this FY27 year are the big capital projects really that the general fund was basically supplementing, right, and paying off. So next year is the most challenging year for us with those auxiliary gyms being built and that cash being needed at different times throughout next year, depending on where their phase is. So next year, I would anticipate us really looking at cash flow in a more direct way. So, but of course, if something else happens where we do receive the additional or surplus, then we could definitely look at, or the board could look at that.
Yeah, I guess what I was saying was pay it off as soon as we get it, because if we're saying we're getting the second one, well then, we're gonna have to come back for a second one, probably summertime, let's just say, pay the sucker off when we get our ad valorem. And obviously, do your projections, whatever, but that's my only.
Just a point of quick clarification, in our current understanding, our projections for ad valorem may be a little bit soft. So where we collected this last year, we're thinking it may not be quite as to the same level, and we would be obviously concerned in terms of making sure our cash flows for that next 6 months from January through June, or to that next step, are consistent and strong enough to make sure that we have enough operating to get us to the phase 2 cycle of the RAN. So while that was discussed as a part of our discussions or in options, we want to make sure that we continue to have that liquidity to make sure that we can make it, further down in the process.
Yeah, I think it's 3% projection, without knowing inventory tax, because of oil prices. And
I just wanted to clarify my statement about wanting to make sure that we are out of debt sooner rather than later, that we are not out of debt sooner rather than later at a more significant cost. I felt like I said it, but then when he said it, I just wanted to make it clear we can be in debt for 7 years if it's going to save us $2.3 million by paying it off slower, just on the record.
The 2019 bonds, we still paying that off? And
Yes, sir.
if-
That was the
if we
20-year
are,
term.
What did we finance, or what did we purchase with those bonds? And how long is it going to take us to pay that debt off?
So that was a 20-year debt in 2019, so it goes to 2039, which is fairly standard. I will apologize, I don't recall off the top of my head exactly what was financed, but I'll get that info for you. We've got it in our documentation. I'll grab it for you.
So we're not even halfway there on paying that off.
Correct.
And how much revenue is that a year?
It costs about $1.1 million a year in debt service.
How much revenue does it generate?
The whatever project was undertaken, or the tax?
The tax.
Tax is this 1% tax is around $25 million a year.
In total. And then we divert that amount to cover the debt service.
Okay, so now I'm ready for
It
what
washes
did
out.
we,
Yes, sir.
what did we do with that kind of money?
I'm going to have to defer and get back to you about that as well. in terms
It
of
was
specific projects.
capital projects, but we'll get the list of everything, Mr. Ellis, and get that to you.
Thank you.
Quick question for you. Does the LPFA still exist?
Yes, sir, they do. And
Is that an option that we could pursue that would be a lower interest option?
Yes, they do still have programs. However, with regard to the RAN, there's not really anything that they do, to my knowledge, with regard to a short-term borrowing like a RAN. Now, for the sales tax bonds, they do have a program, a bond bank program that provides, it won't go out further than 10 years, and they do offer interest rates at half of what the bank is offering.
Right.
That said, their amounts that they allow are very low. I mean, in this instance, I think it would be 750,000 is the max they would be able to allow in buying. So it's really geared more towards smaller issuers. You know, so if you have a $3-4 million project, they'll take 750 of that, because you see a good dent in the interest savings for smaller issues like that. With the types of and sizes that we're talking about here, I don't think it would be quite as beneficial. But that's certainly something we could explore if necessary. But it's just they have caps that.
Yeah, we couldn't get enough money out of that. Okay.
I have another question. Has our bond rating changed?
no, sir.
Do we anticipate a change soon?
We are not approaching the rating agencies in connection with these offerings. So we're not taking any steps to engage rating agencies. If they choose to look at it, that's a different question. And so we're not sure exactly. That's a longer process, and we're not.
And
But they haven't approached us.
That's not Plan 1C.
Correct.
But that would only be of interest to us if we were looking at or anticipating capital projects that we would be pursuing over the next several years, correct?
And on a much longer term basis than we're talking now.
Right, and so as far as the bond rating, we don't really need to be disturbed about that, because we're making cuts in projects and that sort of thing, capital projects. So And we don't anticipate any major capital projects that would require us to go back to the bond market.
Yes, sir.
We do not anticipate any large capital projects, Mr. Smith, nothing, whether it's our long-range athletic and PE plan or our long-range capital projects plan, other than standard maintenance, which hopefully, once we are stable, we'll be able to secure through our regular budget. And I do have Mr. Rome here to answer Mr. Ellis's or Mr. Alexander's question relative to the 2019 sales tax bond, which were capital projects. Mr. Rome.
Yes, good evening. Yeah, a list of those projects that were funded by the 2019 bond issue funds. Just kind of a quick recap. A lot of it was HVAC, roof replacements, that very long-range major maintenance capital improvements we talked about, that 5-year capital outlay that preserves our buildings. So this was more about maintaining what we have than new additions. For example, Alaman's HVAC replacement, Central Office HVAC replacement, EJ Landry roof replacement, Scheffner HVAC replacement, Luling Elementary Cafeteria structural beam repair replacement, stadium repairs at both high schools, Mimosa Park Building A, C, D renovations, gym expansions and renovations at both high schools, drainage improvements, stadium light fixture replacements, and some canopy and concrete work at Mimosa Park. So as you can see, this was really dedicated to preserving our buildings and the upkeep of our buildings with the 2019 funds. Any other questions?
I guess maybe just one question, John. Built into the discussion that we're having now, the anticipation of hurricane and that sort of thing, how would we be able to respond to, we have insurance coverage, but oftentimes we don't get that money until later, and we have to get our projects back up and running almost immediately. So it's almost like we're operating on a reimbursement basis rather than, how are we going to be prepared to handle these kind of emergency situations under the discussion we're having right now, financially?
And that's a good question. It's probably a multi-pronged approach and can be answered by multiple people. I know Ms. Gray on the side of insurance could answer that. I know we've been given advances before, if you will, on our larger claims. She could speak to that portion. I could speak to the portion on the capital side. We do have budgets that have built-in cushion, if you will, it's conservatively estimated for emergencies. Obviously, the scale of an event would matter, but for smaller emergencies, we do have funds built into our normal operating budget to handle smaller expenditures. So we can handle damage to a building or a couple of buildings or an HVAC or something going out. Obviously, when you're talking about a large-scale event like a hurricane, depending on that magnitude, like I said, Ms. Gray would be able to maybe answer that better as far as an insurance advance on that. But we do have some funds built into our general operating budget. I don't know if...
So during Hurricane Ida, we were able to get an advance on costs for some of our buildings, but that was after we expended our deductible that you're able to get those cash advances. So Hurricane Ida was also a significant event where the carriers decided to apply the deductible across the board for all of our buildings, whereas with the policies that we have now, because Hurricane Ida was a event that probably will not happen again, we will not get that deductible across the board, and it will be per building. So we would need that cash more readily available in future events because we will have to meet the deductible per building before we will be able to get cash advances.
And to follow up on that as well, something we've done for various clients that have hurricane damage, things like that, we do things called hurricane recovery notes, which basically provides that cash on the front end that is then reimbursed once you get your insurance and your FEMA payments and things like that. So that is another option that we have in that case, that situation.
How quickly, I'm assuming that's a expedient process? No, sorry. No more.
It's about the same process as this ran. I mean, obviously, when those things happen, we move as quickly as possible. The bond commission works with us on every one we've had to do that was a real rush basis. So in our world, it's probably one of the faster financings that we do.
Gotcha.
And I would, just to add, just because of the experience with Ida, the most significant cash flow was the beginning, right? Is really the airflow through the bills to keep them up to where they weren't damaged as much. When you consider that option that Mr. Hardy just referenced, we would be able to basically use our current cash reserves during this period of time, which we would be pretty stable if we move forward with the RAN and the sales tax, to possibly accommodate for that initial impact of a storm, if a magnitude storm such as Ida, that really was a 100-year storm for us, were to occur, which would give us time to go through the process of securing. If you recall, we had an emergency meeting right after Ida to do a few things as well. So while it would be a challenge, I do feel like we would have options, or the board would have options to be able to get our school system back up and running as quickly as possible.
I would think that, given that we are approaching hurricane season right now, that we ought to begin exploring those options so that in the event that we face some kind of catastrophic event, that we would have a plan in place to respond to that, rather than making some knee-jerk kind of decisions, particularly when we cannot afford to make any financial mistakes at this particular time. So I would ask that we start to work with our council and what have you to explore some of those options, and we'll know exactly where we are going.
Yes, sir. What administration will do, we'll work with our bond attorneys, map out a plan, anticipating a storm just like Ida, so that's the worst case scenario, so that the board will be informed of what we would do if something of that nature actually occurs. Ms. Smith?
So just from my understanding, we're looking at adding in the next 2 years roughly 2.7 million in debt service with this, and then bumping up into the 4 to 5 million range in addition to what we currently have. I just had.
Adding the 1.1 in.
Right.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. And then probably locked in to this additional debt at the most for 5 years-ish, okay? That's what did I say?
The least, yeah.
I'm sorry, at the least, for 5 years, okay. So best case scenario, then that would be the early payout, and then we would hopefully get back to the debt service of the 1.1 out of that, okay. Going back to Mr. Suffren's point, I think that we would like to see, and let me clarify, I think I would like to see the math behind why we like the 65 million. Because even if it's just pennies on the dollar of what we might save from 65 to 55, you talked about having a cushion. I think we've discussed why we need that cushion, but I would like to see some options at rather than just going all in at 65. That's,
And maybe Mr. Akers can explain a little bit better than, without my financial background, but basically, we're able to pay, I mean, the debt really is not, you have the cash flow issue, and then you have the debt issue based on the capital projects and things that were not budgeted accordingly, based on what was presented to the board from the revised budget, so on and so forth. So basically, we are incurring a debt of 65 million, but really that 35 million is only debt for a year or 13, up to 13 months. So really, you're only incurring the initial debt for that 10-year or 15-year period of $30 million. So from a budgeting standpoint, we're all learning a lot. It depends on the year, the end of that fiscal year's general fund balance, I guess, so to say, which is what we're kind of referencing, without most people understanding what that cash flow debt occurs, that basically we'll be trying to pay off. Mr. Akers, does that kind of make sense?
Yeah, that's correct. Excuse me. The math is, I think, constantly fluctuating. But this is, as we've zeroed in on it, and as we've taken variables and run them in different ways, the 65 is approximately, it looks to be the right number. And I'm sure that, absolutely we'll, share that with you, or Adam will share that with you. The thing that you'll do next week in the resolutions that are adopted next week, the preliminary resolutions, is that they are actually setting maximum principal amounts. It's not saying that this is the amount that's going to be borrowed, but that this is the maximum amount that we're going to go to bond commission and borrow. And if in that period of time between the June 9th meeting and your July regular meeting on the 22nd, it turns out that the RAND number is not 35, instead it's 25, then you only borrow 25. If it turns out that the RAND issue ends up being 35 million, but you get into the year and you have one of these great occurrences that Mr. Gregson's going to make happen for the parish, and so you have one of those, then you can immediately begin to pay back earlier. So that's the flexibility that gets built into it. The 30 million for the sales tax bonds was really simply calculated with the amount of CapEx intended for fiscal 27, plus the amount that we can reach back and reimburse you for, which is roughly right now about $7.5–8 million. So there's 24 to 25 million in the current year that's budgeted, and then reaching back and grabbing that roughly 8 million that's already been paid, that was or being paid as part of fiscal 26. That's how we got to the 30 million for the sales tax bond.
And all of these were part of the cash flow projections that we've been working on, as well as the other bigger discussions that we've had with some of our externals as well. A lot of these numbers are kind of focused around some of their conclusions and kind of landing us around the same spot. And that's the discussions we've been having with bond counsel in terms of where we think we'll need to be to take us from that June period to the end of the calendar year.
And I'd just like to reiterate, once again, we still have more of this presentation relative to cost savings options that the board is undertaking. So while this is based on what we currently project our FY27 budget to be, knowing that we're going to continue, as Ms. Bujo referenced, to continue to cut back where we can, especially with the hiring pause. You'll see some of that with Ms. Brown we'll talk about. So we anticipate additional savings throughout the year as we continue to move forward from that direction without impacting PICS or quality of education opportunities for our students across the system. Is it going to be a strain? Yes, it will be. But at the same time, we can live within our means, and we anticipate doing that moving forward. So we are hopeful, right? While we're not anticipating those savings, we are hopeful that we'll be at a much different place at the end of next year, and that revenue anticipation will be much smaller than what we're currently projecting it to be.
Okay, I want to say one more thing, and then Ray's going to hide my mic again. You said something earlier that you said, for the sake of the public might not know this. I have spent the last several years assuming that these meetings were for me to learn all about this information. The things I learn outside of it, the conferences we attend, the education, we learn as much as we can about school systems and school system budgets. This is obviously not any of our educations. That's why we have experts, and that's why we have professionals that come and present these things to us so that we can make educated decisions on what you share with us. When I mention the budget and when I mention it being at home, I do not want anyone watching this or watching it after to think that school system budgets are anything like what you get to do at home. We cannot decide, we're going to save $100 million so we never have to do this. We cannot do that. It is the public's money. So when we had money and there was a high general fund for the public, as I'm talking to just random people that might be watching it, that want to know about how this could even happen, that isn't being responsible, saving a bunch of money. Being responsible is pouring it back into your community, pouring it back into the buildings, giving it to the employees in raises and better compensation for their insurance. Because I said what I said, I need to reiterate that school system finance is nothing like our home budgets or even a regular for-profit company that gets to just keep getting rich. No one here is doing that. No one here is getting rich off of the public. We are trying to have rich opportunities for every single child in our community, whatever that looks like, but also for the educators that come in and work for these children in our community. So I know this is uncomfortable. This has been uncomfortable for every single one of us, but we have to make these decisions so that in the future, we don't get to have a zero-based budget. We'll never get to do that because we get money that comes in and then it goes out. That's not how anybody likes to live their life. That's a paycheck to paycheck scenario. But when you rely on tax dollars that come in at whatever amount they come in, then they have to go out at the same amount they're supposed to go out. So school system finance 101. Please follow for more tips. You don't want to add to that? No fist bumps for that one.
Are there any more questions regarding the stabilization part of this discussion? Or this part of it? Okay.
Okay, thank you, members from Foley and Jadell, and Arjun, thank you for being here. If you don't mind just sticking around while we finish this fiscal stability, just in case any other questions come up. It shouldn't be too much longer, I promise, but in my short experience as superintendent, sometimes there are questions that come up and that person is, if they're available, then we'll ask them to come back up. So thank you so much.
It's not necessarily a question, but I guess at some point, and perhaps maybe it's a good opportunity for us to beg pardon?
I can't hear you.
You can't? Okay. I guess maybe what I was trying to get to is we have got to, as a board and administration, come up with, and I don't know what we want to call it, but it's a position, and we can call it maybe a financial stabilization plan, since that's the term we've been using all along. But that financial stabilization plan ought to have first in it that we project that over the next 5 years, we will have accomplished that stabilization, and the bullet points that will enable us to come to that point, so that since Ray didn't want to piggyback on Karen, I'm going to piggyback on, so that when board members are talking to members of the public, we can say that the board has a financial stabilization plan, and basically what we project is over the next 5 years that we will accomplish that by doing 1, 2, 3, and simple as that. So, and that would be our message that we're going to be going out with whenever we engage in these kinds of conversations and so forth. And that's what we're going to be saying at our meetings and all that kind of stuff.
Yes, sir. We, obviously, we want to go through this board retreat, what we've done so far, but we will certainly put together a communication plan with specific bulleted points for the board as well as our public as well. We'll certainly move forward doing that. I already looked at Ms. Regina, and our team will do so as soon as we start moving forward with this plan.
If I may add, and piggybacking on Mr. Smith, I think if we do this similar to how we do the long-range strategic action plan, it would be beneficial to review it often and to see it, to make it public, so that the public is aware of what we're trying to do. Good.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, Mr. Art.
Well, I won't piggyback off of anyone. I'll bring it right back around so that we can close this part. When I spoke to Mr. Cody the other day, we talked about the definition of transparency. Transparency is just being able to see through to the other side. We want everyone and all of this to be transparent so that the public can see through to what we are doing. But the point of us is to be the public's voice. So it is upon us to educate ourselves and to learn and to grow in all of these ways so that we can adequately and effectively speak for the public. So I just appreciate all the efforts that have been made for transparency. The information is there, the education is there should people want it, but we will continue to educate ourselves to be appropriate voices. I won't drop the mic.
Yes, ma'am. And just because of the transparent thing, and we know with the public records request and those things that we were not able to present, we are now able to do so. We have submitted those documents to the Louisiana Legislative Auditor's Office as well as our local district attorney. So those items will be sent now from those public records requests. The board is aware of the phase reports from Eisner-Amper. Well, all that information is really contained in our revised budget as well as 2 previous open meetings to the public. It has not unveiled or revealed anything other than what was already presented really to the public in different formats relative to how we got in this position initially, which was an initial misrepresentation of where we were financially based on poor projections, poor budgeting, capital projects, to Ms. Bujo's point, where we had a large general fund balance 3 years ago, and this board, in a fiscally responsible way, decided to use those funds, those public funds, to reinvest in this community and in this school system. However, unfortunately, it was not budgeted accordingly, and this board was misled relative to where our financial standing was. Once we found that information out, we immediately reported it to authorities. We immediately reported it to the Louisiana Legislative Auditor's Office, and this board took a very proactive approach, holding people accountable, as well as put plans in place to reduce expenditures from the revised budget to a tune of $5 to $6 million. Submitted that revised budget 3 months ago in a public meeting, and then move forward since then, working with administration to reduce expenditures, come up with a plan to stabilize our finances with our help from our municipal advisors and our CFO and everybody through administration. So that now will officially be out, but to be honest, we have been communicating that in some form or fashion. The parts that we could not, we were not, because we were directed by public officials not to. So at this point forward, we'll continue to operate in a very open and transparent way, as you expect us to do, and as I know you all do on a regular basis by representing those constituents in your community. At this point in time, I'd like to further expand on other budget savings processes that we have in place as directed by the board at our last public meeting by our board president, to basically not move forward with any direct replacements for hiring vacancies until the new fiscal year budget is in place, and then provide updates to the board relative to that. We did have our first official meeting yesterday for about 2.5, 3 hours to review every position that's currently vacant, and went through a very thorough process with a core group of executive staff members relative to determining whether or not those positions are critical to the PICS, which are the people, instruction, compliance, and safety that we want to make sure that we protect, to make sure that the value of our educational system and opportunities are still in place at a very high quality. With that said, we went through every position and discussed whether or not we could fill the needs and or maybe replicate or distribute those responsibilities in a less or a more cost-effective means, which we think we could. We found some additional savings. So I want Ms. Brown to kind of talk from a personnel standpoint, especially because personnel is the largest portion of our, as you know, of our budget. So with that said, I'll turn it over to Ms. Brown, the Executive Director of HR.
Before you go to Ms.
Yes, sir.
Brown, I'd like to just make one comment in reference to your statement. I think that's a very good approach, except for one piece in there. I think that we are at that point now where we need to take out of our message that we were misled, that we were this and that, and let's just own that, the fact that we have a financial dilemma, and that the financial dilemma was caused by some misjudgments and miscalculations, and just frame it in that term, because to do otherwise makes it seem like we're trying to place the blame someplace when actually we all own some blame here. And let's just own it and say we have a plan in place to fix that. And that's where we go into, what we're going to do. But if we keep coming back to that, then we get the criticism from the community that I don't think we want. So let's just own the fact that we've got a little problem and we need to deal with it.
Yes, sir. But
I'd like to comment. I appreciate your comment, Mr. Smith. I think it's important, though, to make sure that the public knows where our compass was in every decision that we made. And I think that was Ms. Boudreau's point.
No, I'm not criticizing Ms. Boudreau.
No, I understand, but there was a, decisions would not have been made had certain criteria been presented properly to this board. That cannot be understated. And I will not let anyone outside of this room or inside this room think that there was willy-nilly irresponsible spending on this board's part. It wasn't. Everything that we spent money on had a purpose. Everything that we spent money on was responsible as we were presented the facts. Yes. And that cannot be understated.
I agree with you 100% there. I don't think that it's going to do any of us any good, and I don't think it's going to do this board any good. We've said that. We've said it in all of the halls that we've been in. Now it's time for us to move on and own up to the fact that we are in a dilemma, and here is how we plan to respond to that dilemma, to bring ourselves out of it and back to a point of stabilization.
Can I say, I think y'all, and if I can be the middleman here, agreed. And I see where you're going on it. But I'm gonna go back to your original point a few minutes ago, is how we're moving forward and how are we ensuring that the best of our ability, that those things are in place so that we don't get misled, right? So I agree that we do need to provide a plan so we're not left in this, the community, to your point, is not sitting there going, well, what are we just left in this black hole, right? So, I mean, I agree that we need to say something out there, but yes, you're right. I mean, there was a compass that we did. You're 100%, but I think I think you're both on the same track. Just the words have to be communicated clearly, though, that yes.
And with that, let's move forward.
Good morning. I'm going to provide you an update on where we are and where we're progressing as far as staffing. As Dr. Orderling has already stated, Mr. Cody at the May 20th board meeting directed the administration to not add to our staffing and to make sure we evaluate each and every vacancy to ensure that it is needed at this time. Can adjustments be made while still protecting the PICs? And so that has been our charge, that has been our goal, and that is where we're progressing to, and that's the update that I'm going to give you today. So to support those efforts and to make sure that we are aligned with those directives, Human Resources developed a centralized vacancy review process. So, and a system, because it's a team, it's a core team that sits and reviews each piece. This does take time, but that's okay, because we are going to go through it and be thorough and make sure that we are reviewing each piece that we need to. When a vacancy occurs, Human Resources immediately adds the position to a shared tracking document. The shared tracking document is only accessible to our executive team, because those are the people that will be reviewing it and making recommendations to the core team and to the superintendent to determine, do we want to replace this vacancy? If we don't replace this vacancy, what is needed? If we are going to replace the vacancy, why? What is the rationale for that? So there's a rationale regardless if it's a yes or a no. And then when the core team meets, we then review it, and a final decision is made. So basically, each executive staff member evaluates each vacancy. So a position's added, an executive staff member is linked into that position to say, you have a new position that I need you to review and make sure that, you understand. That may be collaborating with the principal, collaborating with the supervisor, reviewing methodology. It may involve reviewing Bulletin 741. It may involve reviewing Bulletin 1706 for SPED. All of those things have to happen as part of this review process. The executive staff member will make a recommendation for a yes or a no and document along with the rationale explaining why and the operational needs for that. We will also, as part of this process, determine if we're going to put a no for something and we're going to finalize that. Is there an additional work agreement that is needed? Because maybe we have to distribute out duties. That is less of a cost, but still getting the work done and making sure we're operationally sound. That's most important. So to ensure consistency and accountability with the entire process, the core team meets weekly. We had our first meeting yesterday. We really progressed through. We looked at 38 professional positions, 80 classified positions. A lot of the 80 was lunch monitors and K monitors, and we'll have a process for that. But just so y'all can kind of have an understanding of the number of positions that we've reviewed. We are in our busy season.
80 or
80.
80?
80. We're in our busy season. This is our staffing season. So a lot of positions are, get posted at this time and vacancies filled. And we still have people that are resigning or retiring or for whatever reason. So those vacancies are obviously still happening. So it's a busy time right now and while we're implementing this process. So we know this is not a one-size-fits-all approach. We have to look at each school individually, each department individually. So if we're looking at a teacher and we're saying, do we replace it right now or can we afford not to? If we're going to put a no there are some challenges, but the core team will make a decision on whether or not those challenges can be overcome. Can we continue to operate in a sound manner, providing high-quality instruction and making sure that we're not compromising instruction or safety or any of those other things that we're trying to protect? So it is a very thorough process, which is why it was a few hours for that meeting. In addition to those vacancies that we're currently reviewing, we're also looking at ESS. So probably this week or next week, we will take a deep dive. As I've already, stated to you, all principals completed an ESS survey for us. So we can determine what does that model need to look like for next year. We still want to provide the support. We still want to provide a teacher when a teacher is out for a classroom vacancy. But can we redo the model in a way that it is more cost effective for us? So that is the process we're going through right now. We do anticipate some savings there as well, and we'll be reporting that out to you as soon as we have that additional information. So this does reflect the district's commitment to making sure that we are being financial stewards, responsible financial stewards, and making sure that each vacancy is reviewed very carefully.
Ms. Brown, before you go any further, when do you think the surveys from the principals will be completed? Like by July 1, by the end of June?
For ESS?
Yes.
They're already completed.
Okay.
They completed them couple months ago. And we are now reviewing that data to determine, we've had conversations with our principals to say, we're reviewing your data, we're looking at, a new model and a new plan, just to, if they have 2 everyday subs, we may say it's a 1 everyday sub. At one site, they may say, I don't really need an everyday sub based on my data. So we're just carefully reviewing all that with the executive directors of elementary and secondary, so that way we are making sound decisions. We're making informed decisions.
Right. For the sake of the public, can you go further into what exactly is ESS for the public?
Yes, ma'am. ESS is our substitute coverage for our classrooms, and we also have ESS substitutes that fill in for para positions, and they also fill in for our bus monitor positions. So they really do support. It is a wonderful partnership that we have with them, and they are also in support of whatever model we are going to develop in order to make sure that operations are there. But most importantly, I do want people to know that we are going to support these classrooms. This is not trying to cut the services. This is just trying to get creative. And we've gotten creative through review of all these positions and trying to determine, okay, if we replace this, where else can we help to reduce the cost in another area? So those are the conversations that we're having, and it's the same conversations we're going to have with ESS. And it's going to be a continuous process. We don't just arrive and say, this work is done. This work is going to continue, and we're going to continue to do this work with fidelity, making sure that everything is done properly and with sound decision-making processes. So any other questions?
No, thank you.
I wanted to also say, just ESS has also been an incredible pipeline for hiring positions that come open. It is almost like an internship that we get to see I say we, like, I'm in the schools a lot, okay? Yes. I see the ones that started at ESS and then now they're working as paras, or now they're working in the school system and they work for the district. It is amazing. You get to see them and get to know them, and principals get to say, oh, you are who I want on my campus. It's incredible. Okay.
It's a great pipeline. Thank you, Ms. Boutreau. So that is our process. We will have an update for you in the scoop for Thursday. So we will do a weekly update on staffing, just a high-level summary on, what positions are we, maybe having a cost savings on, because in that document that we've created, we will track those cost savings, so we can provide those numbers to you all, so you understand what we are saving on, and any information of if we are not replacing a position, was there anything else that needed to be put in place in order to support operations? Because I know that is important as we're going through this process, is that we are making very thoughtful reductions to support our operations of our schools and our kids.
I just want to say thank you. As someone who has been told to take on frivolous tasks just to take them on, sometimes that was not the purpose behind this. And so I do appreciate the intentionality that you guys have put on this. I think it's important too, as we're talking to this cloud of public that everyone keeps pointing to today, as the public continues to see job openings pop up in the various ways that they are seeing them. This is why this was important. So it's important to know that we understand the situation that we're in. We're taking picks into account. We're being extremely deliberate. So any job position that is out there in the public essentially has been thoroughly vetted, for lack of a better term.
Yes, sir.
That is correct. And obviously, preparation of this meeting today, yesterday was the first day. So, and considering where our leaders are at our school, because we have operated the same way for a very long period of time. So they're used to, as soon as a position opens, their ability to hire. It's going to slow down. We have leadership retreat Thursday. So at that time, I will kind of summarize what took place at this meeting, as well as the directives that we were given, as well as all of our other cost-cutting measures, so that everybody understands, what we are doing. But for the public's sake, yes, any position that is posted has already been vetted through this process. As board members, the representation across the district, it's going to pull some strain. It's going to be more challenging for some areas, but I think as a system, we will come together and unite, just like we did after COVID or during COVID and after Hurricane Ida. I call this our third mountain peak that we're climbing to the top. Any success worth having comes with challenges, and right now we're in a challenging situation, but I do know this organization, based on the people in it, will pull together and overcome it in hopefully a short period of time.
And I appreciate that because I've had questions. People see positions opening. I get a phone call. I thought we were not doing well, in the area of our fiscal forecast. So what are we doing with all this? So I'm glad we clear the air, and the process that we're taking is very thorough. Mm-hmm. And we're making sure we're being mindful of the people of the organization. And what's important, because, being a former principal, I do understand that you have this position, and that position is highly regarded in that classroom or in that building. So I appreciate that. I know the cloud that we're talking to, as Mr. Cody referred to, I know our audience is going to appreciate that as well. So I do want to, commend y'all, Dr. Ortling, and the rest of the team of thoroughly doing this, because I do feel it's going to get us in a better place.
And just as I wrap up my part, we are looking at, there isn't a position that's not reviewed, right? We have worked very closely with even Ms. DeRoche in child nutrition. Mm-hmm. We have worked very closely with Mr. Terrell in transportation and Mr. Rogers. Every department is being reviewed, and they understand the charge, they understand the task. That, okay, let me look and see how I can support operations, but make some hard decisions. They're hard decisions, and we're going to make those, but we are an excellent school system, and we can do hard things, and we're going to continue to do them. So I just can't express it enough, whether it's a counselor, a nurse, an ELL teacher, a regular teacher, a paraprofessional, custodian. We're looking at all positions and making sure that we are carefully looking at options and getting creative for every single vacancy that is coming up. So just want you all to have confidence in that process, and I know you do, but that it's very thorough. Dr. Ortling, anything else that you'd like to share? Thank you.
And to kind of bring some of this discussion to a little bit more of a summary, and kind of to answer some of Mr. Smith's question as well, just as we've been talking about in the last couple of months in terms of the stabilization and the plans, I did want to kind of make sure that we kind of sum up and wrap before moving to some of the budget discussion in terms of some of the specific steps we have been taking. Obviously, you heard this morning in terms of addressing some of our revenue and cash flow. The initial steps that we're taking in terms of offering the bond offerings and things like that will help with some of those short-term and then eventually longer-term needs. So from a revenue perspective, we're continuing to address, and our cash flow perspective, we're going to continue to try to address from that standpoint. Additionally, if we need to review and take a look at our millages as well, we're going to make sure that those options are brought before the board, just to make sure that all options are on the table when it comes to cash flow and revenue perspective. When you move to the expenditure side, just as again we've been reviewing as a part of the previous board retreat in April, all of the things are on the table. The biggest piece that we've been talking about just now with Ms. Brown was obviously our salaries and benefits discussion. And obviously, as we get into the budget, I'll get into some more detailed numbers. But as you can see, right now, what we're proposing in the 27 interim budget is almost, if you want to call it, a high watermark. We want to kind of put that as, in so many words, where we think we're going to be. And then as these plans and these steps are being taken, we hope to see those numbers start moving in a more positive direction in terms of the budget process. So that way, in so many words, by the end of the year, if those steps that we're taking are starting to move the needle more to the school board's benefit. There's obviously some bigger things that also need to be undertaken, and obviously we'll be very strategic with those types of decisions, and they'll be brought to the board in an appropriate and timely manner in terms of the longer, more structural decisions that may need to be made. But those hurdles will be addressed as we get closer to those times. Just to give you a little bit more information at a very high level, in terms of salaries and benefits discussion, in the 27 proposed budget, the salaries did decrease because of that change in the one-time payment authorization that did not reoccur, to the tune of about $8.6 million. But the benefits increase was also very significant, almost to the tune of about $9 million proposed. So there is some movement happening in terms of the salaries and benefits cost, and that's why I said maybe this year is going to be kind of our high water mark, if you will, and we'll kind of work down from there. And then the net change between those two is about 500,000 salaries and benefits, but proposed in this next year's budget. So we'll talk more about the budget itself in a minute, but that was kind of the biggest piece of the expenditures. The other piece I wanted to mention was what we refer to as general, or kind of the manageable expenditures that in the plans that we've been taking and the procedures we've been taking, kind of putting some more hard numbers in place for you just in terms of some of the discussions. As we reviewed back in April, the interim budget process engaged a lot of our executive staff in terms of our budget trackers, going through their budgets in detail, really challenging all their projects, just like we did for the revised. We wanted them to really understand and lay out their plans for this next year. I will admit there were some departments that were able to reduce their expenditures, some unfortunately because of commitments such as obsolescence plans, curriculum implementation, things like that. Some of them did unfortunately have to take their really reduced revised budget and inch them back up just a little bit, just to make sure that our picks were accomplished in terms of developing and making sure our deployment of educational resources were maximized. But then there are also things like insurance claim costs and various other deltas that we need to make sure that we're capturing so that our budget is, in so many words, the best big picture of where we think our expenditures are going to land. Just to give you kind of some of a high level summary where we landed, all of our non-salaries and benefits costs proposed in the budget were able to be reduced by approximately 1.7 million total. I know that's not like groundbreaking and things like that, like I said, because a lot of the ups and downs, and we can get to some of those details, but there were some key, I'm going to say, wins in some of those areas. Some of the trackers in terms of general fund expenditures, some of the key parts that were helped in this next year was some reduction in our transportation expenditures, some of our plans in terms of reviewing our significant bus maintenance costs or our bus purchase costs, kind of figuring out and addressing some of those timelines so that maybe we're not addressing them immediately in 27, but we can kind of manage those out over the course of time. So I appreciate Mr. Rogers and his team to really challenging all of those bits and pieces so that we're really trying to capitalize where we're at. The total savings from the transportation side was about $1.5 million. Mainly in the equipment purchases as well as some other parts and pieces. In the physical plant services, because of some of the construction projects that are, again, coming to a conclusion or not repeating, physical plant services had total expenditures and a reduction of about almost $2.9 million. Maintenance projects, large projects, things of that nature. So again, Mr. Rome was able to work with his team to reduce various large-scale expenditures, either defer, delay, or postpone as he kind of addressed his topics. One of the other increases, unfortunately, was in the area of risk management. As we've been working with Ms. Gray and her team, we needed to make sure that we're, again, capturing all those claim costs and those benefit costs and making sure all of those things are appropriately included. So unfortunately, there was an increase of about $2.5 million on the risk management side, just due to those various claims estimations for this next year. Those are kind of the high points in terms of general fund budgets. All other various departments, ITS, curriculum, internal audit, business office, various pupil appraisals, things like that, because of some of the ups and downs structure where some did have increases, some did have decreases, our net savings were only about $100,000 to $200,000 across those other departments. So rather than go into the nitty-gritty detail, I just wanted to give you some of the high level, the bigger wins and some of the bigger changes for you in terms of some of the bigger deltas. That's in the general fund. Moving into the capital projects funds, and we'll talk about these as we go through the budget in detail. Again, physical plant services, the capital projects budgets you're going to look at in a minute, we're able to reduce very significantly between the total of about $8 to $8.9 million in various capital projects funds because of those changes. Were we able to reduce it further? No, because of the discussions that we've been having about the gyms and the $15 million projects. So they were able to make some significant reductions, but we were not able to eliminate far at that point. Additional maintenance reductions, another $1.4 million in terms of maintenance projects. Safety was able to reduce about $500,000 in various safety upgrades and things like that. Athletics is up. That was the auxiliary gyms, things like that. There's some small movements there to a tune of about basically $900,000. So there's some good moving parts in terms of some of the capital projects monies, but the hope is and the goal is to bring those monies back down into what we consider routine or recurring types levels of expenditures. Last but not least, in terms of numbers, kind of getting into some of the high level, the lunch fund was able to reduce their expenditures as well because of the change in the programming. While there were certain things such as food costs that were up, they were also to manage their equipment purchases and also kind of reduce and monitor those as well to the tune of about $644,000. with food costs going up a little bit as well. So their net was about $400,000 in expenditures that are down, which helps the general fund because the general fund does eventually support the lunch fund in terms of any sort of operating deficits that occur. So I at least wanted to give you all some high-level information before I get into some of the weeds with some of the revised budgets. This information is all contained within that fiscal stabilization document that is attached in your minutes. Before I continue with the budgets, does anybody else have any questions?
Just one. Should this new bill come down that Dr. Ortling referenced, would that essentially wipe out that 8.6 million decrease?
That would have to still be determined in terms of where those numbers land, in terms of if we are able to seek additional opportunities or financing or changes of that nature. We'd have to evaluate the volume, the amount of those stipends, those one times, and kind of figure out where those numbers will land.
Yeah, it really depends. I mean, everyone is up in the air right now. There are very few legislators that know what the governor is going to propose. All we're hearing is potentials, but it's going to be related somehow to the MFP, which to me is not good for us specifically. So we will see what happens, see whether or not it's legally challenged or not, but hopefully it will only be the stipend. That way it's only 1 year, with the hope that, moving forward, they'll find monies in other ways.
Because we get one of the lowest amounts of MFP in the entire state. I think that's important to say, that taking money from the MFP isn't that big of a deal if you get a high level of MFP dollars. We do not.
That is correct. We get the lowest.
Yes.
And just want to remind the board as well, similar to type 2 charters, so students or children that live in our parish that attend type 2 charters outside of St. Charles Parish, the state withholds the local portion that we use to educate our children that's collected from local dollars. So while our average cost per pupil is around $20,000 or above, we only get $3,500 approximately from MFP dollars. So that $16,500 is what is supplemented through our local tax dollars. That is what that money goes to type 2 charter schools for those students. So we approximately between 1 and 1.5 million a year is removed from our portion of the MFP. So I am hopeful that that is not a similar formula that they will use to fund teacher pay raises, because what's going to end up happening across this state is if MFP dollars are decreased in such a way on the operational side to supplement the operational portion, they're going to have to cut other personnel to make up the difference, because you have to pay your bills, right? So that is our fear. That's what we have been obviously trying to advocate against them touching the MFP, because there's so many complex nature to how the MFP is set up. So we'll wait and see, and we'll overcome that challenge when it comes.
Microphone, please, Mr. Smith.
The state has always used the shell game when it comes to funding public education. They move money from one place to another rather than putting more money into the pot. It gives the appearance that money is being put in the pot, but in this particular instance, the approach that the state is using is to remove money from the MFP and give the appearance that if local school districts would object, that local school districts are against teachers. So the object here is to pit one group against the other. And what would be our campaign in terms of, from a standpoint of local school districts, and our PR campaign to combat that and take the lead rather than responsive approach, but to be proactive and get out in front of this?
Yes, sir. So, of course, because nobody knows what he's going to actually do yet, it's a little difficult to do it right now. However, as I shared with the board this weekend, as a school system, we have provided the information where we feel like we stand with our legislators, not necessarily the community from that standpoint, but after today's announcement, we'll certainly probably come together to put something out relative to that. I can tell you, as a superintendent's organization, We're also promoting and trying to inform our legislators and the governor's office relative to the potential negative impacts of doing something like that, Mr. Smith. However, should something move forward where this system is negatively impacted in such a way where it seems as though we are being pitted against, pay raises and the governor's efforts, we will certainly put something out in a very forward-facing way. In fact, I communicated early this morning to our last officers, which I am still an officer for one more year, that we also put out an official statement should that occur from the governor's office relative to that. So, and obviously Ms. Weber sits on the board of LSBA, as many public entities as we can to have a similar message, and I will promote that message that we use to all superintendents across this entire state collectively to raise awareness in all of our communities.
But where does, I hear a lot of talk, especially from some of our board members, about transparency, about public comment, public concerns and what have you. Where do we get involved with a call to action from the public and ask the public to join us in a response? If we could have something in our message that asks for public to call your senators and representatives to talk about. See, we've been hit on all fronts, and when do we get the public involved to support what we know is really going to hurt the public because they're the users of our school district?
We'll certainly develop a plan. Once we find out exactly what Mr. Smith is going to happen, what he announces, then we'll certainly put together a plan for call to action. Unfortunately, this is something that we've been discussing as a superintendent's organization. Is we know how this governor's office has operated in certain capacities, at least our impression of how it has operated, and just as you referenced, pitting one set of stakeholders against another. And some of our opinions, just an opinion, I believe if they move forward in this direction, that it's really pitting legislators against what he is proposing, similar to what you said they're pitting against us. So legislators are going to be in a bind, and if it's an executive order, they're going to have very little influence other than the public pressure. So we will certainly be forward-facing and really provide messaging to if there is such a call, that we develop a call to action per se to create some pressure. But if an executive order is given, we'll really have to determine the legal stance of that, and maybe that's a direction that we would take as a system, or the board may be interested in doing to lead that charge. Because if
Dr. Whirling, thank you very much. This is an extremely important topic, and I appreciate you bringing this up. I would like us to stay on topic, and we do have time at 3 o'clock for miscellaneous items, and I do believe we'll have more information should that executive order come down to revisit this. So I'm asking that we table anything that does not directly affect the budget so that we can stay on time and talk about Mr. Neighbors' topic. Thank you.
I have a question for Mr. Neighbors. Mr. Neighbors, can you tell me off the top of your head what's our top 5 revenue sources and also our top 5 expenditures?
Okay. Top 5 revenue sources are ad valorem taxes, sales taxes, the MFP, federal and state grants, and then other miscellaneous such as tuition, LPAC revenues, and other miscellaneous. The last bucket is a very big catch-all, and we can go through this in detail in a minute.
Okay, from what I recall, ad valorem is somewhere around 30% of our.
Ad valorem is close to 40 to 45% of our budget.
45? And sales tax is about what?
Another 30 to 40%.
Yes, sir. I got notes in there.
And what's the third one?
The MFP.
MFP, that's about a third too?
That's another 10-ish, and then the other is very small.
Okay, so we have 40, 30, 70, about 80%.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now expenditures.
Expenditures, the biggest expenditure is salaries and benefits.
What percent?
That's to the tune of 75 to 80% usually.
I didn't hear you.
75 to 80% is salaries and benefits.
Okay. And what's next?
From there, it goes into various things like purchase professional services, where we're paying various contractors commitments for contracts.
And what percent is that about?
Oh. Less than 3%.
Less than how much?
3%.
And what about
Materials.
insurance?
Insurance would be part of the benefits package.
That's included in the 75?
That'd be your health insurance, it's things of that nature, yes, sir.
Okay, can you break that 75% down a little bit for me?
I'd have to get into a little bit more details for you. Some of the others is on page 11 of the interim, we'll get into that in a little bit.
Okay.
So, Mr. Neighbors, when you say insurance, does that include like a flood, a property?
That's in the purchase professional services side.
Okay, professional services, okay.
So there's
Thank you.
the benefits insurance, which is health, vision, all of those types of things. And then there's the purchase services, which is your property and other liabilities.
Just for clarification, and correct me if I'm wrong here, the benefits includes a TRSL, as you just said, health insurance, but it's also, it's for active and for retired employees.
Yes.
When you're looking at it from a summary, right, that total, whatever the total is, I don't know. But that, it's both. So, one of the things is, when we look at, let's say retirees, people retiring, let's say you look at a current staff that's going to retire, and if you want to take in a lump, a larger amount, right? Let's just say you had one person retire, and let's say that salary and benefits is $100,000. It's not $100,000 in savings. It's really, I mean, I'd have to defer to them on the exact amount, but it might be 85, 90% that we actually save, because really the benefits part shifts from an active employee benefits to a retired employee benefits. Right. So just for clarification as we go through this, sorry.
Yep. And that would just be the continuation of various insurances, continuation of any sort of contributions that would be required legally on our behalf. Okay. Any other questions before we get into some of the budget in more detail? Okay. Just to kind of just touch base on where we're coming up in the next June 9th meeting, there's going to be two budgets proposed. The first of which is, I'm going to just kind of cover it at a very high level, and then we'll get more into the interim budget. But the first budget that's going to happen is the second revised budget for this fiscal year, the 25-26 year. As we were reviewing the interim budget, I started doing a little bit more hindsight review about where we landed with some of the revised budget that was proposed back in March as I kind of took over and started the operations as CFO. I did want to review and kind of make sure all of our positions were accurately stated. And at that time, we did review and note that some of the beginning fund balances, so like the ending fund balances from the fiscal year 25, AKA the beginning of fiscal year 26, some of those numbers were not quite accurately reported. So when I pulled the audited financials, I was able to go back through the various fund types, the general funds, capital projects, special revenues, all of those numbers. And I really wanted to make sure that those were presented fairly and accurately based on those audited financial numbers that were presented to the board not too long ago. So there were some balance corrections, if you will, and those are all detailed in this revised budget message. Those budget corrections, or those beginning balance corrections, ended up with a net total of a decrease of about $2 million across all funds. The total went from about $85 million across all to about $83 million and change. But the one other thing that was affected was our transfers. Because of some of the positions that were affected, we do a lot of transfers between general fund to other funds to help support those deficits or those deficiencies. We were able to modify some of those transfers because the new positions were not as I'm going to say, as in a big deficit as they used to be. Some did have some, like I said, some decreases where, we had to make up some ground, but the net effect in transfers was a change of about $1.3 million decrease, which helped the general fund as well. So again, just wanted to have this available to you. You do have the PDFs in the assembly minutes, as well as there's some printed copies available, and those will be available to the public as well. Those will be legally adopted again as a second revised budget as part of the June 9th meeting as planned. So again, the actual revenues expenditures by and large did not
Mr. Neighbors,
change.
I'm sorry. Just thought just occurred. So because you're presenting another second revised budget, do we not have to hold a public hearing as well?
A revised budget does not require a public hearing process.
Thank you.
The revised budget only requires a board action.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So the revenue and expenditure numbers were not significantly changed, other than, again, just revising to make sure those balances were corrected. And then we were able to go back and put into the mix, one of the capital projects funds was consolidated in the original revised budget based on the balance, and then I was able to expand and put that back into the picture. So capital projects number 2 is now in this revised budget, and it'll also be fairly presented in the interim budget going forward. And that capital projects number 2 was, as Mr. Rome talked about earlier, the conclusion of those 2019 sales tax bond offerings, those projects that were expended in the past from those items. So that is now covered correctly in this revised budget, and in the interim, it is presented as a closeout, and we'll show you where those numbers landed in a second. So any more questions about the revised before I move forward to the interim?
I would just ask on on June 9th, to your point, since we had that message go out a few weeks ago about June 9th being and I think you and I might talk about this briefly, communicate, and I know that our public information does a phenomenal job, that this is revised budget and it's rescheduled for whatever that future date is. Because I think people were banking on that June 9th, and since it's staying, you know what I mean?
Yep. And just to give you clarification, a message has been sent to the Herald Guide as of this week, and it'll be published in this week's Herald Guide as a rescheduling to move that June 9th budget hearing to the June 23rd date.
Thank you.
Officially. And again, as of that announcement, there will be copies available to the public here at the school board for the interim budget.
At this time, I'd like to bring up, I have a constituent that's been asking for our budget to be, our interim budget to be placed online. So I'm just bringing it up just because she has requested this. And I know you've answered my question many times before that, it's a draft, it's interim budget, but once the budget is approved, that budget is put online to be viewed. So I'm just trying to make it clear that, we're not trying to hide anything. Copies are available for the public at no charge.
Correct.
And I just want to bring it up to let it be known that it is our policy, our procedure, whatever you call it, that's the current way we do it.
There, Mr. Oakland. And there is a revised statute in terms of the proposed budget, not officially being a full public record, but copies are available to the public at the school board office. So that is part of the discussion process, which is why we make it available before the adoption process. Once the budget is formally adopted on the 23rd, the final document will be posted online, just as it will be publicly at the board office for now.
And Mr. Neighbors, Dr. Orling was passing me the revised budget, and all the answers to my question was right there, but I didn't have it. I didn't have it until he handed it to me. So that question was a little bit premature, but
here to help, Mr. Alexander.
Thanks for the information.
And I've also had constituents ask the same thing, Mr. Art. I mean, look, I don't have a problem with the PDF or wherever being available on Assembly or wherever it is public, but we're not within that. I can understand if it's in that 15-day window, right? Once he does what he's got to do to make it ready for the 15-day, I think it's 15 days, right? Window before it's approved, but we're not in that 15-day window. That was my response, and we'll talk about it when it gets to that window. So I just want to add that to the record. Thank you.
Yeah, and at this time, it's the minimum 15 days, and now that we're basically here and having discussions, at this point, this newly proposed interim budget is basically ready for almost adoption, if you will. So I'm making it available. Copies are made, and basically as soon as that announcement gets publicly posted, they're more than welcome to come to the board office.
And one more thing, please clarify 15 business days or 15 calendar days?
15 calendar days.
Thank you.
Okay, any more questions on the second revised budget before getting to the interim a little bit more? All right, the interim budget report is also in PDF, but also printed copies here for review as well. Again, there was a handful of cleanup and some movement of things as some various discussions have been happening in the last few weeks. The general position didn't change significantly from our original discussion, other than, again, the development and the inclusion of those financing options that we've been discussing, especially in the general fund balance in terms of assisting with our cash flow options. So in terms of the message is still very consistent in terms of where we're landing in the general fund, where we're landing in terms of revenues, our expectations of ad valorem, our expectations on sales tax, and the various inclusions that we're going to have in here with those sales tax and the revenue anticipation notes that are coming. So those are out now, all included in this discussion for this interim budget. That was not in that first proposed draft as of a couple weeks ago. So these are updated and, like I said, ready to be presented and proposed in the next couple weeks. The first few pages, again, talk about the message, the history of sales tax, the millages, the longer message of where we're at, including at the conclusion, it talks about the economic factors and where we're at in terms of the district as well.
Which one are you on now?
This is the interim budget.
This one?
Yes, sir, for 26, 27.
All right, thank you.
So again, this is the second version of this. This is the one that's ready for adoption, or will be ready for adoption in the June 23rd meeting. The message in pages 2 through 4 really kind of cover, again, the high-level discussion of where we think we're going to land from a projection standpoint, the ad valorem discussion that we've been having, the sales tax projections, et cetera, as well as the various capital projects, special revenues, lunch fund types. From there, it's just a matter of going through the details of the various schedules in terms of, I didn't want to go through the full presentation here because that will be done as of the June 23rd meeting, but I did want to give you at least a chance to kind of skim through some of the changes. I did want to give you some heads up in terms of sensitivities, some of the discussions we did have at that first draft. There have been some reviews and going through and modifying some of the numbers and some of the descriptions of things to make sure that they are fully quantified so that it makes sense and so that the operations that you previously saw were based on the way that the ledgers were named, but not that may not actually represent what has been happening. It's just a matter of the way that the structure was set up historically. So we've done some cleanup to make sure that those are more truthful, if you will.
Okay.
But there is, again, a detail in terms of the various fund projects in the summary. Then it gets into the detail of the general fund, and that's when you get into, again, some of the detail of where the revenues come from, Mr. Alexander, where some of the expenditures go out, and then you kind of get into the detail of the various categories, the expenses by function. I think y'all appreciated that in the last presentation about the various by functions and where those kind of manifest in terms of the types of expenses that we're incurring. Not just the categorization of instructional versus special ed or various things like that, but when you're getting to the detail of the salaries, the benefits, the purchase professional services, that middle section really kind of walks you through where those lay out across the board for the general fund. Excuse me. That's the middle section of the book. From there, it kind of moves into the various fund categories. And again, we'll go into more detail later. Things like your special revenue, your grants, your withhold, your various, allocated monies that are coming from various federal or state sources. And then it goes into the various capital projects detail. Right now, in the special revenue, I think we've mentioned that the hurricane monies, we are still holding some monies in that pocket just because of previously paid expenditures. We continue to exhaust all of our options to recoup any of our sort of FEMA or GOSEP monies as well. So that will be something to monitor in the future. Like I said, without touching too much on all of these topics, but again, once you go past special revenues, you get into the debt service. That now has been updated to include the new offerings that Mr. Akers and Mr. Andrews and Mr. Haynes discussed this morning. So those projections and those provisions are now included in this updated budget. And then you can get a little more into detail in terms of capital projects. And again, a lot of these numbers did not change in terms of the summary and some of the various projects. This is, again, that 30-ish million that we've been discussing based on the 15 for the auxiliary gyms. But you can also see if you move on to page 27, you can see the inclusion of that historical, that capital projects fund number 2. That was that 2019 sales tax bond money, the projects for that as those projects have concluded and we're going to be closing that fund out.
Mr. Neighbors, I apologize, maybe a silly question. The state equalization.
That's MFP.
That's the number that we just discussed earlier this morning.
Yes, sir.
I thought it was 65.
Wait, state equalization. Which page are you on?
I thought well, I thought we discussed this morning that everything we were doing with regards to the RAN and everything was 65, and it's 32.4 here? Is it in other places?
This is the sales tax bond piece.
Okay.
In terms of the funding and the bond proceeds in, because the RAN number is in and out in the same fiscal, it would just be an in the income in the section, and it'd be an out, so there'd be a net zero. So this is just the true sales tax bond money,
Okay,
not
so
the
we
RAN.
won't, so that RAN essentially won't be on, we won't see that anywhere.
It's not going to be a budgeted item because, in so many words, you'll collect it for cash flow purposes, and within the fiscal or shortly after the fiscal, it'll be paid right back out.
Okay.
And our current plans are to try to get it paid up, in terms of not accruing too much interest.
So where would the interest be located in this budget then
That
for
interest
that
would-
RAN?
The interest would come out of the debt service obligations, of which has a fairly healthy balance in it as we speak.
And maybe it just seems obvious to me, which doesn't mean it's obvious to anyone else. Why would we not show that? I mean, if it's a net zero, why would we not show the full 65 million?
Just because the budget presentation, it's an in and out. That was the discussion I had with various proposal or presentation experts in terms of where it should land, and they said a RAN, because of timeline, it just doesn't go officially on here in terms of bond proceeds. If you want to present it as a 65-35 out, I mean, I could visit that.
I want to defer to Mr. Suffren on this. What are your thoughts? I'm sure that's that's the correct accounting practice, but I'm just wondering if, in the view of transparency, to Ms. Boudreaux's point.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a valid point. That might be something you might want to explore, Adam. I think just, or maybe in the beginning. I know it goes against what is common practice, but
Let me ask this. I think to that point, if it was just maybe outlined more in that initial.
In the message?
Yeah, in the message part, that while this was taken out at 65, you can go through the accounting, vernacular of what you would want to say on that.
And that's probably where it would be more beneficial for the public to read that summary, so you can say that it's
if
not.
it get included in the commentary. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
I can clean that up.
Would everyone be okay with that?
I think I'm in agreement. I think I'm in agreement with Scott, because my limited accounting knowledge and college and my QuickBooks way, like I record something coming in, even if it's something that we have coming in and it's going out, like I got to record the money in on the revenue side, and I'm recording it going out. Like it's got to be.
And I think because it's got interest tied to it, right? So you're kind of like, well, where did that interest come from? Oh, it came from the 35.
That's where I'm,
Right now on page 2, or II, there is a discussion of exactly what some of those funding sources, and it just doesn't have the specific numbers mentioned exactly. If you go to page 2, at this time, the school board is pursuing additional financing options to aid in the short-term cash flow needs and proposed operational deficits in the general fund balance. These placements have been approved by resolution, because this will be on June 23rd. By the school board and are considered in other sources for the general fund, while the projected sales tax revenues and payments for the interest and principal are included in the debt service funds. If you'd like, I could also add additional language about the RAN part of it as well, just for the purpose of
I think so,
consideration.
just so that entire amount is accounted for at some point. Yeah.
So you think including it in a transmittal section, you think that
just in the front,
that solves your
This was the transmittal section?
Yes.
Okay. In the words, put it in the words, not so much. Yeah.
I will update that for the message. Middle letter or the message, and I can make sure that's updated in some revised copies. Revised to the revised. Okay. Other questions before we close out the interim budget discussion?
So on the page 4, I'm in the high-level summary, I think, as you to it.
Okay.
First column, fiscal year 27 interim budget, fund balance end of the year, just over 8 million projected. What is are we assuming the RAN the RAN get us to that 8 million, or are we assuming that it would come in after July 1st but be out before June 30th?
Because the timeline of where we're at in the phased approach, we did not include the RAN numbers in that balance. This is just the sales tax bond in that balance. That's that 30 that's in the bond proceeds in, like I said, right?
Okay, that's,
So yeah, no, that RAN is not in there because, again, our projections are that we'd get it in August and.
yeah, it was
Try to
more,
prepare.
I guess my question was the timing, like, so it's deposited, sorry, my basic accounting description here, after July 1st of 26, and then a check or checks are written prior to June 30th of 27, I guess, or is that a good way of, okay.
That's why, in so many words, the nature of it was going to be an in and out, which is why the 35 was be, okay, yeah, it's in, but then you'd have to repay it. That's why it was shown, not shown, if you will.
Got it.
And that's why the net was just bond proceeds of 30, which is the sales tax bond.
My head's wrapped around it.
When we had discussed this, I guess a few weeks ago, I had asked about some of the language on here. So now here comes in my problem. I can't look to see if the language was changed because I can't find it because probably the language was changed. So was language changed on some of these line items to better reflect what it is now referred to as?
We started those changes that day.
Okay.
So you remember, we had multiple teachers, or it was really one teacher, just some old language on things, things were identified. Mr. Neighbors, you want to expand on that?
Yeah, that's the language updates we did in the back section of the book.
Because I know it felt silly for me to ask at the time, but it was like, if we're going to be going by this line by line and looking at everything, and we want the public to look at this line by line, I want it to accurately describe the item.
And that's some of the discussion that I was mentioning in terms of trying to update it for logistics instead of just relying
Yes.
on the historical.
Yes. Thank you so much for that work, Adam.
Clarity.
Mr.
Other discussions about the interim budget or questions?
I got a sack full of questions. On page 24 of the interim, total expenditures for capital funds project, 40,454,700.
Mr. Alexander, if you don't.
I'm sorry. I got too much stuff between me and the microphone. On page 24, there's a breakdown of the expenditures for capital projects. And around 2/3 of the way down, $40,474,700. And that is the interim budget for this one. Second revised report, the number is 24 million. That's almost $16 million difference.
Mr. Alexander, you're looking at 25-26. That was the original interim budget that was proposed back in July under the predecessor. And that was the revision that we proposed in March to true up those numbers to the actual expenditures in those capital projects monies for the 26 fiscal year.
Anyway, the difference is $16 million.
Yes, sir.
Can you explain that to me?
That was the under budgeting in the projects that were, in so many words, not included in the budgeting process originally. This is the second revised budget. This is not the
Okay, so
interim budget.
this is the second revised budget we're looking at.
That's what Mr. Alexander's looking at.
Oh, okay. All right.
But anyway, it's $16 million difference.
Yes, sir.
Can you explain where that $16 million difference comes from?
That was the
And
additional.
I'm looking at it, but I need to review. I need you to go over these things and tell me why.
Oh, right here.
Why they,
Discussion that happened back in March in terms of the process of the capital projects that were just not included in the budget process back in July of '25. This was the understatement of the projected capital projects expenditures. These were the projects that were not included. So when we did the revised budget in March, we made sure that these projects were captured. And this is what caused some of the disconnect and the disparity between the expectation, the information that was previously presented, and what was actually being happening behind the scenes, if you will.
So if you can recall too from Mr. Ellis, that when we presented the original revised budget, that kind of same summary piece showed that capital projects weren't appropriately budgeted for, nor were salaries and benefits relative to some of those, the increases in salary and benefits. Now we have them accurately portrayed in both the revised and the interim budget, in addition to our health insurance plans, right? And this is now we have that accurately, not just budgeted for, but forecasted as well. So that's why there is such a big difference. And in part, that's why we're in the position we're in now.
how did that happen?
Misrepresented, yeah.
Can we go into some details?
That was basically just a matter of the process. Those numbers were not included in the original budget. The information, in so many words that Ms. Weber said, that was just oversight, or I cannot make any claims as to why, because I'm not that person.
I don't want to know why. I want to know how. How did that happen?
It was just not included in the proposed budget.
I think, go ahead, I didn't mean to, I was going to expound because I think I'm on the same thing with you, but go ahead, sir.
I just
Yeah,
wanna know,
how?
how could that happen?
How?
How-
I guess
let's-
maybe
let's-
how,
let's go
walk us
back.
through the numbers were put in, who looked at those numbers, and then how they were presented to this board.
Unfortunately, I was not officially part of that process in terms of the predecessor. The review that I was aware of was various departmental level reviews and things of that nature, and proposals were made. From there, that number was integrated into the proposal and presented to the board. Unfortunately, at this point, that was not part of my purview. In terms
Right,
of
and I think we're not saying that you're the one that did it, but it's take us through the process, because I think the next question Mr. Alexander would probably have is, what did we fix so that it doesn't happen again?
like I said,
So much, what did we fix? I just want to know, how did the board approve this? What was presented to us? Can we go back and find the documents that? Okay.
Yeah, Ms. Hegel, I believe, Mr. Alexander, you requested some information relative to this. So I think Ms. Hegel sent those things. Okay.
Okay, we're gonna need a timeout. I'm gonna need a timeout.
But the previous CFO did present items to the board relative to those projects and planned out accordingly. The challenge, what occurred is he did not appropriately budget for or represent in this last year's budget those things. That is what happened, okay? Those types of projects should be mapped out over a period of time. So there's not going to be any one indication to say, this is where it should have been per se. I can't tell you moving forward, based on what we have put in place now in quarterly budget review meetings as an executive staff and CFO, as well as our budget tracking sheets to map out what the expenditures are on a monthly basis and a quarterly basis relative to capital projects, that those things are now included as part of this budget, where they were not expected to be done that way and presented in that way with the previous budget, but they are now moving forward. We can't go back and change what had occurred, because in many ways, as I've learned, certainly from an accounting standpoint, what is actually presented and what is appropriate in the accounting world is much different. We're having a clearer understanding. So a lot of that ambiguity and unclear budgeting is clearer now. And just like the reference to the RAND, like that's not a typical accounting practice, but now we understand the transparency of it needs to be indicated in what we provide to the public and to the board. So that is our approach moving forward in a very systematic way, so that nothing like that occurs again, as well as the additional checks and balances that we have internally.
And Dr. Ortling,
Did you get your information?
Yeah, but I asked Ms. Hegel, could she make copies of, because it's got links on it?
Okay. So in that interim, do you mind if we let Ms. Weber bring up a point? Would that be-
No, go right
Okay.
ahead. I'm trying to.
I wanted to add, Dr. Ortling, is that when we do meet our quarterly budget, maybe in the process of our long-range financial plan, maybe at that time, we can share something like that at those budget meetings as well, so that we can make sure we stay in line with everything that we're doing. And also, I want to commend one of the things that Mr. Smith and Mr. Suffren did with the Financial Committee, with you as well, approving those better internal controls, and like you were saying, Mr. Neighbors, those are the things that we did not have in place as well as we wanted to. And I think moving forward, like Dr. Ortling said, we do have a better manage of this, of our finances than we did before. So we cannot go back. We don't know what was taking place with the past CFO, but we do know that we have learned from that, and we're going to move forward with more of a transparent financial plan.
Yes, ma'am.
And also, just to add, Ms. Weber, after this presentation, we are now to the point where we are presenting the board policy and procedures as not just requested, but remember, we had to wait till Eisner-Amper was finished with their audit, our report, so that we can firmly document everything that we are currently doing in policy. While we have immediately started those practices as of like December and January, but now we'll be able to formalize those in terms of board policy moving forward.
For my clarification, just, so on we're looking at capital projects, okay? So that budget is formed, 2 or 3 different people probably have the idea of what needs to be spent, et cetera. So that money then or those budgets are given to your department. You put them down on paper, and then take me through this time 1 year ago, what that process might have looked like. Were you aware of what that process looked like once they were put on paper?
I can only represent to what I was part of in terms of my area of supervision at that time. What happened this year was a slightly different version of what happened in the past. I can give you a little bit more information about this year, and then I'll give you some information about my purview from last year. This year, those numbers were presented and drafted up by the various executive teams. They were reviewed in detail by the superintendent in terms of some direct meetings, going through line by lines, various categories, expenditures, material supplies, all of the various projects. And then once they had meetings with Dr. Ortling, they were then brought to me for additional review. And we, again, went through the numbers in detail. What's in this line item? Why is this where it is? Are you truly needing all that money? What projects are coming in the next fiscal year? Why is that number there? Help me understand. And so we had some good back and forth, and we settled on a final, and those finals for everything but salaries and benefits, with some exceptions, those manageable expenditures and capital projects and things like that, those were what carried into this interim budget process.
And also, just to add, what is different than what was done previously is that Ms. Arone now because if you recall from really the past several CFOs, there was a more broader approach to the budgeting. There wasn't as site-based or executive staff site-based. They would work directly with the CFO or the business office. And then I would work with the CFO relative to the final approval in the board. And those things would come out during budget review committee meetings, as well as the public meetings to present in such a fashion. But it was primarily directed by the CFO through me, through the board. Now, it's going through executive staff, to me, then to the CFO, then back to me, then to the board. So there's many more layers of checks and balances that were not in place before that we recognize needed to be. And moving forward, we'll continue to operate in that manner. One other thing that our current CFO is moving forward with, and with our Assistant Superintendent of Operations, Mr. Rome, is mapping out the capital projects, because we know in part that is partly what led to our part of the deficit. So mapping those things out. They've done it from a quarterly basis, but not as closely with the CFO. Now they are. So we're mapping those things out, putting in projections for the cash flow from that perspective to make sure that we are as accurately as possible, forecasting what those expenditures will be, because those can be forecasted, because we know what the project costs from that perspective, and then articulating it in such a way here that it's clearer for the board and the public to know.
So thank you for that. Yep. So then after that budget is put forward, and then it goes to an audit, a yearly audit. The Laporte, I believe, is who does it. Mm-hmm. Laporte's audit strictly just make sure that your math was correct. Is that fair to say? Is that a dumbed down way to say it?
That is one, I would agree with that. It's making sure that the information is presented fairly in the financial statements in the required sections, and that there is a process and a procedure discussion in place. They are not validating what those numbers are, because they're not going into details of, oh, well, you said it was 50, it was supposed to be, they're not doing that level of inquiry. They're making sure that it's presented fairly in the financial statements, and that we did have a process to get us to that level of inclusion and the discussion of the budget. They're not auditing the budget per se, they are auditing the results of the budget, the operational side. But they are covering at a high level the procedures, do we have something documented? And at that time, there was a document that showed the budget process. But they're not going back and going, well, why is that 100? Why is that 250? Things of that nature. It's more high-level understanding.
So then the new process in place, though, I want to understand it here, is instead of, did we shrink a time from quarterly to a monthly kind of, how are we making sure that we uncover things faster? Should there be, because there will be miscalculations, there not intentionally, but there will be things when money comes in a little bit lighter than it was expected. What is our process now to catch that before it gets to a 7-figure issue?
Understood. We're going to cover more of that in a little bit of detail in terms of the process and procedures that are coming, or policies and procedures are coming, but we will make sure that as we've engaged the executive staff more thoroughly in this interim process, we're going to make sure that they have all the reporting requirements they need, the various follow-ups in terms of if we need various monthly meetings and the budget review committees and things of that nature. We're going to make sure that we're having those engaged discussions.
So for executive staff, from a budgeting perspective, we will be meeting on a quarterly basis as executive staff with each department's budget to understand, we're basically doing a reconciliation each quarter relative to what has been expended, relative to what was expected to be expended, what was in the budget. That process has never been in place as long as I've been here. That's something that we're doing at an additional level to ensure that what we had originally put in the budget is what we're spending, and we're holding each other accountable from that perspective.
And just to make sure, so this process will eliminate, or at least hopefully eliminate, a situation where the board is presented with a project that shows how much a project costs, and then how much we will essentially have in our fund once that project is done. The process that we've just talked about now will make sure that those numbers are always accurate, or as accurate as possible.
I would not go too far to use the word always, but we will do a much better job of monitoring and staying on top of that level of budget as well as actuals as the project.
That is correct, as accurate as possible.
As accurate as possible.
And checked via those means that I just stated. The checks and balances across the board with executive staff, superintendent, and CFO.
Because that goes back to the challenging part of what we are tasked to do here, which is to hear from executive staff what is needed in the school system. Well, okay, I might say I approve that, I might vote yes to that because we can afford that, but I would never vote yes to that in place of something that is much more needed that would come at the next meeting. So we have to be able to have access to not only what does it cost, but what else is coming that will cost that might be more necessary or more important. We have had to work in this position trusting that you have all done that due diligence, which you have. You have never come to us and presented something that I don't believe we felt was unnecessary, ever, because you guys are very close to the work and care deeply about doing what is best. But we can't make an informed decision if the information isn't complete. So what you are asking is to make sure we don't just have the numbers at hand. we have access to all of the numbers of what is going to be presented in the quarter, that we have that budget review meeting. Is that how I am understanding it correct?
Yes, ma'am. That, in addition to, relative to our investments, also seeing the cash balances of that day and verify with any spreadsheet relative to those investments as much as the actual budget itself. Yes, ma'am.
And then the other thing we discussed about was to make sure that at all times, there is an account with money that is not touched, that is in case of an emergency. We have a true reserve, a true fund that we've discussed can live in lamp, can live in meter, wherever it needs to live. I'm going to stop going back to house budgets, but that's the world I live in, is house budgets are financing Hilton Corporation, not in a school system. But we have to be able to pay our employees, but we also have to keep the lights on no matter what. So that there needs to be that, 6 months of operating expenses that we always have that is not touchable, right? I know that we have discussed it briefly. You're going to share and you're going to present, and I know that it's going to be great, but I just want to make sure that.
We will have to build up that. We had that.
I know we're not anywhere near that now.
Was in our reserves. We are building towards that always to have.
When we talk about our
yes,
future procedures, our future accounting procedures, how we should live and function in our school finances. And you and I have had this conversation that we didn't create this wheel. We have just ran with it. Whatever this wheel was, that's how the wheel has always been designed in school finance across the state, across the country. This is how it is funded publicly. We will be leading the charge, as we do with so many other things. And I think I've spoken to other board members across the state, kind of a thank you, hate this happened to you, but thank you, because now we are looking at the way we do things. So as uncomfortable as this has been, this is going to be better for public education across the state. So thank you for the work that you have done. Thank you for the work you will continue to do to make sure that our procedures are followable.
Mr. Neighbors and Dr. Ortland, I know, Mr. Neighbors, you've been on
Microphone.
You've been
I just can't.
in this new position for about a month right now, 2 months. Thank you. Do you have a long-term financial projection for the general fund?
Yeah, what we were presented in the April 15th Budget Review Committee, if you remember, was two versions in terms of where we were at that time. And we will continue to kind of work off those two versions and comparing those to actuals. If you remember the really conservative version versus the slightly more.
Did you give us a document?
It was in the assembly as attachments.
Okay,
yes, sir.
Where can I find that?
April 15th.
Okay, somebody help me with this.
Those projections were kind of as a part of in the early stages of the interim budget for this next year. It was more. Okay. I will move in. Do you want to close out this budget and fiscal stabilization item before we move it, kind of segue into the next step, which is procedures and policies, or I'll leave it to the.
I'm fine with that, and then when Mr. Ellis has his information, we'll let him come back.
It's a pretty good segue, because one of the areas that you're talking about, reserves, is in one of the proposed policies. Got it.
I was just going to, excuse me, I was going to. Well, I mean, the piggybacking word's been used. Look up Webster's and find me a different term. When we talk about the reserve fund, let's make sure we clarify a bank account versus fund. And I think one of the things that I took away from some of the report that we received, I don't forget what it was called. I'm not going to use the wrong terminology, but it's about reconciling the fund.
Yes.
And what I think is it needs to happen, and I know you know this, but just saying it for the public cloud that we've talked about today. It's the benefit of the executive staff who comes to present to say, this is being covered by federal funds. Well, they need to know that they have funds in the fund. right? It's not a who's on first right now, just, you know.
Yeah.
In terms of action, because this next section isn't a specific item, I didn't know if we want to continue in terms of, we're going to making sure that all of those things are addressed going forward.
I'm talking to Carl.
Yes, sir. In terms of procedure, do we need to close out and move to the next item, or?
I just want to make sure, Mr. Ellis, if you've gotten all the questions that you need answered,
yeah, I'm trying
they may
to-
be answered in policy.
Yeah, I found what I'm looking for, but I'm trying to get
Okay.
print a copy of it.
Okay. Okay, yes, you can please move on, and
Yeah,
Mr. Ellis, if you would,
where's the KMC copy?
Ray, turn the mic off, please, Mr. Alexander, thank you.
Okay. All right, moving into the next agenda item is talking about various policy and procedures updates, some of which were started as a part of the discussion happened back in January, as we started, again, challenging all of our existing policies and procedures. We really want to address best practices, doing better, if you will, once you know better in terms of refining what we had on paper and on our policies, as well as our execution of procedures. So I was challenged back in the previous role to really start digging into what we had on the books. As you've kind of seen some of these at the previous board retreat, and again, at a very high level, this is getting you the various details in various formats. In your attachments and similarly, there's two ways to look at this. One of them is the side-by-side information, which is a very detailed format that kind of gets into about 20 to 30 pages, horizontally. But there's also four other attachments where it does existing policy versus proposed policy and for budget, and then existing policy for debt and proposed policy and procedures for debt. So it kind of, depending on your way of looking at things, there's a couple PDFs in terms of the way it's presented to you. I just want to make sure that you guys have the information. We can walk through some of those changes as detailed as the board prefers in terms of some of these things. Just as a high level, like I said, I was challenged back in the previous role to start really challenging a lot of our policies and procedures around some of these concerns. The two areas I identified first were the budget and debt policies and procedures, and then shortly after that will be coming some procedures around cash and investments, as well as signature authority and various additional levels of internal control that we can, again, not that we're not operating under them, we want to make sure that our policies and procedures are updated to capture those operations. And last but not least would, like I said, be internal control things. So these first two areas are really kind of breaking it into the budget policies and procedures as well as the debt policies and procedures. So again, you can start with the side-by-side document, which again kind of gets into the weeds. It really shows you, excuse me, that was me. Shows you side by side in a horizontal format, or you can look at the other PDFs in terms of doing them comparatively, old versus new. At a very high level, talking through the budget policies, historically there was just two policies, one that says budget, one that says curriculum driven. The language in the budget policy was very high level information. The proposed revisions spell out very detailed timelines based on the revised statutes, requirements that are involved. The requirements of what funds are required. It gets into a lot more of the weeds of, the responsibility of the superintendent, the assignment down to the chief financial officer, as well as other executive staff. So we're getting into a little bit more of the details. And again, this is high level, and we'll kind of go through in the detail in a second. The budget procedure, again, referred to a procedure manual. We have replaced that with actual procedure in this case. So rather than putting it in a separate third party or a third document, it's all going to be contained now in the actual procedure as presented. Similarly, we have policy 3.1.1, which is curriculum driven. That's where we basically make sure that all of our instructional priorities are represented and discussed and disclosed so that we're, again, focusing on the various functions of the educational opportunities for our students and making sure that our budgets are in alignment with those operations. The last but not least is a new proposed policy, which is 3.1.2, which is our general fund reserves. And I think this is kind of going to your point, Ms. Boudreaux, in terms of making sure that all of those things are accounted for. With regards to best practices, it refers to the 2-month, the 17% guideline that has been historically understood and presented in terms of long-range strategic action plan items, but this really codifies it into official policy so that in so many words, if we have breaches or breaks or variations from, we have the ability to go back and take corrective action going forward. So that's, again, kind of high level in terms of the budget discussion. I can kind of walk you through some of those pages if you'd like to kind of show some of the budget discussions as where we're going, and then we'll go into the debt discussion. So like I said, in the side-by-side or in the budget existing versus proposed, you can kind of see the red language kind of going through your document. variations and changes in terms of timelines of as you can see, the existing policy on the side-by-side was very short. There was one paragraph. The board shall approve an annual budget of expected revenues and expenditures. The proposed budget really gets you, okay, you have to do it by X date. You have to do it by, no later than September 15th of each year. It really gets into the weeds of really spelling out exactly what the board's responsibilities are in terms of approval, as well as the superintendent and the CFO's responsibilities in terms of preparing and what information is included in that budget. It really gets into the detail that was, I'm going to say, lacking, but it was more of an understood behind the scenes thing and understood in a manual that unfortunately was not able to be recreated. So we wanted to put all that information forward into the policy and procedures. And these are things that we've been currently operating under as we've been developing the revised budget and the interim budget, just as Mr. Cody was talking about, what have we done? These are things that we're challenging to make sure that we're capturing all of those discussions in this new policy and procedure guidelines. So again, you can kind of walk through it. The procedure was, again, very existing. It was referring to the manual. We've wiped that out and moved forward with really a step-by-step guide of how we present that interim budget to you all every year, the timelines and things of that nature. So the policy, again, was very high level and it was only 3 paragraphs, forgive me. We've moved into a much more detailed policy and then a much more detailed procedure when it comes to the budget. And this is all within the side-by-side document.
And I'll also just add, while not directly annotated here, as executive staff members, we are producing standard operating procedures for every department. Mm-hmm. It's also included in every department's standing operating procedure as well. So just another layer that isn't necessarily directly reflected here, but just wanted to mention that.
So again, 3.1 from both a policy and a procedure standpoint are completely overhauled to be much more comprehensive in terms of what is actually happening. And that really gets into some of the weeds of what Mr. Cody was asking in terms of how we're actually executing that plan. And then behind this will be a more detailed procedure document that really helps in terms of walking through the tracker process, the discussions with Dr. Ortling, the discussions with myself. We have that behind the scenes as a support for these actual board level procedures and policies. Okay. So 3.1 again is the high level budget policy and procedure. And we're moving from, like I said, one policy and one procedure there, and we're just doing some significant revisions to both of those. Policy 3.1.1, again, goes into the curriculum-driven budget. Again, we wanted to make sure our emphasis was on instructional and various things of that nature. This was not a significant overhaul, but it was, again, focusing on maximizing the sources of funding, making sure that we're including that, our funding opportunities and our instructional opportunities focus on state, local, federal. All of those funds are included in our discussion so that we're capitalizing on all available opportunities in order to enrich our students. And that's emphasized by the additional bullets number 4 and number 5 in the policy. There is no matching procedure for this one. Last but not least, in terms of budget policy, is the proposed general fund reserves. And I think this, again, speaks to Ms. Boudreaux's point and the discussion that Mr. Seffern and I had a few months ago about that best practice. There has been some best practice guidance in terms of there was no existing policy for this or procedure for this. So this was really codifying that language of that 17% that we'd been keeping behind the scenes in our long-range strategic action plan discussions and our best practices. This is really codifying that guidance into board policy. And 3.1.2 establishes that as an official determined, as well as kind of setting out the categories. And those categories you can see here, non-spendable, restricted, committed, all those will basically show up in the audit report that you'll see at the end of the year. And this, again, gets into the detail about the reserve policy and all the various parts and pieces moving behind that, as well as the ramifications about the change or what happens if you're not at that 17% guideline.
And keep in mind, obviously, because this is board retreat, that we're presenting this information for the first time, but you'll have time, obviously, to review the specific language until we bring to the board for 2 readings. So there will be 2 opportunities additionally from this point forward to make sure you review, because it's a lot here. And Mr. Adams has given the general overview, but certainly you'll have additional time to provide feedback before we actually bring it to you for approval.
And our hope is either in the June or early July meetings, obviously, depending on timelines and how busy the agenda items get.
And also want to note that this was also Mr. Smith as the chair of the Finance Committee. These were some of the things that he had directed administration also to come up with and develop, a few months back.
Yes.
But of course, we had to wait for the audit to be complete.
Yes, sir.
And recommendations.
Okay. Any questions about the budget proposed before we move forward into some of the debt items? Okay. All right, on the debt side, again, we had 3 existing policies and only 1 procedure. We are going to be moving into a structure that includes 5 total policies, 2 new, and renaming 1 of them, as well as adding 1 new procedure. So we're going to move to a 5 and 2 structure. And then we've added language to a lot of the other existing policy and procedures as well. Again, updating our best practices to make sure that we're in compliance with current best practices and other legal guidelines to make sure that everything is up to date in terms of those types of documents. 3.2 is our district debt policy. This is again.
I'm sorry, Adam.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Neighbors, we're now on page 14 of 31 of the reference
Forgive me.
document.
Yes. I don't have numbers on mine. That's old.
That's way old. That's been old.
I don't have a presentation. It's all PDFs on this one, unfortunately. Got it? There we go. C. Where are you all looking at the side by side, Doctor? Page number one. First one, page 14. Right there. So again, this starts getting into the detail. This kind of splits. The budget section was in the first half, and then the debt section goes from there. Kelsey, can I drive with the mouse? Okay. So again, this kind of walks through some of the details. The existing district debt policy was there in terms of some of the language in terms of the state constitution and the requirements of what is and what isn't allowed, the volumes of how much you're allowed. I think you were talking about, being debt-free or things of that nature. But there are some specific guidelines as promulgated by the state constitution in terms of how much debt we're allowed as a school board to authorize. This goes into more detail, and the updated policy language really spells that language out in more detail for the inclusion by the board. It also goes into discussion, the procedure also goes into discussion about our bond counsel, as you met our friends this morning. It also makes sure that all of those various topics are covered in the procedure as well in terms of what their responsibilities are. And then last but not least, there's some updated guidelines in the procedure around record keeping, making sure all our documents are there. Those are always, again, a lot of these things were always done behind the scenes. It's just a matter of making sure that they're codified in policy and procedure. Budget 3.2.1, this is the one that's being renamed. This is the one that was previously referred to as revenue anticipation notes, or RANs. So the board did have a policy in place for those types of debt offerings. We've just never capitalized on them. Based on some best practices and reviewing other various districts across the state, I'm proposing a renaming of that one instead of just revenue anticipation notes to short-term debt, because there are some additional options available to you in addition to revenue anticipation that really codifies the difference between a revenue note, which is, like as we discussed, within 9 to 13 months or 3 to 13 months or whatever, versus actual short-term debt, which is defined as debt not exceeding 10 years. So that is truly short-term debt in the eyes of the state statute. So debt that's longer term, a la some of these sales tax bonds that we're discussing, some of the general obligations bond that's discussing, those are referred to as long-term debt. The proposed revision basically clarifies and also gives you the ability to issue what we refer to as short-term debt. Not that we couldn't before, but this changes the language from revenue anticipation to true short-term debt and give us some more flexibility. Okay. Number 3.2.2, again, this is getting into the weeds a little bit, but this also is a new policy and procedure regards to tax and bond elections. This was, again, some of the stuff that we were doing and operating behind the scenes, going out for bond commission, going out before the state election commission, all of those various functions that we just had happen in terms of like the millages and the bond and the general obligation bonds when we go out for elections for those. This is, again, codifying that language into official board policy. And these things have always been seen as a part of board action by the bond council, but this is just putting it into actual P&P. Sorry, I'm not keeping track with my scrolling.
Just to help me out, there's so much in here that we are putting.
Understood.
Help me understand how this wasn't in there. Like, walk me through that.
A lot of it but was because of some other procedure manuals or things that existed outside of true policy and procedure, or it was summarized in such a high level that it just wasn't as detailed as it could have been. Not to say that, like I said, not to say that it wasn't being done, but it's really putting that language at the forefront in front of the board so that y'all are fully aware of all of the legal operations and requirements that are involved, so that that is actually held to that standard instead of just, oh, well, we have a manual over here, let's bring it all to the forefront and brought to the policy and procedure level so that it is inclusive and it is capturing all of those discussions, as well as being, in so many words, transparent about those operations, like you were talking about in terms of budget procedures and things like that. It's bringing all that information to the forefront. Okay. The bond and tax elections is on page 17. And again, right now, this is just an initial presentation in terms of detail. As Dr. Orling said, we will be bringing those up before actual board action in the next few months. The 3.2.2 really the policy really talks about the election process, and the procedure really gets into detail about the steps that are taking as a part of that election process, which, again, not to say that we haven't been compliant. This is, again, codifying that into actual policy and procedure. On page 20, this is where we get into one of the other new policies. And again, this one is something that the board has always been familiar with because the board has always signed off on when we do issuances of debt, of various debts. This is what's referred to as 3.2.3 or post-issuance tax compliance. These are a lot of policy and procedures that relate to what happens once we issue debt. What steps does the CFO have to take as the authorized agent, as the various post-issuance compliance officer? This puts a lot of that language, again, into policy and procedure. In all those general obligation bond offerings, there is post-issuance documentation that is always presented to the board in the package and signed off on and approved as part of the resolution process. Rather than just keep that as the action item or as a part of those issuances, this really codifies it into actual policy and procedure that it's supposed to be a thing. So instead of happening only when we do the issuances, this is really, like I said, codifying it and putting it into place on a go-forward basis so that we're bringing ourselves up to that minimum standard of documentation. And that's from pages 20 through, it's unfortunately very detailed. And like I said, you've seen a good bit of this in your various bond offerings before. The board has seen some of those, but this does get into a little bit of the weeds in terms of some of the details of the steps you take, the compliance matters that are involved, and it gets very detailed in terms of some of the moving parts on this one. And again, it also covers things like record retention and keeping the compliance officer up to date on various things. And reporting to the State Bond Commission about changes in various functions and things of that nature. Again, this is all a matter of, these are all documents that you have been privy to in past issuances. This is, again, putting it into policy and procedure.
And this is 2 of the 4 areas, right?
This is the first 2, yes, sir. This is budget and debt. The other 2 will be cash and investments and more internal control pieces that are coming. Still working on those, Mr. Zephyrin. Okay, the last one is, again, 3.3.1, which is page 31. Again, this is just a matter of summary, bringing things up to date in terms of making sure things are meeting our best practice. 3.3.1 is the local property tax. This is just making sure that all of our documentation is sound because the previous version was very summarized. This is, again, making sure that we disclose our various millages and various things based on state statute and guidelines. The school board is privy to have their millages adopted later in the year. So I know this presentation was a lot of information, but there are some attachments, again, for your review in various formats. Again, the side-by-side is the more detailed horizontal, where the policy proposed or existing and proposed, and procedure existing and proposed, but it also, I had some separate PDFs in there for your review as well, and these will be brought before the board for action items in the very near future. Any questions about policy and procedure? Close.
So just as a final remark, first of all, Ms. Neighbors, thank you for your attention to following through on what the board had requested be done. I still know we still have the 2 other areas to still bring back to the board, and just remind the board that we have, obviously another week or so before we bring these officially for the first reading. If you have any recommendations or suggestions, please you can directly send them to me or Mr. Neighbors if you have a question specifically about some of the language, because I may not know every answer, but I'll certainly either find it for you or direct you or ask that you reach out to Mr. Neighbors, who has a thorough understanding of that technical piece.
Any other questions?
There are no further questions. Thank you, Mr. Neighbors. A little bit behind, but not too bad, so thank you guys for your patience. We'll call up now, we'll move on to the BMI update. Ms. Gray and her group.
Yes.
Right.
BMI update first, Ms. Gray, and then the group is next.
Group is next.
Yep.
Okay. You guys are still on time then back there. We'll try to keep you on time.
Good morning, everyone. We are about to be joined live by BMI. We conducted an audit of our third-party administrator, UMR, of our claims. They did a percentage audit, and they're here today to present the report of their findings and next steps that we have as a result of the audit. And we're just waiting a second for us to get into the link. They are not a Louisiana company, which is why we're doing this live.
Meanwhile, the press conference is taking place currently. We have 2 staff members watching the press conference, just as an update.
Guys, let's take a short 5-minute while we're doing this. Bio break, refuel, whatever you gotta do. Be back here at 10:50.
And just remember that the camera will still be rolling live, so staff, we all just remain.
Hi, everyone. Hi, I am well, thanks. How are you? There I am. I was like, I thought I clicked on it. Okay. Sounds good. Okay, that sounds very good. Of course.
Okay, we can resume. Mr. Orling,
Ms. Gray?
Thank you. We do have our representative live. This is Mr. George, who is here from BMI, who will be sharing the results of the audit. You do have the presentation in Simly on your laptops as well, so he is going to begin proceeding. I'll turn it over to you, Mr. George.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. Can you hear me fine?
Could be better.
Okay, excellent. Okay.
That was better.
Okay, good.
Oh, if you talk into your mic.
I will. I'll make sure of that. Yeah, thank you very much for your time today to go over the audit results. I understand you have the reports on your laptop, so I'll hop to the page 6 of the report. Is where we begin the detailed findings of each of the items that were open at the conclusion of the audit. As a quick overview, recap, if you will, the audit, we audited 250 claims of claims from your membership population. And of those, we're happy to report that the vast majority, as in 245 of them, were confirmed to be accurately paid or processed, I should say. So very good results, and we worked with UMR on the remaining 5 items that were open at the conclusion of the audit. And I have some updates as we have interacted with UMR on some of those items. So I have some updates regarding what's written in the report for you that I'll share with you today. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask them as you think of them as we go through each of the categories on this in the next page. The first one had to do with a claim that UMR acknowledged was incorrectly handled due to a coding issue with their system. So in essence, what happened was there was money that was available on this person's deductible, and when the UMR system paid the claim, they bypassed applying money to that deductible. So they did do their research and confirmed that this was due to a systemic coding issue. What happens in these instances is we would then ask UMR to let us know if and when they update the system, so to prevent this from occurring again in the future. And they were able to confirm they have corrected the coding and system. They shared that with us 2 weeks ago. So, so good news on that front. The next step that they've already begun is conducting what we refer to as an impact analysis that will identify any other claims that may have been incorrectly allowed or paid bypassing the deductible, not only for the audit period, but up until the date they corrected the system. So I and my team are staying in touch with them until they obtain those results. These can take, it takes a little while. They have to have their IT team involved to obtain the results. In these instances, we touch base every 2 weeks until they provide us the results of the impact report. So we'll keep the team that on your end that we've been communicating with updated until we have those results. Any questions regarding this particular one? Okay, if you think of anything else regarding this, we can always circle back to it. The middle category on page 6 had to do with a claim where the patient was had Medicare or had Medicare as a primary insurance. UMR incorrectly paid as though they were primary instead of sending the claim back to the billing provider to instructing them to submit the bill to Medicare first. So UMR did confirm with us that they have denied the claim. So that's the first step to do. They will deny the claim, send it back to the provider, letting them know to bill Medicare. And the end goal of that is once the provider does that, they will return the money UMR paid to them. We too will stay in touch with them until that happens, and we'll keep your team updated regarding their efforts to recover the money that was incorrectly paid. The co-insurance not applied the item at the bottom of this page. Good news, this is now considered accurately paid. The UMR had felt differently when we assessed an error. After we finalized the report and sent it to them, we reached out and asked them for some supporting information, which they did send, and I was able to review it and confirm that this claim was correct. So the coinsurance claim is now considered a accurately processed and handled claim. So no further efforts needed on that front. So we'll go to page 7 of the report. And in that, you'll see the benefit category, if you will, has to do with co-payments. And in these instances, there were two that we questioned. And in one instance, UMR shared with us that they felt they applied co-payments correctly. So I'll share with you the why they felt it's correct and why we felt it was not. The claims contain the 3 dates of service, all from the same outpatient hospital facility. And they, in essence, applied the co-payment to each of those 3 days. The way we interpret your summary plan description, benefit plan document, is that the outpatient facility co-payment would only apply to the surgical services, and which was on one of the claim lines. So envision a claim that has 3 charges, 3 different dates on the same claim. One was for the surgery, and the other 2 were for services related to the surgery. They were UMR shared that they consider them all cardiac catheter lab services over the course of those 3 days, and they apply the co-payment to each of those services. So this is one where it could warrant a discussion on your end to determine if the intent behind such an instance is, do you want the member to receive the outpatient hospital co-payment for each of the days, or just for surgery services? So we left this in here just for your awareness of the difference between how they administer this specific type of benefit versus the wording in the summary plan description. So if you would like me to elaborate, I have more details, but just let me know if you'd like more information regarding that particular claim. There was a second claim under this co-payment category that initially UMR agreed was an error, but then after further review on their end, they shared with us that they identified. So I'll back up briefly to tell you what the question was initially. The claim was for a newborn, and when we asked about why it was processed in the way it was, which is they applied the $250 copayment for the newborn charge, they said that the copayment should be waived if the newborn stay exceeds 5 days, and in this case the newborn was in the hospital for over 30 days. So they shared with us that when they went back and looked at the benefit document, then they would only waive the copayment for the first 5 days, and after 5 days, the copayment should be applied. And so in that case, they felt that the copayment was accurately applied. We did also ask them after the report was finalized to check and see if the patient, his mother or father, had called in to challenge the copayment, and they did not. So a combination of the bill was correctly submitted, and after additional review, it was determined that was the case. So those were the items that were open. On page 8, if you wanted to take a quick look at that page, when we do these types of audits, we like to kind of give you a summary in terms of what the results looked like from a payment, financial, and processing accuracy standpoint. So these numbers are for the 250 claims that we audited, and those numbers on page 8 are very high. Those would be in the top percentile for these types of audits. So I just thought we'd share that information with you in terms of how well, just another example of how well they did during the audit. And as a FYI, the turnaround time of 11.62 days is considered well above average as well. So we like to include that information there, just so you're aware. So those were the items we wanted to provide an update on with you. And as I mentioned, as we were going over the items that UMR is still actively working on, we'll remain in touch with them and provide updates. The anticipation is every 2 weeks until the impact reports are completed and they have some updates regarding the recovery of the Medicare-related overpayment claim. But I'll leave it open for any questions that you may have for us at this time.
I have a question. When the discrepancy is found, is it communicated? I know that it's communicated back to UMR, but then is it communicated to the person that the discrepancy affects?
In instance, I think I heard the question is, yes, the discrepancies are communicated back to UMR, and are the patients who were affected, is any communication done to them? Did I understand the question correctly?
Yes.
Okay, thanks for asking. In the instances where they're conducting an impact report, it depends on the nature of the report. If, let's hypothetically say there are multiple people who were impacted, the first step after the impact report, just to let you know, is we will ask them to hold off on doing anything until the results are communicated back to you. There are instances where the client will ask UMR in this case to send a communication to the affected individuals, or not, depending on what the decision is made in terms of whether to credit you and not impact the patients at all. So a bridge to cross, I think, when we get a sense as to how many and what type of dollars we're talking about, whether there should be communication made directly to the individuals. Because if they recalculate, if they reprocess claims that they overpaid, then what happens is a letter is sent to the provider saying, we paid you this money incorrectly, please send it back. And then the provider will typically then bill the patient. So in those instances, that's where the decision would be made as far as whether to send some proactive communications to the patients or not. But in other instances, again, depending on the total amount of money, they may not recalculate and send you a credit or a check. That would be up to you guys to determine once we receive the results and have a sense as to the true impact. But those are the two general avenues that are taken in this type of an instance.
Thank you.
Of course, you're very welcome.
Any other questions? Well, thank you so much for the presentation.
Oh, of course. It was my pleasure. Thank you again for asking us to do this work for you. And we'll continue to stay in touch with your team, who in turn will keep you updated as well. But thank you again. And if you think of anything, please don't hesitate to let us know, and we're happy to find any additional information you would like. Okay. Have a good day. Thank you again.
Dr. Ortling, I have a question, and maybe for Ms. Gray. How much do we pay for this audit?
Because I anticipated that this question would be asked, and I had the number ready when I was sitting at the table, but I apologize, I closed it out. $27,700, and the amount that we're seeking to recoup is about $23,000. So the difference between those two numbers, because lawyers are not the best at math, is what we anticipated to say that the board paid out of pocket after the recoupment.
Yeah, I think that that's fair to say this is kind of paying for itself, essentially.
Yes, sir. So we went and self-funded in 2021, and it's recommended by industry that you have your claims audited about every 5 years, just to make sure that the TPA is doing their jobs. And this audit showed that UMR is doing a fantastic job on paying our claims. Thank you.
As Ms. Brown, if it's okay, Mr. President, as Ms. Brown, Ms. Gray, come back to, or Ms. Gray's going to be right there, just to remind the board that we've had several discussions starting back in our April board retreat, as well as an additional, I can't think off the top of my head what date it was, another board meeting relative to optional digital medicine and UMR ongoing condition care. We requested to bring this item back to the board for some further clarification and questioning with the individuals to actually be here that represents those two entities. So Ms. Brown, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Orling, and good afternoon. I think it's afternoon, maybe it's still morning. Okay, so we've prepared a presentation. We have 45 minutes for this agenda item. And so how we're going to organize this presentation is we know that our purpose is to provide you necessary information so an informed decision can be made regarding the programs and with our Oshner Digital Medicine program and the UMR program. So I am going to have Mr. Babin present some information, just some general data, because I think that's information that you need in order to keep you informed as you are then going to hear from our Oshner Digital Medicine representative, and you will hear from the UMR representatives per your request at one of our previous board meetings. So I have allowed each UMR and Ochsner Digital Medicine 15 minutes to try and make sure that we are within our timelines of 45 minutes and to allow you some time to ask questions as necessary, because I think that is important. Our goal is to provide you the necessary information, answer any questions that we can in order for you to be able to make an informed decision regarding these programs. With that, I will turn it over to Mr. Babin if nobody has any questions before we start.
Just to clarify, we are currently on a month-to-month with Ochsner Digital Medicine.
Yes, sir. Any other questions before we begin? Okay, Mr. Babin?
Well, thank you. Appreciate the opportunity to speak this morning. And again, with respect to the agenda and timelines for our 5 minutes, I've prepared an overall summary and takeaway of the presentation that we provided. So the purpose of today's conversation is to review whether our members diagnosed with diabetes and hypertension are engaging in care and whether the programs this board has implemented are producing the outcomes we would expect to see. As your broker, I would much rather be sitting here discussing the effectiveness of these programs than discussing a population that is not engaging with physicians, not taking medications, and experiencing widespread deterioration from chronic disease. The data contained here is intended to answer a couple questions. Are members connecting with care, and are we seeing indicators that the current strategy is moving in the right direction? The first indicator is participation. Specifically, Ochsner Digital Medicine currently reaches 15% of diagnosed diabetics and 35% of members with hypertension, which is consistent with national benchmarks for voluntary disease management programs. The second indicator is physician engagement. Our gaps in care analysis shows that more than 97% of members diagnosed with diabetes and cardiovascular disease had evidence of physician engagement during the reporting period. This is important because physician involvement is often the first step in identifying risks, managing medications, closing gaps in care, and preventing disease progression. The third indicator is treatment utilization. The data shows significant use of diabetes and cardiovascular medications, including GLP-1 therapies and blood pressure medications, demonstrating that many of our members are actively treating and managing their conditions. As we concluded our 2025-2026 plan year just over a month ago, we have identified 28 members that exceeded our 137,500, half of our pooling point of 275,000 in claims, generating approximately $6.6 million in utilization. That means about less than 1% of our members are driving 20% of our costs. 6 of those members ultimately exceeded the full stop-loss threshold. This demonstrates the significant impact a small number of high-cost claimants can have on plan performance. When we further analyze the 28 large claimants from this previous plan year, 4 or 14% of the 28 could be directly associated with commonly linked uncontrolled diabetes or hypertension. This included a stroke, brain hemorrhage, atrial fibrillation, and diabetes with complications. When viewed against the nearly 3,000 adult members of our population covered under our plan, those 4 claimants represent approximately 0.13% of our population. Equally important, many of the plan's largest claims were not associated with diabetes or hypertension. Several of the highest cost claimants were driven by complex conditions such as cancer, premature birth, and cystic fibrosis. While diabetes and hypertension remain important areas of focus, these examples highlight the need for broader condition management strategies that address a wide range of chronic and catastrophic conditions. The overall takeaway is that data shows encouraging signs of engagement among members diagnosed with diabetes and hypertension. Participation levels are consistent with national benchmarks. Physician engagement is strong, and many members are actively utilizing medications and management resources available to them. At the same time, chronic disease management is an ongoing process, and there is always room for improvement. Though no program can eliminate every catastrophic claim or prevent every serious diagnosis, the indicator suggests this board's investment in these programs is helping connect members with the care and resources they need. So that's just a high-level overview of what's going on in the presentation that we provided, some data points to show how our members are engaging when we have diabetes and hypertension.
Thank you, Mr. Babin. Is there anything on your slides that you need to point to that you've covered all
No,
those
I
areas?
basically could highlight it. We can, after the presentations, if we want to dive into more detail, we can.
Any questions before we shift to Oshner's Digital Medicine? Ms. Ruffner.
Question, I really have a statement since I'm kind of the driving force behind why I wanted this and I wanted to see that. Ellis and I both kind of at the same time when something was being presented, we saw that we had this access of cares that we are already paying for through our insurance around the same time that we had a conversation about how much that we are spending towards that. I hope no one thinks that we do not see the value in it. There is value in it. We want service. The service is worth the cost. My concern, which I hope will be articulated here, which is why I wanted to say that first, it isn't about the service. It isn't about what you're providing. It's, are you providing it in such a way that we can see the effect it's actually having, driving the cost down of the conditions. And if it isn't successful, then we need to go here and make sure that we're actually still providing the service for the employees, just so that we're all on the same page with that. Okay.
Yeah, and I'll just echo as we're waiting, is, any efforts that this board has invested in relative to healthcare and the health of our employees has to show up in the data on a regular basis relative to claims. That's why we invest in, health insurance, period. So we expect, especially with the ever-increasing healthcare costs, that we budgeted $40 million for healthcare coverage. So whether it is USI, Ochsner, UMR, everything should be focused on reducing overall cost, but increasing employee wellness. That is a standard. That is the expectation of this board, which is what has led to several discussions, and that's what we expect from the service providers that they invest in, that we invest in as a school system. So.
Absolutely understood. Thank you for having me back. It's good to see everybody again today. I'm Julie Ruffner. I am with Oshner Digital Medicine. I am your account manager, making sure that the program is running effectively and efficiently for all of your employees, and that we are getting the participants who really need the program into the program and get their conditions under control. I provided several charts up here. I'm going to run through them very quickly, and then we can talk about your concern about, are we seeing the return based on the investment that you're making with Oshner Digital Medicine.
Julie, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
Should we have her present by herself rather than having UMR here? Is that's just something I would be uncomfortable.
Oh, no.
Considering the board is most likely to make a decision on one or the other.
Well, it's not really a decision. We are currently paying both of them. Oh, it's not a decision. We are currently paying both of them. So we are with both of them right now.
Okay, so we're not viewing this as a competitive.
No, I don't think so. It's making sure that we all hear what you offer to make sure that if we're going to stay with both.
Okay, there's nothing proprietary, anything that you're going to share that you're okay, and vice versa?
No, I want to make sure that we're having a clear conversation.
Fair question.
Yes, no, and there are differences that I understand the program, so I want to make sure that you understand what you're getting with Oshner and how that may be different if you, make that other decision. And I would absolutely want the other, want you
You're
more
okay
here to
with
be
it?
able
I'm
to
okay.
explain.
I wanted to make sure you weren't
Yes,
putting yourself
no, we're
in
good.
a-
No,
okay.
no. I'm very comfortable with this. And I'm very confident in our program as well. So I know that it has done a lot of really good things for you guys here at the school board. Our very top chart, I'm just going to run through these. You guys will have these numbers. You can see that, we have consistent growth. Now that includes people who are coming off of the program due to eligibility issues, or, if they're no longer on the health plan. Also people who are under control and have decided to leave. And then also we have folks that leave the program due to non-compliance, which means they've just kind of abandoned the program. They've quit sending in their readings. They've quit taking calls from their clinical management team. But as you can see, even with all of that, we are still adding plenty of members throughout the year. We reach out to them through, mostly through email, so that goes out to them through their emails at the school board. Also, throughout the year, we may do a mail campaign. And then most importantly, though, is that tie-in with the primary care physician. So if a patient of Ochsner has eligibility to the program underneath the employee program here, when they go to see their physicians, that will be an alert through the Epic system that the physician can then have that conversation with them about joining the digital medicine program if they have a diagnosis, if it's appropriate for them. So those are the ways that we are driving people into the program, and we are seeing consistent growth in the past 3 years since we've been partnering with you. The two bottom charts there are going to be the control that we have seen with your group throughout their time on the program. So starting with baseline, that's the first 7 days that they join the program. You can see for blood pressure, only about 60% of folks who join this program and come in at a controlled blood pressure of under 140/90. You can see that number grows the longer that they're on the program. Same with the A1C that they come in. Baseline is about 79% control, and we are able to further improve those control, and that is an A1C under 8. Now, these are sort of a moment in time look. So whenever we pull our reporting, we look and we see who is over and under, right? Who is at that time under control. We know that with chronic diseases, it is often difficult for people to maintain long-term control, which is why I wanted to include this HEDIS chart at the very top. So kind of going counterclockwise. The HEDIS control, you'll see the blue and the yellow there. That is a measurement that Ochsner looks at. They pull medical records. They look at how people are controlling over time. So what is their control, even if they're kind of on and off again here, what percentage of your patients have reached a control state over time? And what we have measured was 92% of your hypertension folks, and then 85% of your digital medicine folks are consistently at those control levels. The yellow bar there, that is the national commercial average, to give you something to compare to without a program like ours in place, where most people who are on a commercial insurance plan fall. Those are, that's our apples to apples measurement right there. That is why that is a new chart. I have not shown you guys before, but that explains how your employees are doing with long-term participation on the program. Now, we know not everybody can reach those levels of control, so we also look at outcome averages, such as how many points we are able to help somebody reduce their A1C by, how many points we're able to reduce their blood pressure. We know that for every 5% drop in blood pressure and every half-point drop of an A1C reading, that is a 10% risk aversion of a cardiac event happening. So even if we aren't actually reaching those controls where people are getting their gold stars, if we can see movement towards control, and we are able to measure those steps of progress as well. And so those are important to note as well. I included a few down there at the bottom in the sidebar, the outcomes averages. 44% of uncontrolled patients are able to achieve control of their hypertension, of their high blood pressure by day 90, so as short as 3 months. 66% who are uncontrolled are able to drop that reading by at least 5 points. And then for your diabetic patients, 56 uncontrolled diabetic patients are able to achieve complete control by day 180, which is only 6 months, obviously. So the progress that we see is also very encouraging. And the way that we do that is a three-pronged approach. We have obviously the devices, which we can talk about the concerns that came up at the last board meeting. So the devices, so being able to monitor ongoing, being able to look at a large body of readings instead of just going to your doctor and having one reading at a time. We look at the weekly, daily readings that we're receiving. So keeping the patients engaged through submitting those readings and keeping an eye on them, which our clinical team reviews. Also, the health coaching, which is a behavioral management program, is available as well. And then we found that our key our key lever in efficiency with our program is the medication management and the tie-in with the primary care doctor. So the fact that we can adjust medication based on our readings, based on ongoing trends that we're seeing per patient, helping them to get on the right medication at the right time, reduce or increase or change. Formula has been the key to those quick and those lasting results of reaching control. Also, we are integrated with Epic, so there's a very low lift for our primary care doctors to also participate in the program, whether or not they are in the Ochsner program, the Ochsner system. If they are on Epic, which most doctors in the United States are, they will have access to review the readings, to review clinical notes, any medication changes. So really tying in that local care team without putting that onus on the patient to write all their readings down, to make all the notes and bring that with them to their physician's offices. We want to make that very easy for patients to have, quality discussions with their primary care doctors. Any questions on these outcomes? Any questions on participation, how we're driving folks to the program?
Did you mean to have a figure for the reduction in hypertensive patient claims?
I did. So David and I were looking at the financial impact, and he was able to find about a 13% reduction in diabetic patient claims. We were pulling information on hypertensive patients. I apologize, I did not get a hard dollar figure in time for the meeting. Those are a little bit more complex situations. So there are a lot of different things that can affect the financial bottom line for a for a hypertensive patient. So unfortunately, I apologize. Of course, I did have to highlight that in yellow, didn't I? But I don't have that information for you at this time. I know the last time I was here, I was able to tell you what we see average, which is about $2,200 in savings per patient per year. That's what Ochsner has studied, validated within our own patient population and our own employee population as well. But we wanted to pull figures specific to the school board, so I can confidently tell you that we have discovered that 13% reduction for the patients enrolled in this program, and that is so that's up to 48. Participants in diabetics.
And the total program enrollment, I don't want to assume here, but I'm assuming that's April 25 to April 26?
Correct, yes, sir. Okay. So this is going to, so that's going to be through May 1st. Let's see. To date, we have, I believe we've increased a little bit since there, but to date, so that is program enrollment. There are folks who are dual enrolled. We do have around 200 individuals enrolled in those programs, with about 30 of them are dual enrolled in both.
Oh, okay, I got you. Yeah.
Any questions for Ms. Ruffner specifically?
I might have a question at the end, but just.
Okay. I wanted to make sure that we address some of the things that were concerning for the last meeting as well. So we looked at, I know device concerns were something that something that we discussed at our last meeting. We do have one or two folks that have either a faulty device or they're not using it correctly, or both things can happen at the same time. But just to kind of paint the picture of why we have chosen the iHealth devices. So they're not proprietary devices. These are digital devices that were designed to work with apps like ours for monitoring. So they may be, they may use a different algorithm from other things that are on the market. They may use different measurement techniques. So every device that you get that you would go pick up at Walgreens, or that your physician may suggest, they may all have a little bit of that variant. So one of the reasons that Ochsner doesn't just look at a single reading to provide a medication adjustment, we look over time. We access the medical record through Epic to make sure that the readings that we're receiving are consistent with the readings that are also recorded in their medical chart elsewhere. Blood pressure itself fluctuates, whether, depending on the time of day, the stress level of the patient, what they've last eaten, what their activity level is, or even if they have taken their blood pressure at a clinic or at home. So there can be 10 to 15 point differences at any time, and that is, that's widely accepted, within our team, within other medical teams. That's why we don't rush to make medication changes. We make sure that we are looking at the longevity of the readings submitted by the patient. If a patient does have questions about their device, if it is varying widely, we do have a customer service team who is there to help troubleshoot, restart the device. We provide this information to patients, to physicians who may have concerns about the devices as well. So there may be a valid reason why a patient is concerned about their device. If so, we can troubleshoot, we can replace the device. All of that is at the expense of the digital medicine program and not something that we would pass on to the school board. What other questions did you have about the devices themselves?
The questions I have, you answered it.
Okay, perfect. And I will say, based on my own experience, we do typically see patients actually have higher readings when they go to the physicians and when they go to their doctor's offices. And their physician may say, may notice that, and they may say, oh, no, that's not my blood pressure, reading. We actually had a patient come back to me and say, my doctor tried to change my medication, and I told him absolutely not. He said, by being a participant of the program, I know what my fluctuations are. I know where my readings typically are. And he was like, I'm much more in tune to my own body. And, when the physician, who was a new physician at the time for him, in his defense, in the physician's defense, he was a new physician, and the patient was able to explain to him that he was part of this program and that he didn't feel comfortable with the medication at that time, which is what we really want to see, is empowering those patients to understand their own readings, their own bodies, and then have those quality conversations with their primary care, whichever direction that may tend to go. Okay. And then I know we also had concerns about a particular physician who aired his concerns that, the devices may not be accurate, or he did not fully understand if this program was effective or not. And so, I mentioned the last time that we have what we call our physician liaison team. And that is a team of digital medicine Ochsner employees who work with our Ochsner physicians specifically, because we are within the same system. So we offer regular training, we do rounding activities, we make sure that the physicians have an open forum to discuss their concerns or to raise new ones, or to discuss particular patient escalations as well. So this is a slide from our training deck, just to let you know some of the information that we provide. We did speak with the physician who was brought up. Really, I'm not at liberty to really, explain the conversation and speak on his behalf, but the issue has been resolved, the confusion has been resolved, and that is, part of what we understand is, of our program is that making sure physicians know how to access the readings, know how to understand, the information that we're collecting on their behalf for their patients. Was there any questions there about our physician liaison team? I will say that we do keep a list of folks who are our loud folks who may have repeated concerns, and this physician was not part of that list. So this was not something that is an ongoing issue for this case in particular. I mean, we absolutely need our physicians to be on our side. This is the whole patient first focus of Ochsner, is to make sure that we are putting our patients front and center, that we are not putting any additional stress on the patient or the physician to help them get their conditions under control. And so making sure that each party has what they need, where they need it, when they need it, is also part of our commitment to our patients on the digital medicine side. All right. What can I answer for you? Anything? Oh, those are my slides that I have. So were there any other concerns that, Teresa, that you wanted me to bring up? Do I have another slide? Surprise. Okay. This is, we can just kind of leave this slide here. This is something that our total overall program has kind of accumulated some of our regular metrics, our savings, our outcomes, and our NPS score. I do know date, I pulled your last bill that you have in total for the program that you guys have spent since, in the past 3 years. We're still looking at just over a little $340,000, and that is for the full 3 years of the program. So, hopefully we were able to save you that much of a claims, which, may be a single claim. If that, if it was a simple break even, I think that we've still done an effective job on making sure that your patients are getting the care that they need.
That concludes Ms. Ruffner's presentation. Any questions for her? You want to wait till the very end? Okay. Okay. All right. So now I would like to UMR representatives, if you want to introduce yourself. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. My name is Darlene Sins. I'm the Strategic Account Executive for UMR that is responsible for the program that you offer overall with here at St. Charles Parish School Board. I do have Shelby Conway in the audience. She is our Vice President of Account Management, who wanted to be here as well because you're a very important customer of ours. But for today's purpose, we brought in Stephanie Davis, who is our care consultant and a nurse who helps us manage your care programs. And so she is going to walk you through the ongoing care program, ongoing condition care program, after she tells you a little bit about her background.
Hi there. So again, my name is Stephanie Davis. I am the care consultant for UMR. I work very closely side by side with Darlene. My background comes from actual case management. I've been with the company right at 20 years. Just started this position back in December. So I bring a lot of value into seeing and knowing how the program actually works, the benefits that come along with it. And I've also included a couple of my personal success stories with the program to provide you just kind of a little insight to see. But as I kind of introduce this program here, ongoing condition care is our disease management program. It is nurse-led. They're all registered nurses, obviously, but focus mostly on the chronic conditions. They provide the education and care coordination, help them, although for the members, they are voluntary programs. The ongoing condition care nurses are registered nurses who focus not just on the chronic conditions that trigger them for the program, but they focus on the whole person. And I think that is super important when it comes down to the value of the program. It's the whole person, the whole body. So when we look at the population of St. Charles School Board, looking at the data from March the 31st, roughly had about 883 883 members with a chronic condition. Of those, 496 members were identified in the areas of moderate or high risk. Then we have 546 that would be eligible for the program if they wanted to self-enroll, but those were the lower risk members. So when we look at the chronic conditions supported, it's not just the diabetes, it's not just the hypertension. Our nurses focus on multiple different areas. So we've kind of broken down in there of the areas, approximate numbers of the membership that would apply to the program. And again, those are going to be your moderate to high risk members. So when we look at the program goals, I like to think of the nurses as health advocates. They help the members navigate the healthcare system. They help them utilize their benefits, help them to better understand their health conditions, collaborate with their healthcare team, and along with supporting and along with providing the support and the education to improve their health. So in my 20 years of working with those members, that's really what made the difference, was looking at that that as a whole. So those were really the goals that we look at. It's getting to that quality of life. With the program, obviously, the areas that we look for gaps in care are going to be with the care itself, the providers, the right medication, and the lifestyle. When we are doing program promotion, communications are sent out to all the plan members over the age of 18. They're sent within the first month of the plan. We'll also provide to the employers links, materials to internally help promote the program. And then, of course, we also utilize the umr.com for that as well for self-enrollment. When we are looking at stratification, most of our program enrollments are going to come from, or program triggers are going to come from medical and pharmacy claims data. And that's kind of how they're categorized into the low risk, moderate risk, and high risk. Then outreach is made to identify once those moderate and high risk members are identified. Our outreach process, it begins with a welcome letter. To the right-hand side on this slide is an example of that letter. Basically kind of explains the program and gives them ways of enrolling. Then we do proactive outreach calls. Those calls are 3 of those made at various times and different days. If there is no response from those calls, then an unable to contact letter is mailed. If a member does enroll in the program, then the provider is actually reached out to and sent a letter as well. So then when we look at recruitment, this data is coming from May the 1st, and then it's going to be the quarterly from there. So the letters, recruitment letters, we had approximately 476 letters that went out to your members in that quarter. Almost 2,000 letters have gone out in the past year. Then we look at the calls. We had made about 214 calls in the quarter. And then emails those emails that are identified members are going through the portal. And that's through umr.com. If the member has their email address in there, we will recruit from that.
Do you know how many actually have the emails in the UMR portal that we're aware of?
I'll jump in here.
Okay.
If you register on the UMR portal, you have to give us an email. So anyone who's registered on, anyone who's registered on the UMR portal has an email address because that's part of the enrollment process, okay? The phone numbers we have gotten same way via the portal. When you register, you can put that in there. We've also gotten phone numbers through our other care programs. But we did identify, actually, Stephanie identified that we didn't have the volume of phone numbers in our system that we were wanting. So when she did some digging, we identified that it was not coming over on an enrollment file from us for us to load. As soon as we identified that, we reached out and we're now getting those phone numbers. And you can see, I mean, just in the last quarter, the numbers are up a lot. Those fields, just so you know, those fields for phone numbers and email addresses is optional because we don't need that to enroll you, but it is something that we're encouraging so that we can make outreach. Okay, sorry.
So when we look at member coaching and engagement, a lot of times one of the things that I would often tell the members is if the mind is not healthy, we cannot expect the body to become physically healthy. It is not always about taking a pill. watching what you eat, or even that test result. But sometimes it's about the stress, the anxiety, the frustration, that nothing is working. Even those, that nothing is working when it comes down to those chronic conditions. But we want to really make sure that the members understand these nurses are there to work with them, to really help them in that holistic way. So we do that by involving not only just the member themselves, but the providers, the family, and really kind of support in a holistic way in that way. The members are followed up once they are enrolled. They're followed up roughly about every 4 to 6 weeks. But that is obviously set with between the nurse and the member. Average enrollment into the program is roughly 6 months-ish, roughly around 6 calls. Again, that is not a definite, but it's more of a nursing judgment and kind of seeing where the members are with reaching those goals. So when they do close out a program, that's kind of where, with the diabetic, that's where their A1C we want to note that's managed. So they kind of keep that into being able to close those gaps in care and seeing those decrease, those blood pressures, those doctor's appointments, and so on. And the next couple of slides are those examples of success stories that I've had over the years. Then we can kind of go into some slides here regarding member engagement. And this is where we're going to kind of see a little bit of the difference when we, hopefully, as we kind of go and gain more phone numbers throughout the times and make those calls productive. When we look at the participation from the current quarter, there's roughly about 6 that are engaged and 7 within the last 12 months. So we weren't just relying on the members to reach out to us. Now we can actually reach them. So we are seeing an increase, and hopefully that will continue to go.
And I just want to interrupt really quickly about the contact information and their mentions about file feeds. So to clarify, the persons that they were saying that they were not able to get in contact with are dependent and spouses. Dependent and spouses' contact information is not collected and has never been collected from our members. So I just wanted to clarify that when they say that they're now getting emails coming over, that's not coming from our file feed, and that's not as a result of anything that our enrollment provider is not doing. Ms. Samantha Burris, who is our insurance technician, is collecting that information when we receive notification from UMR. So I just want to make sure that we clarify that to say that that's not an issue on our file feed or that we have not been collecting that information. All of our members, employees, are required to provide an email and phone number to complete enrollment. These issues are dependents, and because we don't collect that information, UMR will have to notify us now that they have a dependent spouse who's eligible for the program, and they need direct emails and phone numbers for them because we don't collect that in our enrollment process, and our system is not built out in that way because we've never been asked to provide that in the past. So I just wanted to make sure that we clarify that it's not an issue that we're not collecting that information and providing it to UMR.
Do we have a plan in the future to collect that information? I mean, now that we've identified, or sometimes
The best approach would be, because it's so limited of the amount of people who's actually eligible for the program, would be for UMR to notify us what exact dependents that they need contact information for us to do a complete overhaul to collect dependent and spouse information from our employees would require us to entirely revamp our enrollment system, and that will come at a cost. So
yeah, I guess what I'm thinking is, like, on the enrollment side, time, whatever you want to call it, when they enroll, like, so if I come and do open enrollment, I have to get dependents, and forgive me, I'm not the one that does the open enrollment in my family, so, but when my wife does the open enrollment and says he's, on the insurance, and then other dependents providing provide their name, why not just, I'm just asking from the efficiency standpoint, get our systems updated, whoever our provider is. I can't imagine it costs that much more money to provide an email address and phone number when you're already collecting the name. And I know where you're going, like maybe it's an extra thing that they can do, but like I'm talking about next year. I mean, if a vendor's gonna charge us that much more, then tell them, you know what? Sorry, we're going out for bid. Like seriously, is that really,
Well, sir, the bin admin system is a little bit more complicated than that, than just adding one more field. So our bin admin system, which is Celerix, that's something it's a system that's basically a box, and you have to manually build each step. It's not just one field that information has to process through. It's several fields in the bin admin system that has to process through, and it has to pass back and forth on the feed. So it's not just we can just add a field, because that's not the type of system that it is, which is why I said we've never had to collect that information in the past, and that's something that could be an undertaking, because in previous processes of us adding just one little field to that system, because it has to function on multiple levels, and I'm not an IT person to be the best to explain why it has to be able to function on multiple levels. It's not just you add a field and now it just sends over. It's multiple levels that information has to perform on in that system, and the information has to be able to go both ways. So when I say that it's an additional cost, it's because that is not something that's a part of our original system. So it could potentially be a different cost, because we would have to pay for that to get built out, because it's a build out process and it's just a shell. So it's not to say that the company can, it's just that's not a part of our original contracting that we have for that system, and it requires significant IT build out that could come at a cost of paying the labor for that to get built out.
Okay, all right, we can ask them. I'd love to see the detail of what they.
And to use Ray's term, to piggyback on that, we pay a significant amount in our spouse's claims. So reaching our spouses, having their information, when you said that, it reminded me, my husband carries the insurance on our family. I never get emails. He'll send it to me and say, oh, they have this program you can use. I'm like, that would have been nice to know 2 years ago, that I don't have to go to the doctor with my child when she's sick. Like, I didn't even know the insurance offered it because I'm the spouse. So maybe this is, and we've talked a lot about making sure the information is available to everyone that it affects. Maybe this is that route that we look at to say, the spouse is not the one's name on the plan, the guarantor, whatever the language is for it, but if they are the ones that need to have access to this care program or to this program or both, how are we contacting them? What is our line of connection here? We might need to look at that to where they are also getting sent Health Matters, where they are also having access, because I don't know, other husbands in the room might perform that differently, but like my husband is not telling me every email he gets, I want that information. I want that. Listen, maybe
He needs
they're.
to be here to defend himself. That's all I need to
Sorry,
say.
babe, out saving lives and stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like, yes, it's a cost. I'm not saying that, and it's not something we need to do today. But the point of this, for me, was to make sure we are looking at the whole picture, the forest, not just the trees. And I think in this forest conversation, we have discovered a few trees that could be addressed to kind of help push this needle in all the directions. Yes? Yay. Please stand up now.
Better for me be this way, but that is a takeaway, and I have taken note. I will find out what the build out costs are for us to be able to add that to our bin admin system, which is not on the UMR end. That's our benefit administration system that we would have to get that build out for.
Or if each email is allowed an additional email, like 2 contact numbers, just like we have a work number and a cell number, maybe we have 2 email addresses. I don't know, whatever's the cheapest way to do it, but options.
For PII purposes, it has to have those the separate fields and separate build outs, because UMR cannot contact Teresa Brown about her husband's program. So there may be programs that her husband.
Separate and apart.
Sorry, I'm using your husband. There may be programs that her
talking about all our
husband
husbands
is
here
eligible
publicly.
for that she's not eligible for. So UMR has to have that ability to reach directly to that spouse.
Sure.
So that's, I just wanted to clarify that about the spouse independent issue, is once they discovered it and we don't send it over, that's kind of where that sweet spot is of trying to figure out the best way to attack that, because our system is just not built out for that, and it has not been since we've gone self-insured since
And I think when we
2021.
deal with health insurance in the medical field, they got the HIPAA laws that always interfere. I mean, I just dealt with, my mother and so forth. They want to speak to a elderly 92-year-old woman who's got Alzheimer's. Well, it don't work. But that's how the system works to protect the patient. And I think that's some of the problems that we're facing, so.
And let me shift, sorry.
I don't know if this is the time to discuss this or not, but I am on both. Well, I try to be on both. I'm on this one, and it has worked for me. I try to do the ongoing care because I do have a chronic condition. It's very difficult to manage as a person, and I'm retired, so I have the time to talk to a nurse and to do this and to do that. And I talked to Ms. Boudreau about this. When the information comes in, I don't think people are really opening, looking at it. I can't say, and I read my emails, I can't say I received an email about it, but I know I received the hard copies. And I kind of got started in the program, but it was not easy to keep up with because of the conversations you have to have with the nurse. And I don't think our employees have that much time. And I'm thinking way back when I was working full-time, raising 4 kids, going from here, going to there, I think they need something a little bit more manageable of the ongoing care. If we can do something that's easier for them to manage, because I do feel that our families are very busy, very involved, because it is good. The things that the initial conversations I've had were very good, but it was hard for me as a retired person to keep up with the nurse who wanted to talk for 20, 25, 30 minutes. And I don't know, because I have to say, can you call me at 5 o'clock? Well, I just don't know that. I can just get on the blood pressure machine, cuff it. They remind me if I don't do a reading, they contact me. So I think there's a lot of plus to this because it's easier, it's quicker. I do like this program, but I think we need to find some ways that we can navigate it better to our employees.
And I can speak on that. Much of the program is going to be nurse and member relationship.
Right.
So the time on the phone can be very quick with the nurse. So the nurses are trained to allow that process to kind of whatever works for you. And that's where I say about meeting you where you are at. Because that's where we get into all of it. The number of phone calls, it doesn't make a difference. If it's a 5-minute call, a 10-minute call, that's okay too. Even if it's 45 minutes. I've been on the phone for hours with members helping. So it's the value that we can present and give to the member that makes the difference. So I agree in the quickness, it's easy to pick up an app, but I think that the difference in the program, the two programs are different, just different.
I agree. I do agree tremendously with that. My thinking as a board, since we do have this, I want more of our members to be engaged in this. So what are we going to do to get more of them engaged? Not so much, look, however time you have to talk to that nurse is up to you. I'm just saying from what I'm hearing from other people, because when I talk to them about this, they're like, what? We have this? So they don't even know. So I think we need to do a better job, I guess, maybe PRing it on the side that you have. I know Ms. Graham, they send out, we get a monthly health update. They promoting it, but I think we need to do more so that they know, because it will make a difference. Especially, you're talking about some high chronic problems that our employees have, and this will give them longevity as well. So we need to do better. Whatever we need to do better. But I agree. It doesn't matter. I mean, however long you want to talk to your nurse, I think that's great, because I do feel like some people need to. but I think we also need to make it something that is, should we say Gen Z? I don't know. Those people that are, am I the wrong Gen? I don't know where I'm at with Gen Z or with Gen X. I don't know where we are, but, quick and fast, because I have those children in my life that want that fast thing. So is it an app? I don't know. I mean, that's something that we need to explore.
Yeah. So we have one last slide, and I know we're pushing time. I just wanted to go back to what Ms. Gray was saying. I should have acknowledged that it was spouses and children that we were really missing. Most companies don't send us that information. The key point, and kind of wraps what everybody has been saying here, my husband, I'm not supposed to talk about him, and he's not supposed to talk about me. The best way for us to get information on dependents, adult dependents, is by registering on the portal, because he's got to have his own access, I've got to have my own access. He gets emails and forwards them to me and says, what am I supposed to do? And he's not here to defend himself either. But that gives us the opportunity to reach your college-age students who may have a condition. So that's the best way for us to capture those phone numbers and email addresses on the dependents, which leads into the promotion of the program. We've only been with you guys for 2 years. So the first year, Stephanie said, we've got to get pharmacy and get medical claims data. So there was a buildup, a ramp up. And you can see we've got 6 people enrolled in this quarter. We only had 7 in 12 months last year. So we're already seeing an increase. It's not where we want it to be. But the key thing, to your final point, was the education. So we do have a communication toolkit that we can work with the staff to educate. We have put your logo on most of our, if not all, of the pieces that go out. They're co-branded St. Charles Parish School Board and UMR, because we don't want them just putting it aside. So we have that, and the portal, maybe it's time to do another education on, have you registered? There's an app now, I have my app. I can look up doctors, I can look up my claims. And then the last thing that we wanted to share with you, I'm gonna let her.
That's going to be the care cues. The care cues are basically digital. They identify gaps in care. So if a person hasn't had their annual physical, immunizations, maybe they missed a pharmacy fill of their medication, those things are identified, and a trigger is sent over through the portal to remind them. And so the things to-do list over there is kind of a little bit of an idea of what those are. So, and it also includes that we are trying to reach you, and that is where the program kind of comes from too. So that's sort of another avenue that we'd really, really try hard to gain in. But I'm working, because I've worked on the inside of these programs, I've seen what works over the years. And that is my goal, is to help promote the programs the way I've seen work. So I plan to do a lot more of working with the group here on an ongoing basis, but also providing reports. If someone is identified just out and about, somebody says, I'm really having trouble getting my monitor, or my blood pressure monitor, or anything like that as an identifier, that they can provide me with that name and we can make direct outreach. That's my goal.
Anyone have any questions?
No, I just found your emails in my spam, so you do reach out. So I did find it just a minute ago, and that obviously with all the cybersecurity, that we have constituents reach out to us. We're just not just maybe yesterday, I don't know, and things will end up in spam. So that is one issue. And then you got the new call screening features on phones. So, and one thing, Ms. Gray, and just for clarification, I'm gonna change my tune on this a little bit. It really, I don't know if we put it on us, but more or less put it back on the employee to provide that information. You know what I mean? I mean, we keep putting things on our staff. Here, and I'm going, wait a second.
the app.
So I'm flip my tune a little bit and say, hey, if that's something, some data, let them provide that. You know, I mean, we're providing you with this. This is, and again, within the framework of the law, but that's all.
Okay, so I just want to ask Mr. Cody, if it was all right, I kind of want to wrap up what I received from this. What this looks like to me and what this feels like to me is we have made an excellent choice with our care provider. And this is an added layer that just is a deeper, more intense offering, almost to where these are actually not the same things that I had once assumed. I feel very good about moving forward, and I think how I added, I even wrote it down, making sure that we continue educating our employees on the benefits of it, but on the benefits of this, the whole person. We talk often about the whole child. This is so much more than what is offered here, but what is offered here is an addition. That as a nurse that is speaking to one of our employees, you can say, do you know that your district offers this service to you that will connect directly to your doctors? That'll help you so much. Is that something you can say? Or you don't know? Like if you're allowed to mention other offerings that we have in our system, or is that going to have to come from the district? It's okay. You don't have to.
I will have to,
Get back.
yeah, because there's going to be different ways that things like that are identified. So our systems are set up to our programs.
Okay.
So having an identifier in there that says you have Ochsner Digital Medicine and what that is, I don't know that each
But if they're
nurse-
using Ochsner Digital Medicine, you can also be their care nurse.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
And that truly is the best way.
So it's almost an added
It's-
benefit to their program
Yes.
and an added benefit to your program, and we are just all going to be better and more healthy,
Absolutely.
right? In a perfect world, that's how that's going to work. Okay, so for me and all of my questions and my desire to see this all put together, I believe that I finally have big picture to where this is an incredible investment from the board. There is a return on the investment. We have healthy employees. We have employees that have convenient access to. I am a disabled veteran. That's the only access I have, and it is terrible. I don't have either one of these things. I'm so very jealous of this wonderful care that you actually get to have with an Epic system that communicates directly. That's great. I personally, I know that we're not voting or we're not whatevering, but I think that we keep this and maybe revisit after we see some more robust moves from here that I love is happening. I love that we kind of triggered this movement from you guys to be able to meet and to see what you do and what we offer. Hopefully our employees are gonna get more access. We're gonna do all kinds of fun things because we have an incredible HR department that does stuff like that. And I am good on this, and I am good continuing services with them.
So what is the direction that the board is going to go in on this? Are we going to pick one or the other, or are we going to?
I think we said both.
First off, that's a great question. Were there any other questions that were needed with regards to what was presented today?
Well, as chair of the Risk Management Insurance, you have to remember, the reason both of these programs have presented today was that we challenged USI to do things to try to help lower our overall cost of insurance. And these are the programs with Ochsner Digital Medicine was brought in, and then when UMR was brought on 2 years ago as our carrier, what type of programs do you have to lower insurance costs overall? So I think it was a presentation on both on the task that we presented USI with to come in and show us how this. And again, it's difficult because it's not an apple for an apple. It's okay, if we do this, we possibly are going to see a change, and it just doesn't show up like the budget does, or something. It's a number out there that you just got to take in and just kind of grasp and so forth. So,
if I make a point to that, and Superintendent, you brought up, can we see a direct correlation in these services? And honestly, it's difficult. You'll see in our presentation, what I tried to do is lay out how our members are engaging, right? Because Ms. Weber, you bring up a great point. The biggest challenge with disease management programs across the country is exactly what you just laid out. People don't have time to engage in these programs. I'm living my life. The biggest barrier is, can I go to see a physician? Can I get engaged with medication to help get my condition under control? What the data shows is we have significant involvement in engagement in physician engagement. We've turned the table over the last 2 years by creating that wellness environment where we go and see our primary care physician. We've now surpassed or close to what we were doing with our biometric screenings. The efficacy of prescriptions today, GLP-1s, 85 to 95% of those get on GLP-1s see a A1C under 7. So just by
at a significant cost, though, and that's
Absolutely.
the challenge with running a school system and understanding the benefits. And while GLP-1s certainly, but we all know the cost, right, from an operational perspective may hinder our ability to operate a school system. So I agree. I just want to
Absolutely.
make sure we continue to go back to that, because the rising cost of health insurance may directly impact what our mission is as a
Absolutely.
school system.
And that's a great point because, hey, can we see a correlation where our participation is going up and our claims are going down, where actually the GLP-1 medications that are listed in here is about 2.3 million just for those medications that are listed. On the other side with the blood pressure medication, like $8,000 for all of those users because they're mainly generics. So, when we look at the Ashram Digital Medicine and ongoing condition care, they are two different programs that kind of intertwine and do support. A little bit more clinical on the Ashram Digital Medicine side because those nurses are engaging and could fill prescriptions and get maybe a more out-of-control diabetic or someone with hypertension back on track. But again, the data that we show is our employees are engaging, getting medications at a cost, but we have and had discussions on our monthly calls. We have an end-stage renal disease that's likely going to show up in this year. That's $250,000, $300,000. We see those costs. If we avoid one of those, we've paid for all of these programs, and that's the hardest thing to gauge. How many have we avoided? Well, we show 4. 0.13% of our population has those high costs associated or could be associated with diabetes and hypertension. So at minimum, our employees are engaged and their spouses are engaged. They're, from a participation in these programs, 15 to 30%, that's what we're seeing, but we're looking to drive that up. And so we'll continue on the path, but I think you make a great point because when we transition from Humana to UMR, it's, okay, what disease management do you have in there? We can't just look at Ostrom because it's hypertension and diabetes, but what about the other 19 conditions that are out there that we make sure that they have that umbrella and that safety net? So I think the program has been efficient, it's been effective, and we'll continue to improve that participation.
That's how we got here.
Mr. Smith, your microphone, please.
I don't think that's how we got here. How we got here is because a board member or a couple of board members had a question about whether or not the programs were too costly and whether or not the board should invest in the programs. Some board members felt that the cost-benefit analysis showed that there was more benefit to the board and that benefit outweighed the cost. Now, whether that has been resolved as a result of this discussion remains to be seen, because I don't think that the presentation addressed what was on the table. What was on the table is that the programs cost too much money, and therefore the board ought not be spending that money. That's what the issue was, and whether or not we want to deal with that and tie these folk up at this point is another question. But I think that we've heard from them in terms of the relative effectiveness of the program. But I think we still have a question that we have to deal with. And
You nailed it. I mean, that is precisely the question, and in my mind, that question still exists. That's why I raised the question, what direction are we going in? What are we expecting from the board at this time on these two programs?
I'll defer to the chairman, but I would think first is, if there are no other questions, or perhaps you guys could come back, there was a figure that you had in yours that was left undone with the hypertension. Maybe we could get that figure back, because I think that might directly tie into the questions that are being raised here. With regards to the cost of UMR, that is kind of baked in. Like, I don't think, if it was my understanding, we can't necessarily pull that out. So I would, to answer your question, I think, and again, I'll go to the chairman on this, but I think it comes, what we would ask is at the next board meeting is we have a keep Ochsner, take Ochsner out, and those are kind of the A and Bs. Mr. Chairman?
I agree.
Right, but I don't think we had a question, I don't think that's the question, and I don't want to debate that right now, but the question is whether or not we involve ourselves in incentive programs that help employees to manage their various diseases. And the question is whether or not we want to not pick one or the other, but whether or not we want to continue to go down that rabbit hole of trying to offer these kinds of programs, period.
Do you want me to talk about costs right now at all, or do you want to wait until the next? Because I can give some approximates on.
Well,
ongoing
that information has been given already. We can re-give it if we want to, but we know what the programs cost us. The question is, and I said before that I didn't even think we needed to do this, because I think we need them just decide what we want to do. If you want to do these programs that provide opportunities and for our employees to do things to prevent, or do we want to say, well, it costs too much to do that, so we want to just drop that initiative? That's where we are.
I think we've identified, and Mr. John and Mr. Suffren, on what the purpose of this was.
Right.
The question, I think, to each board member is, do you have the information that you need to make a decision on whether or not to continue with Ochsner Digital Medicine or not?
Yes, as a member of the insurance committee, I think we keep both, based on what I've seen.
Yeah, we'll bring it back
bring
but what I want to make sure is, does everyone feel that they have the correct information, the information they feel that they need to make that decision? And I think maybe you can send over some stuff to the chairman, and they can, disseminate any additional information that wasn't presented today. But I think we do know the costs. Would that be?
Yeah, remember, we tabled this and we decided to go Ochsner month to month. And so this is the information that was presented. Now we bring it back to the board table.
That's it.
I feel like I have enough information.
Understood. We'll bring it back to the June board meeting, which is June 23rd.
And can I just quickly comment on the cost? We have been working with Ms. Brown and Ms. Gray. We have a wellness credit that comes from UMR on an annual basis. And we have been negotiating with UMR to try and get that wellness credit used for some of the ongoing condition care and/or optional digital medicine fees. And UMR has agreed to use some of that or all of it towards the cost of the program to help offset some of that. So just wanted to put that into consideration as well. We can use that money however would be appropriate for that wellness credit. It's just an option.
At the board's discretion.
At the board's discretion.
Can you give us the net, get with them, whoever, I don't know, Ms. Gray, Ms. Brown, and just give us what the net is? But then again, I think also, if I understand this right, just on the total, so we get this clear, not to beat a horse here, but it's grown based on this April to April just over 21%, right? So now at 231 enrolled, this is what it costs us, but last year was costing us this, right? So we know what it costs us to the whole program. You did say that, I appreciate that. So like, what it is, when we're looking at, because that cost has changed in a year.
And
Not that I don't think it's worth it, I'm just, for clarity, is what I'm asking.
Absolutely, and that's a great point, because the participation that we're seeing, Julie will attest to this, that we have some of the best participation amongst the employers. I know that she works with, so we're on the upper end of participation. So, 50, 60, 70% participation is a goal we'd like to get, but for that, it's likely not to happen. So we can estimate that our cost will be somewhere around where we're at for the foreseeable future.
And one last thing on the cost of insurance. It absolutely is, we all know that. But let's be reminded, we added people. We added employees. Now, what that added with dependents total, I don't know, maybe you give that figure, but just remind the board, we did add people. So of course, insurance is gonna go up, to my point earlier.
And Mr. Babin, if you could as well, with regards to that figure that'll be coming with that UMR kickback, for lack of a better term.
Correct.
Is that credit? Thank you. Yeah, I know that's not the right word. Credit. And is that recurring?
So that's a great question. So we have that $100,000 wellness credit for, I believe, as long as we renew with UMR. So there is a caveat, and we'll get the exact percentage. But if we use the wellness credit and then leave UMR the following year, there is a percentage that we would have to give back. So we need to keep that in mind, and we'll get those percentages.
Mr. Babin, those individuals who are retirees or who are on the Medicare benefits would not be affected by
That's correct.
this. So, for those who are retirees, whether or not it matters to me, whether you cancel the program or not, I don't care.
But
I'm just
correct me if
flat
I'm
out
wrong,
telling
if
you.
it's retirees who are on the Medicare Advantage plan.
Correct.
Not the retirees who are on our general
No,
insurance
Medicare
plan.
Advantage, correct. So, so do what you have to do.
Well, thank everyone for their time. We are going to make a slight adjustment to the schedule. We're going to have lunch is served. So we're going to take a 5-minute break to go get it, but we're going to have a working lunch. So Mr. Rome, you're back to back. So you get to watch us chew our food. Let's come back here at 12:25.
You've been in middle relief before?
No middle relief.
When the starter can't go past like 2 innings, you gotta come in and you gotta take like 4 or 5 innings.
The good news is I'm thinking it's gonna do long relief and,
Oh, I know you.
and close, so that's the goal. Yeah.
Yeah, you're
Some people are
right.
like, this is a piece of cake. Some people will never change it.
I know.
As long as we can do it.
Yeah, we all.
And if you say,
John, how many of these projects we can put on hold
Of which ones?
on your list?
The first one, that 2022 bond issue, they're all really done.
They're all done. So they're not on the current, they're not a part of the current budget?
No, the only thing that is Luline's canopy replacement, and the old one's gone, it's already torn out. That was kind of finishing up the Luling renovation. But yeah, the update on here is really that we're done with it. We're not gonna see any more costs. The only cost we have left is, it's about $250,000 left for Luling, and it's budgeted in.
We don't even need to talk about this.
No, yeah, well, that's why I think that was gonna be quick. It's basically to say, here's an update on where we are, we're done, and we're not gonna incur any more costs.
I've got my scissors, man. I'm ready.
No, the only big projects we have really right now on the books are the gyms.
And they're on hold right now.
The gyms are in progress. The gyms are, I'm sorry, the gyms, the middle school and elementary gyms.
Look like nothing's happening.
It's just slower than we thought, which is, I'm not on. Which is a good thing, because
Yeah, but will the price go up? Will the cost go up?
That's already marked. Those are the ones that were in the contracts. We got everything else on athletic plans. I've got a presentation on our wall.
That's, they're on the budget though.
It's already budgeted.
And how much we talking?
It's a significant amount, about 15 million. But that's what they're talking about, they're using. That's what they're using that. They're using that sales tax model. So that's gonna cover the initial part of it and everything for this year. That's what they're using that for.
All right, we'll get going. Want to remind everyone, if they would, please to refresh your computers. They have updated a few attachments. By updating your computer, by hitting the top left-hand corner, the little circle with the arrow. All right, we are 2022 bond issue project with Mr. John Rome. Dr. O, you good to go?
Okay, Mr. Rome, Assistant Superintendent, if you want to present your item now, Mr. Rome.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Yes, kind of as discussed yesterday at the long-range strategic action plan phase of retreat, said we'd be coming with some more information in regards to the 2022 bond issue. Before you, there is an attachment that I'm going to kind of review the setup for, give us some time to review and then see if there's any questions. But in short, or in summation, we are coming to conclusion of the 2022 bond issue projects. With this summer, the inclusion of the Luling Elementary School canopy and covered walkway. That project is budgeted for and accounted for. That's our last expense associated with the 2022 bond issue. It's approximately $250,000. So the main point I want to make is that we have achieved what the board set out to do, and we promised the public. You will see that it's actually below our estimated original budget. And to make the point that we won't be incurring expenses going forward from this bond issue or these bond issue projects. So if you will, I'll direct your attention to that attachment. It's kind of small on that spreadsheet, but if you click the plus button on top, if need be, it can expand for you there. But basically, you see as far as the setup of the document, it's the projects that were approved as part of the 2022 bond issue, based by site, then project name, estimated building or construction cost. This was put together before we actually did the bidding part of it and the heavy design. So that is an estimation phase. Estimated miscellaneous costs. Miscellaneous costs could be from technology and furnishings to architecture and engineering services. We like to show those costs as well, so you don't have those hidden costs on the backside. So when you combine those two columns, you get to the total estimated cost per project. And then the last column has the total actual costs for those projects. These are hard figures, as all the projects are completed except that very last one that I mentioned with the Luling Elementary School canopy, which is part of the Luling Elementary School renovation project. But we already have received those bids, and it was in the, I say bids, proposals, and they were in the $240-something thousand range. So we know that cost. So in essence, all these costs are fixed, set, already done, and are very reliable and accurate. So with that being said, if you kind of look at the bottom in total, we were estimating costs to be in the neighborhood of $36 million. They came in at a total of $31,729,558.27. So at this point in time, I'd open up any questions you have about it in totality, or any project in particular, and go from there. Yes, sir.
So the bond money has already been brought in, the total amount. In other words, I don't remember exact amount, but anyway, and so we're paying a debt service on that bond. So if we came back, what I'm saying is, do we have money left over from the bond issue, or it's all been spent?
To my understanding, it's all been expended and accounted for. So yeah, it's not like we have X number of dollars in reserve left over from the bond issue. I believe those funds were just utilized to pay for other projects and initiatives. When you have a fund like this, you have to achieve what you promised the public and set out, and then as you are aware, those funds can be used for the other capital projects that you have in on the books, I guess, if you'd say already. So I believe all the funds have been utilized to this point after we expend the last $250,000 for that Luling canopy. But the good news going forward is that there are no other expenses associated with the 2022 bond issue going forward.
Okay, so Mr. Rome, help me to understand this. When we do the bond, go out for it, did you have to be this detailed? Like, okay, we're going to spend this much. I remember what was said, but do you have to be exact with the bond to say, okay, for the career and technical education facility improvement, we're going to estimated cost is $15 million. do you have to be that detailed, or can you just say, we're gonna go out for $50 million? We
Yes.
didn't go out for $50 million, what we're saying is, so.
Yes, ma'am. Good question. So when we kind of put together these bond issue packages, we do some preliminary estimating to get an idea. We tend to put a cushion on those figures we do, because until you get into full design, the intricacies of that building, aren't actually realized. Do we need to elevate here because of FEMA flood elevations? Is there a different condition at X site versus another? So what we do is we do a reasonable estimation before the project to determine the amount of bond funding we need to secure, and then that way we can prioritize the projects that will fit within that amount. Typically, it has a little bit of cushion, so when we go to the final design, sometimes you see pluses, but for the most part, as you can see on this list, you typically see minuses that are less than the estimated amount, and then that's how we go forward. So we give a generalized number just so we can secure that total amount of funding to say we're going to do X number of projects. Project 1 might be a little bit over, project 2 might be a little bit under, but at the end of the day, if they balance out, that's the goal. So you can see from what we estimated on and where we, realized at the end, we're below that. It was, I believe, $35 million we were going out for, and then, you take into account interest and things of that nature. So, we were kind of planning for that amount, and it came in a little bit less. So hopefully that answers your question.
Yeah.
Costs could increase over the next, after you draw it up and, right? I mean, because you essentially wrote this up in 2021.
Yeah.
And kind of somebody said projections are just that. We try to take as many factors as we can. We try to put a multiplier with how far out it is with inflation. If it's 3% a year, try to recognize those hidden costs like tech, furnishing, A&E that kind of add to the total. You don't want to go out, have $35 million worth of projected
I
billing.
apologize.
Yes, sir.
We've lost quorum.
Okay, sorry. Sir. Thank you.
There's Karen. Karen's here.
We regained Karen.
Have we
Okay.
ever gotten to, so we would never be in a situation that we have excess money, right?
Excess money
Like,
from a
we
bond
have-
issue?
Yes, from a bond issue perspective. Okay, we went out, the number I said earlier, and we came in, we did all our projects less than that. So we have money left over. Can we use that money, you said, maybe I misinterpreted what you said, other projects that are on the books already, so we can use that extra money for those projects, or we
Yeah,
can't?
and our bond attorney's not here, but, my realization and my experience over the years is once you've done everything you've promised, if there's excess funds, it can be used to other capital projects you have.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. So the 35 million piece, what I was kind of alluding to earlier, is we would never try to plan for $35 million worth of buildings and not anticipate those auxiliary costs to put us in a situation where, okay, now you got to fund from the general fund an extra 3, 5, so forth and so on. So we try to project as many costs as possible in there, put a little bit of cushion, so hopefully we come under so we can achieve all the projects plus some of those long-range major maintenance capital improvements type projects that we'll be talking about next.
Thanks, appreciate it.
I know I just walked in, so let me not try and ask a question that you probably did not already say, so everybody's okay. We had spoke recently about the Building A in JB Martin and the air conditioning kind of thing, and you showed me this is the plan, this is what things look like. Now, when you talk about stuff getting shut down and not doing new projects, is that falls in that category, or now it has to go back to the 2 years that they were going to have to wait for it to fall in its actual plan?
Yes, ma'am. And that's going to be a great segue into our next item, but just to kind of touch on it before we get there, the next item is going to be our capital outlay 5-year plan. And then those type of projects that you're referencing are long-range major maintenance, capital improvements. Those are the type of things we do to maintain our buildings, HVAC systems, roofing systems and such, which we have based off of obsolescence plan. But to answer your question in short, yes, all those projects are slotted. They can be deferred. With the caveat that we've got to really look at everything in totality, whether it be warranty data, work order data that's telling us the systems isn't performing, life cycle costs, all these things to make the most educated decisions we can to say, this one's okay to defer, but this one we better do now, or, and two things. One, we're going to wind up in an emergency situation where we're without something we need for the educational environment, or two, we're going to make a lot of expensive repairs because we're not maintaining to the level that we need. So those decisions are all made, not really in a vacuum. It's taking all of those inputs together. But the next agenda item has me kind of reviewing that capital outlay and where we are and where we're looking to go over the next few years. Okay.
There are no other questions on bond issue project. We can move on.
Okay, and perfect segue to that. The next item on your agenda is capital project outlay. Kind of preface that a little bit, but to allude to that on more, this was requested by Ms. Becky Weber as well as many members of the board to kind of say, okay, I'm hearing that we're trying to cut, but where are we with maintaining stuff? Because it's that tough situation there where we've got to preserve our investment, but we also need to be aware and cognizant of the financial constraints that we're operating under. So with that being said, there's a document here attached. I'll give you a little bit more reference before I kind of go into the setup of the document and entertain any questions, but it's an attachment underneath that item. The way we come forward with our 5-year capital outlay is it basically starts with some data that we load in. I just referred to a couple of them, but one of them is our obsolescence plan. Basically what that is we take every site, every building within a site, and map out year constructed, year renovated, and then chart out the major systems within that site, whether it's energy management system, lighting, some of the things we've talked about, roofing, HVAC systems, and such. So we have information, when it was put in, what's the expected life cycle, what's the warranty. We combine that with our data management system, FMX, for work orders, to where we're looking at how often are we making repairs to these things. So for example, a roof at Albert Cammon, the warranty data, the installation data tells us now it's time to replace. If we go back and tie in work order data to that, and we have not had one work order in the last 2 years on that roof, that tells us let's defer the maintenance on that and let's go to something that might be 18 out of a 20-year warranty, and the life cycle is 20 years that we've had major issues with, might jump it on that list. So I think that would kind of make sense to everybody how those decisions are kind of made. So this 5-year capital outlay represents that. Just to give you the setup of the sheet and then kind of talk about it in general, then ask if there's any questions. But basically it's set up as such to kind of identify what project from work order data, from warranty information, from obsolescence should we be doing each fiscal year, with the caveat too, you can only handle so much workload and you only want to incur so much cost. You don't want to have a year where it's 10 million, then 1 million, then 10, then 1, because that's very hard to budget for. So trying to keep somewhat consistency over the years with project load and expenses. So all that gets wrapped into what goes into for that fiscal year. So as you see the sheet that we bring before you pretty much every March, it goes from site to specific project name, to fiscal years budgeted for, and you'll see a lot of them span over 2 fiscal years, and that is a lot of times because projects span over summers. So one summer, you're kind of wrapping up one fiscal year, rolling to the next, and just trying to project that as best as you can for when the bulk of that project will hit in what fiscal year. So you can see, obviously, for 26, 27, as you scroll down the line on the, I'll get to the total number of pages, to the 6 pages, the bottom line number is 0. So does that mean we're not going to do any maintenance work and I'm just going to go on vacation all year, me and my department? No, ma'am, no, sir. We're still working very hard. What this means is we're dedicating our funds that are allocated and budgeted for the just day-to-day upkeep of our buildings. Upkeep and maintenance, emergencies, different things that we talked about. But as far as any specific identified large capital project, we've deferred those at this time. And because of all the things we said, I feel comfortable with all of them. I feel comfortable with the roofs we have. I feel comfortable with the HVAC systems we had. Now, some are getting very close. One of them that was referenced earlier, and if I could go to page number JB Martin, it would be on page 5, somewhere in the middle, and I should have mentioned that. Everything in purple, as you can see in parentheses, has been completed. Everything in white are things that are still scheduled to be done. Okay, so for example, JB Martin in the middle of page 5, Building A, cooling tower fountain and the air handling units. Okay, so this is something that really was on the books kind of last year going into this year. We've kind of bumped it a little bit. I don't think we're at a critical point where we're not going to have AC, but it gets to that point where we know it's its life expectancy. We're starting to see more work orders on it. We know that if we don't make a major investment at some point in time, we're going to be spending more money on emergency repairs, and it's going to be more costly. So it definitely behooves us to do that. Now, I have it spanning currently over fiscal year 27, 28, 28, 29, where we'd wrap through, those summers. If we absolutely had to defer for another year or two, I still believe we can. But, at point in time, how far do you kick the can down the road? So that's the kind of decisions that we'll have to weigh and make. But when you kind of scroll back to the bottom again, on the bottom of page 6, you see on that continuum, on that 5-year capital outlay, we go from 0 and we slowly start to ramp up, even though lower than past years in projection, where we were a lot of years, we're in the 2.5 million range, teetering up and down from, trying to keep it consistent. But those numbers can in fact bump a little bit further down the line. Just all those things I mentioned is the caution to it, to really identify what is mission critical at that time to keep the education environment in compliance, to keep it safe, to keep it conducive. So I believe we can continue to defer a little bit, but you get a couple years out of it. You can't do it forever, if you will.
Mr. Romney, the example you gave with J.B. Morton on page 5, you have 200 one year, 200 the next. Why is that? Is that two different projects, or is that?
Yeah, no, sir. It's one project. Many of these projects span over fiscal years because we do them over the summer a lot, especially something like HVAC.
Okay. So
it'll hit June of the end of that one fiscal year and then roll into July, so it's 2 fiscal years. And it gets real tricky with figuring out.
So it's the same project, but it
Yes,
spans
sir.
over 2 fiscal years?
That's correct. Yeah, roofing, you'll see that. A lot of things we try to do over the summer, usually you'll have a 2-year span on it, and then figuring out how much is going to hit on one side and the other side. Depends on weather, how fast the contractor works. So it's fluid, but it's a best estimation for that type of project. But mostly for these type of projects, we don't want to do when school's in session because it will interrupt the learning environment. Costs more if you have to plan around that, more disruption. So if we can get it during the summer, you'll see a lot of them span 2 fiscal years. Yep.
Okay.
So any questions on any in particular or the process that we're going through, and we continue to go through and probably more stringent in looking at these than ever with all those, that litmus test or that prong test. How critical is it to PICS? Can we defer it? If we do defer it, are we exposing ourselves into, emergency repairs or expenditures and making decisions from there? But because of the board's investment over the last probably 20 some odd years, we, I believe, would say have done a better job at maintaining our facilities than most. We're fortunate to be in a position to have the funds, but the board had the foresight to say, let's dedicate to this. Let's not just build buildings and then they deteriorate. Okay, we're building them, now we know we need to maintain them. And I think that's where the investment over the years has come from when we had surplus funds to say, let's do the things that we know we need to do to preserve these facilities. And we plan to continue to do that, just with a very discerning eye as to understanding the financial climate and understanding what we might be able to just defer for another year or two, if that makes sense.
Mr. Rome, the Hearst Gym HVAC, it's got the 2 stars. Is that the principal's capital improvement thing?
No, sir. That's just because we don't have a good budget number for it yet. So we know from our data points that's about when it's slotted in. So probably as I near that over the next year, I'll task our maintenance department with getting with some trusted engineers or design professional and say, just give us a ballpark. What are we looking like with an inflation factor on it? And then we'll drop that number in. So it's more of a mental note for us to say, that's about when we want to do it. I need to put in a hard number. I just haven't yet.
Okay.
Yep. Yes, sir.
So you don't have any projects
Thank you, sir.
in this new budget?
For this fiscal year, no major maintenance capital improvements. It's more of our upkeep budgets that we typically have, which has been submitted as part of the interim budget. We're putting a hold or defer on this year. And next year, we just have the 450. We can always look to defer that again. But, you know, like I said, you kind of get into how far do you kick the can down the road. 450 is a relatively small amount, so maybe we can attack those smaller key projects next year and just build up as funds become more available.
Good job.
So,
Can I just ask a, for my knowledge question? Sanji Kindergarten is now Lakewood?
yes, ma'am, that's
Is
correct.
it, would that not fall under Lakewood?
It would. If you can direct me to which item.
It's at the
you're looking-
very bottom.
Very bottom. I could see the item. It might, it's quite possibly it should just be included, but I'm looking down. Okay,
Like
it says,
page
okay,
6,
so
last
these,
two.
those projects are completed already, if you see. Some years back, when we started this list, we would just put the new stuff, but the board, you know, through their wisdom, said it's probably good to show the public all these projects we completed, so it was probably Sanji at that time. It was just done in the
Oh,
past,
okay.
yeah. So
All
that,
right.
anything in purple and then the parentheses would be completed already, so, yeah.
Okay.
But
I
now
was
it
like,
would be.
what's
yeah.
Sanji? And then I remembered that it.
Any
a
part
Lakewood
of,
building says Sanji Kindergarten
yeah.
on it still. Okay.
Any improvements to that building now would be under the Lakewood umbrella.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Roman, maybe Dr. Hartling as well. How was this information given to our principals? Because I know they get the information, you list your priorities. You know, we're underneath this financial constraints that we're in currently. So I want to make sure that what they're seeking, you know, what we want to make sure that is safety and compliance when it comes to our property. So how is this communicated? Has this been communicated to them at this point?
So, yes, ma'am, in several parts, okay? So basically, this is one component. We have our principals capital improvements list, which are requests that principal give, that administration reviews, prices out, determines, you know, what's the budget for the year and what we can allocate funds to. And then we have our safe schools capital improvements list. Well, the decision was made to basically defer those funds. So the principals did submit their request. We did price it out. We have those requests. At this time, we've informed them with those requests, we're going to see how the year goes budget-wise. If funds became available in our general maintenance budgets for some projects that seem high on the priority list, that we would attack them and inform them as we decided to do those. Any that are not done, what we'll do is when we seek capital improvements requests for next year, we'll send them the list, say, you know, you put these before. If you still want them considered, resubmit them, and of course, we'll evaluate as funds become available. Now, we do plan to reiterate that at the beginning of the year principals meeting at the end of July to say, okay, here's your capital list. As you know, we're still in a bit of a defer mode right now. If we are able to have the funds to complete any of these projects, you will be notified in advance about when we plan to do it, so you can prepare your staff, and if not, you'll just be asked to resubmit them again. So we have stated that once, but we will reiterate that in July, and we will be able to pick up some of the splinter, more critical projects. Just like everything, we're going to evaluate that list. If somebody's asking for graphics throughout the school, that might be something that would be low on the list. But if somebody puts replace tile in blank wing, and we go there and there's some cracked tiles, we're going to say, well, that's kind of maintenance. So we do have budgets for that. Let's attack those first. So it's kind of more of needs versus wants, and we'll knock out all we can within the budgets we have allocated.
Is that same true for striping, for handicap, fire zones? So that would become underneath the maintenance budget of something mulch on the playground, because I know that's a compliance and safety. So maybe not compliance, maybe so. So are those the things that have already been budgeted that we know these are going to be taken care of?
Yes, yes, ma'am, those things we're gonna do.
Okay.
So, I mean, we're gonna do that within our normal operating budgets. It would be more of the projects, we want to, completely renovate 2 wings at a school. And that's where we got to slide that, okay, that's more, it's either a bond issue consideration or it's either a long-range major maintenance capital improvements that we've got a budget for. But anything compliance, safety, we're going to take care of. And then the low-hanging fruit that gives us the bang for our buck that fit within our operating budget, we're still going to address. So it's not like, no, we're putting this aside, we're not looking at any of it. It's just taking care of things that we have to within the funds we have, but the compliance and safety piece, we've got to do that. So we do have funds available to attack those type of projects.
It was just, it was addressed with me through several constituents in our school area. Just wanted to make sure all these things could be kept up, and I assured them they would. So I'm glad, and I hope this is clearing for everyone to know that these things are in place.
All right, if there are no further questions, we're back on time. School board property update.
Recently, the Capital Improvements Committee had met to review some property of St. Charles Parish Public Schools, had to evaluate, it actually tasked the Capital Improvements Committee to look at property that we currently hold and whether or not those properties would be consideration for sale, retain, whatever it may be, not through an official evaluation of property value, okay, through a survey or anything like that, but just generally speaking. So that Capital Improvements Committee met, made some recommendations relative to those properties, and Mr. Rome is here today to present those.
Yes, thank you, Superintendent. So before you, you have 3 documents. 2 of them are just policy and procedure that kind of outline sale of property. We just keep bringing that to the board's attention that's our steps that we have to follow, our marching orders. It does give you some latitude in how you sell property. There's still the traditional, advertise, seal bids, but also working through a real estate agent. We've utilized that process before. If you might recall, on the Boutte Adult Learning Center property that was purchased by the ARC. So we do have processes in place to sell property if we get to that point when we say, okay, let's definitely pull the trigger on that. So as the superintendent stated, this was shared with the board some time back, I believe at the April retreat, but at a previous meeting in which we had our property that's in open or our property that's no longer being utilized, facilities per se. If you direct your attention to that attachment, you will see those properties that we reviewed. At that point in time, it was directed by the board to come back, meet with the Capital Improvements Committee, as the superintendent stated, and then make some recommendations. So before you today, we have those recommendations. So if I can bring your attention to that document, there's 2 attachments that say board docs. That's the policy and procedure. It's the document that says St. Charles Parish Public Schools property in open and vacant facilities. Okay, we should be familiar with the format. This is how it was presented, just with an added column at the end as far as hold or explore sale. You see the various properties listed that were discussed before. I'm going to draw your attention to the 2 that have comments in regards to basically looking further into, and then open it up to any questions about any of the properties you may have or any further direction. But as you can see, as you scroll down about halfway through the first page, we have a parcel or piece of property in Months. This piece of property is, at this time, not subdivided from the parish. This was a piece of property that was part of a donation as developers created or developed subdivisions, not too dissimilar from like Ashton, that type of situation. Currently, the property on the books is not subdivided, as I stated, so that would be a process we'd need to do first to carve out our portion, and then we could, of course, explore the sale after that. So the direction of the committee after reviewing it was, yeah, whether we're ready to entertain a potential sale or not, let's clean this up. Let's get it to where the parish has their parcel clearly defined, we have our parcel clearly defined, and then we can make a decision where to go from there. So we have been tasked with that. If the rest of the board so agrees, we'll move forward working with the parish government on getting that achieved. Any questions on that at this point in time on that item or piece of property? Okay, and the other piece of property that we clearly identified for a potential sale was that it's the old Hornville Learning Center site on Pine Street. This is property in the open. Currently on a portion of property, we do have someone who leases it for cattle. That lease, if we do sell it, we can get out of that lease at that point in time. If we do decide to sell the property, I mean, of course, we'd need to go through the proper steps on that. But it is a piece of property that's vacant. We have not utilized for some time. It is not centralized to any district operations or associated with any school. So the committee said, certainly let's explore the sale. So if the board as a whole agrees, what we would do is at that point in time, go through that process, whether it be a real estate agent or, an out for proposal sale and go forward with those steps. And at that time, bring it back to the board and say, yes, we have an interest at this price, so forth and so on. So I guess what I'm asking, or, we're asking as administration is, these are the recommendations. Are there any others that you would like us to consider? And do you approve for us to move forward with the next steps on the two that we've identified before you?
Mr. Rome, first off, thank you to the committee for doing this work. I guess my initial question is, what is an approximate price to get an appraisal on a piece of property?
Yes, sir. It can range, but I mean, typically it's not very expensive to get that initial appraisal. It could be in the $5,000 range, to get hard numbers. So where they're actually, comparing it versus other sales and such, and instead of a shot in the dark, if you will, we could get pretty hard numbers what the values are for about $5,000.
That would be on all properties, or that's per property?
It's per, yes,
Per
sir.
property, okay.
Yes, sir.
I guess what I'm trying to get at then is, considering where we're at financially, I would think it would behoove us to look at the value of each one of these. And because what if the value of one of these really starts outweighing what we ever thought it was? And if we can put ourselves in a situation where maybe selling off some property here keeps us from having to cut somewhere else, I just think it would be the most responsible thing to do. But
when we went through each one of them, we discussed the reasons of what potential benefit that it could have, but also not just potential benefit of it not costing us anything to maintain it, or not costing us anything. Like when we went, I believe that was the process that you used, explaining why we keep things, because even if you try and sell something like at the very top, you just donate it. You can't even sell it. You have to donate it back to where you got it from. Or, like each one of them had its own caveat as to why that was the decision that was made, because we were in this situation when the meeting happened. So we looked at everything to be, can this actually be a financial benefit to us?
Right.
so some of these can't even be sold.
I mean, like the Lakewood property, there's no access. So what can it be sold for? You can't subdivide it into a subdivision. There's no access. So, I mean, it's just, there's a lot of things that there's no real value, I guess, would be the question to it, so.
So I'll add one other thing to that. Like, I'll give you the Ashton property. There's 20 acres that are, yep, okay, yeah. And Mr. Rome, I don't want to put you on the spot because I know you're familiar with this, but I'm not asking you for an answer. But 10 acres was donated, 10 acres was purchased. So I don't know that that 20 acres can be sold. Yeah. 10 might be able to, but I don't know that all 20 can be because of the whole donation. I'm not like. Back to the. Yeah, you'd have to give it. So there's some.
We were losing out on it if we did.
This is part of the donated piece thing that the parish has. I don't.
Yeah, no, I mean, there's really two properties that have restrictions. It's the Kelowna property. that would have to revert back if it's not used for educational facilities. You are correct on the Ashton piece, the 10 acres we purchased can be sold back to them. There are caveats on the 10 acres that were donated that it's supposed to be an educational facility. I don't know all the legalities of that as far as the ways around that, but 10 acres currently can be sold. So the two pieces that have really restrictions are the Kelowna piece and the half of the Ashton piece right now.
So I get all of the reasons, but what if one of these properties is worth something that we just don't realize?
What was our reason behind not doing DeSalmons?
The Zalmans, it's an isolated small piece of property, and it's currently recreation, has a park on there. They maintain it, we don't maintain it. There's a long-term lease in place. I couldn't speak to the exact term of that. I'd have to revisit that. Yeah.
So what is the cost again to get these properties appraised?
I'm sorry, what's
What
that?
does it
Can you repeat the
cost to get
question?
these properties appraised? I missed that.
Approximately $5,000 or so per property, yeah.
About 50 grand for all 10.
John, historically, the board.
Microphone,
has
please, Mr. Smith.
Many times opted to put properties up for sale. The sales cycle from the time we list the property until the time that the property actually sells, if it's sold, has traditionally been an extremely long period of time. So the actual receipt of dollars from that sale, from the time that the property was put on the market till the sales time, in my judgment, would not be enough time to impact the situation that we're in right now. So, and the amount of money that we can get from the sale of some of those properties that you've got listed there, I don't see it as a viable option in terms of trying to look to that as a source of revenue to impact our situation now.
Okay. Yeah, at this point in time, we just have the two items that were recommended to explore the sale and work on subdividing. It's at the board pleasure if you want us to look at any of the others and more closely, whether it be an appraisal or bring back any information. I know as a, administration with the superintendent's approval, we can bring this back periodically for us to revisit to see if there's any interest in more properties, but just kind of seeking that direction from y'all. I'm understanding, it seems like on the two that we have identified that we would move forward with the exploring the potential sale of one and then subdividing the other one. Just wasn't sure if the board had any other direction, or at this point in time, that's the list we work with and then revisit it again at your pleasure.
Well, because looking back over it, and maybe what we could have or should have added onto this, not just hold or explore sale, but was the reason that the committee came up with why we were going to hold, specifically Kelowna, that we already discussed, the media center and the Ellington property. That discussion was about how incredibly centralized that location is. And we are maybe in this position right now, but we are not in this position forever. And I still not to get emotional, there hopefully will be something there that we had already planned on being there. So getting rid of that to me is a hard pass, because I still have hopes and dreams about what we're going to use that area for. And then when we talked about, do you remember that conversation about what we were going to do there? Okay. So, and then when you go down further to specifically the Lakewood property, it's behind the school. So you couldn't sell it, that no one can do anything with it because they can't get access to it because it's on our school property. It's the backyard.
I get that, but the value's in whoever wants to buy it. And if someone wants to give us a nice bit of money for it, but we don't even know what it is right now. And so if I'm sitting here and and look, we've asked the superintendent and the administration to give us all options on the table with regards to expenditures. And if I'm sitting at home and there starts becoming cuts, and I see the school board holding on to all this property that could have saved a couple of jobs, I'm not saying that's what we'll do, but how about we just know what the value of the property is? I don't see any harm in that. But if $50,000 is too much to explore what the value of our property is, then I mean that's the pleasure of the board. But that's just where I stand on that.
Mr. Rome, talking about that property by Ellington, and I do recall what we planned on doing with that. If we're not going to be in a position to do anything for 5 years, based on the information we got earlier about our budget, hoping for 3, but possibly 5, who is taking care of that building, not only on the outside, but on the inside as well? Is someone going in there checking for, deterioration, rodents, any graffiti, anyone? So I'm just concerned, like, we have these properties, but are we making sure these properties are within good standing so that we ever do get to come back to it? Is it going to cost us a good bit of money to update all this? Like, what are you seeing?
Yes, ma'am. The short answer to that is yes. A little bit deeper explanation of it is that's basically, in essence, 2 pieces of property. You've got the open property where the old Luling School, which became the maintenance shop, which was destroyed during Katrina, which is just open land. That's just simply cutting the lot. The former media center campus and facility, which we've pretty much fully vacated, as that's been incorporated here and centralized at central office. Right now, we do have people checking on it. For many that's been on the board a long time, it's never good to let buildings sit too long. That doesn't mean you have to sell. You can consider leasing it, or we could repurpose. For example, as part of the media center, there is a storage area that could potentially be utilized to store excess or district materials that might not fit at the LPAC, at distribution, at the PLC. So I don't think we've actualized exactly its function until a later date when we can determine if we can do another program there, but that is something that I'll note in my mind that we do need to do, because if you're not checking or nobody's using a building, they do tend to deteriorate. So that's why we've typically either leased or repurposed until that time. So I can't give you the answer exactly what yet, but know that we are checking on it, and I'll put that on the list to say, what are we going to do with it until, basically.
And that's a great point. If we're not going to sell, it might be a good idea to lease and lease it year by year until we might be, but at least we're going to be getting some money back. In the same instance, we can still keep the property if we want, and then in 4 or 5 years, we realize we don't want this property anymore, then we can offer to them to buy it, if that comes to pass. But I do hate seeing a building, and I'm very familiar with the media, says it's a very nice area inside there. And I feel like if we had somebody that could lease it, that would be great.
So if it's the direction of the board for us to explore potentials for that property, whether it be lease or use, we can certainly explore that at your direction. And it might be district use. It could be for storage or what other purpose that we would deem. But if that's your direction, we'll look into the media. And next time when we update this, we'll have some ideas or recommendations in regard to the media center.
Mr. President, and whoever's the chair, I think it's Karen who's chair of capital improvements, I would like it to go back and see, maybe we can, some of these properties that we could lease and look at other ways for it. But I'm also thinking, like Mr. Cody as well, that we have these properties, but it's hard for me to accept that it's going to be $50,000 to get appraisals on these properties. So I don't know, maybe it's just some of them we might want to look at and just see, because he's right. Somebody out there might want to buy it, whether or not there's an entrance or not, but they might want to lease the property or rent it, but I would like to, Ms. Boudreau, if you don't mind, to come back to you and share with the board what are the purposes that we could use for some of these buildings?
I'm in agreement with the appraisals on the properties that we could legally sell. Does that make sense? I'm agreeing with you, but I guess my only question is, what would be the purpose of paying for the appraisal on a property that we can't legally sell? That'd be my only question.
Yeah, no, and
I'm not the
I
attorney.
thought that's what this, I thought these were all potential ones that we could, outside of legalities. I would get that we want to hold on to some, and again, and I'll just put this out here, I mean, quick Google search, $20,000 on the low end of marshy land in St. Charles Parish, $20,000 per acre.
No, I'm not. that's what I'm saying.
$20,000 per acre, that's the low end of the going rate so that adds up fast. But I agree, I think there's some things that we need to say this, we're holding on to this because this is a dream project. But to hold on to stuff because we think that we're gonna get new students, you know, an influx, stuff like that, like to add on to schools.
Like months makes sense because it's way out there, right? I mean, and not because it is, because you got Norco. Sorry, let me finish. You got to hear the second half of the sentence. So, like, but you got Norco, right? I mean, but I don't have an issue with looking at the Ellington and Media Center property and selling it. Not that you're
He's trying to fight today.
every day, but not that you put it, because that's not a thing that you have to put in that spot. There's other places.
Well, but you say that, and he even said, he just whispered and said it, oh, well, the Lakewood property, we could use that. But the point of this property was centrally located. And if that was the goal and the dream, as Ms. Babin presented it, was to make sure that our East Bank families and our West Bank families that needed to access a center such as this were not having to drive an hour over to Lakewood from Norco.
And we have another property essentially located too.
Where's that? That's
Right.
on this list?
I don't know if it's on here, but it's different Parkway.
I agree
Okay.
about the Munns property, because if you, and you know as well as I do, North Elementary, there's plenty space if we needed to grow. You know, I mean, we're very fortunate with that. So that Munns area, I would think that might be a place we might want to.
But I think the
We might
Munts
wanna
area is already
start.
being set. It's
For
going to
sale.
work on
It's on there.
subdividing, and then after subdividing, it's going to be looked into
Okay.
the uses.
Can we? Is it similar to the Ashland one? I would ask Mr. Rome before we go spend money on appraisal. Because I know Ashland, you can't do the whole thing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm gonna leave it there.
yeah, it would first start with getting it subdivided from the parish, because right now, it's just not a clean property, clean title. We would need to get it subdivided and then work from there. So that was, you know, the recommendation of the committee is to get that part done and then see where we can go with it from there. But
So can I make just a recommendation? Can we, if the pleasure of the board to move forward with the two, to go ahead and appraise those, we can reevaluate and work with the committee chair to look at the properties that are actually hard nose and kind of soft nose, right? Because there are some that we decided that the committee decided no, because of the challenges associated with it, and that was kind of our standard. Whereas we can go back and look and say, okay, even though this is a challenge, you're right, the parish government has has something on that property, which is why we chose not to, because it's a playground. But maybe the value of that property far exceeds what the challenge would be when working with the government, and we could go back, work with administration first and bring it to the chair to see if she'd like to bring it back to the committee from that standpoint. That way it doesn't stop us from moving forward with what the committee already approved, and then we can bring back and consider Mr. Cody's considerations as well as Mr. Gregson.
Sounds good.
Jerome, are you clear? Good.
yes, sir. I think that's it for me.
All
Thank you.
right. Thank you, Mr. Rome. Now we move to Goal B, Student Wellbeing and Belonging.
The 10 acres back. You're only gonna sell
Schedule. That's curriculum update. Dr. Green and Mr. Wire.
This will be Dr. Green's final presentation to the board. So we certainly appreciate Dr. Green and Ms. Dwyer being here. You know, I'll just say this in front of the board, as you've all heard, the same way I would say the same about Ms. Smith, but their impact on this school system for the many years of their commitment is not only appreciated, but you can see the impact that they have both made in regards to how well this organization is run. In terms of social emotional learning curriculum, I know she and I kind of came in, well, we did come in the same time to this level, this is something that she was very passionate about. Obviously, Ms. Dwyer, being a former counselor, is passionate as well, but I just appreciate both of their approaches this year. This was a pilot for our middle schools, three elementary, and both of our high schools. As you'll see with the later update that we've kind of incorporated into the miscellaneous, you'll see some potential impacts, and they're here to share just some of the impacts that we have had. But very much appreciate, her investment in the school system and everything, every stop along the way, as well as Ms. Smith in the back. Thank you.
All right, good afternoon, members of the board and our fabulous superintendent. We're going to go ahead and get started with our Goal B Student Wellbeing and Belonging update, specifically focused on social emotional learning curriculum, 7 Mindsets, which was purchased as a pilot for this school year. And from there, I want to start with just a little historical context so we remember the why to all of this. So going backwards to the 23 school year, we started an SEL task force that had about 25 members of a variety of stakeholders, including students, parents, employees that were inclusive of administrators, teachers, counselors, and mental health professionals. We did this work because it aligned with Goal B, student well-being and belonging being our ultimate focus. But let's not forget, back then, we were coming right off of the tail of COVID, Ida, and then social media's impact, as well as the results from our universal screening that showed us that we had many students that we now sometimes call silent sufferers. It's not the ones that show themselves, it's the ones who don't show themselves that may often need just as much support. So from that task force, we were charged to find a Tier 1 curriculum, all meaning all, something that would support K through 12 schools, something that would be a continuum, and something that would ensure that the MTSS model, along with the support for not just our students, but our employees and our families alike. Therefore, 7 Mindsets, through a huge process of an adoption of a curriculum per policy, was adopted as a pilot. And then we talked last year at board retreat right around this time that after the pilot, as all things would be successful, we would then do a full district rollout implementation for the 27 fiscal year, 26-27 school year. And so Ms. Megan Dwyer, our fabulous Equity and Social Emotional Learning Coordinator, will take over from here. I'll be here to add anything if need be and answer any questions. So thank you so much for seeing the vision. Thank you for your full support. Thank you to our board members who are on the system-based team specifically, and for all of you who went into the classrooms to see this live and in living color. We appreciate you, and so do our students, families, and school members. All right, Ms. Megan.
All right, thank you, Dr. Green, and thank you, board members. Good afternoon. The first thing that we're going to look at are just a few photos. Let me go to the next slide. These are just a few photos from the schools that were piloting 7 Mindsets. So like Dr. Ortling said, it was both high schools, all 4 middle schools, and 3 of our elementary schools. The next slide is just a reiteration of which of those schools it is, especially for the elementary schools, Lakewood, Luling, and RJVL. The next slide is just a reminder of when we came to the table a year ago, or maybe even more than a year ago, to ask you guys and talk to you about the curriculum that we were looking at, why this curriculum stood out. One of the main components, or a few of the main components, like Dr. Green mentioned, were that it was available for kindergarten through 12th grade. It used language that was similar all the way from the beginning all the way to the end, and it builds on each other. So in August, everyone across the district, whether they're in kindergarten or in 11th grade, will be learning about the same mindset. They'll just be learning about it on their grade level, at their developmental level. And so that was something that was very important to us. The lessons are available in English and Spanish. I know at JB Martin, they had a specific class that had a large population of their EL students, and they did all the lessons in Spanish. So we loved that that was an option for those who needed it. One of the things that we liked about this curriculum too was that it offered district and school site support, and that was huge for us. They had not only virtual PL, which a lot of the places now offer, but they had in-person PL, which was important to us too. Another component of this was that they had the base education. That's the tier 2 and tier 3 that our counselors and mental health providers have been able to utilize this year. And then for this pilot year, we did utilize the Insights tool, which was a measurement tool that allowed us to guide some of our next steps. If you look at the next slide, this is kind of what a very basic idea of what our implementation looked like, our implementation plan. We had our middle school retreat where Scott Schickler, one of the heads of the company, he presented to our middle school administration, teachers, everyone who attended. Then we had 2 beginning of the year kickoffs for the employees at all 9 of the pilot schools, which were a huge success. Everyone was able to come to the LPAC and hear the same message at the same time, which was really important to us for our faculty and staff to all get that same message from the top down. And we do have some things in plan for next year as well. The communication plan this year was only specific to our pilot schools, of course, because we weren't doing it district-wide. So next year, when we are doing a full district rollout, you'll see more things on social media. You'll see more things that are going to be happening at every single school rather than just the pilot schools. It was important for us to go to the schools and actually visit the sites. We had a few board members who came and did that with us. It was great to just be in those classrooms, to interact with the students, to interact with the faculty, and see how they were taking it and making it their own and increasing student engagement. So it was great to have that. Next year, that's something that will continue for sure, and since we'll have a larger group, it's something there where I'm gonna have it kind of mapped out specifically on a calendar. So increasing the school and site supports. Of course, we wanna track data. There's a couple of ways that we did that, and I'll get into that in a minute. I had meetings with principals throughout the school year, some virtual, some in person, some during a meeting situation, somewhere I came to the school. And then I held SEL Champions and 7 Mindsets meeting, had those quarterly at the PLC. And then, of course, since it was a pilot, and really anything that I do, I like to try to solicit feedback because I'm only as good as what people need and what they tell me. So it was important for us to really say, hey, this was a pilot school, a pilot year. This wasn't going to be perfect. We know it wasn't going to be perfect, but what can we do to make it better? So the following slides are just going to kind of take you through each one of those bullets. The first slide is just talking about those beginning of the year kickoffs. As I mentioned earlier, we had 2 sessions at the LPAC. The morning session was for our high schools, and the afternoon session was for our elementary schools. The middle schools were able to attend the session that we had at middle school retreat, but anyone who wasn't able to attend middle school retreat, since that's optional, were able to come to either the morning or the afternoon session. But like I said, this was an opportunity for us to build that common language. The next couple of slides are just photos from the schools that piloted 7 Mindsets. I have one photo from Luling, one from RJVL, and one from Lakewood. As I mentioned before, it was great to just be able to go and see what this actually looked like in practice. It allowed us to say, oh, this teacher is really doing a good job with this. And none of our visits were meant to be punitive or to say, you're doing this all wrong. It was more to just say, this is what's going well, and maybe put somebody in support if we did see something that could have been a little bit better. At our elementary schools, the teachers presented these lessons over a 2-day period. They either did it on Tuesday and Wednesday mornings during morning meeting, or on Tuesday and Thursdays during morning meeting. But the lesson itself is about 30 minutes, so we know that the way that our elementary schools are structured, they needed to do it over a 2-day period. So that was our elementary schools. Middle schools, of course, we have all 4 of them on here. The middle schools also went with a 2-day lesson period. They all actually chose to do Tuesday and Wednesday mornings during their advisory. So they had the first bit of the lesson on Tuesday, the second bit on Wednesday, and once again, it was great to see how the different schools have really ran with and made it their own. Finally, our high schools, this high school site visits, that was fun as well. It's interesting to see across the different grade bands also how different things look and how it's presented to the students and how the students interact with it. At the high schools, they only did the lessons once per week. They did it Wednesdays during an advisory period that was specific for this reason. So it was really cool to be able to see this time specifically carved out and given to the students to receive these lessons each and every week. This next slide is looks like heart rate monitor or something like that. But that's not what it is. This is just one of the ways that we're able to track usage. So I just put an example from an elementary, a middle, and a high school. And what this shows is from the period from January till April-ish, I know it's a little bit different for the high school, you can see how many people were logged on at a time. So if I work at Albert Cammon and I know that my teachers on Tuesdays and Wednesday mornings should be logged on, I, as an administrator, or me as a district leader, can hop on to the dashboard and in real time see exactly how many teachers, and when I click on the number, it will also show me exactly who is logged in. So this is just an easy kind of way for us to see that the numbers are pretty steady. That's what we wanted to see there. So, you know, between 20, 25-ish people are usually on it on the days that they're supposed to. So that's Lakewood, Albert Cammon, and then Hahnville, if you'll notice, because they have a much larger number of advisory periods, their number's a lot higher. So you're not going to see 70 logins at an elementary school in one day because they don't have 70 advisory periods. And like I said, this is just one snapshot of how we're able to monitor and access that platform, and the administrators at each school have the ability to do so. And overall, we did see consistent usage at all schools that we're piloting. Next, and we're not going to spend too much time on this, but we did want to look at several different things to see what kind of data would be affected. And of course, we remember this as a pilot year. We weren't expecting to see huge results in 1 year. It takes 3 to 5 years of truly implementing something to really be able to say that this growth is dedicated and attributed to this. But one of the things that we did look at was the incidents coded as conducts or habits injurious to others. And that, I believe, we looked at because if a student is taking part in these behaviors, it's because they don't have the social skills that they need to oh my gosh, what's the word?
Make good choices.
To cope and make good choices. They're not emotionally regulating. They're not self-aware. So we thought that this was, you know, there's tons of data. There's tons of different discipline things that we could look at, but this was just one that I pulled. And if you're looking at this, we were able to work with child welfare and attendance to get the discipline numbers from last year and this year. And the only thing I do want you to notice is that the K through 5 numbers, those are only specific to the 3 schools that we looked at. That is not a district number. That is just those pilot schools. Now, of course, 6 through 8, 9 through 12, since they all piloted, they are represented in there. But if you can see that, we saw the most significant decrease at the high school. We saw a pretty good decrease also from K through 5. And then at middle school, we saw a tiny bit of an increase.
And I would also like to add, that Mr. Cody did reach out to us, and thank you for previewing this presentation in regards to requesting the percentage of students rather than just total incidents due to an enrollment dip. So we did work with child welfare and attendance, and I can try to dig deeper if need be, but the student enrollment for the 24-25 school year was 9,078 students by the end of the year. Student enrollment for the 25-26 school year this year, 8,800 students by the end of the year. So that's a differential of 278 students. So whether or not we deem the dip to be significant enough, but I definitely wanted to make sure to address that, Mr. Cody, so thank you for asking. And then at the same time, I want everyone to remember that the goal of the 7 Mindsets curriculum comes from the why we discussed at the beginning of this presentation, and we really want to focus on the culture and the climate. And this is just one data point that we will continue to track because it does tell us these pieces that Megan's referring to. Students on the Insights assessment as well as the Panorama assessment show us that they have a need to do these things based on their results from their screener. Recognizing the emotions of others and themselves, the ability to problem solve, understanding others' perspectives, you know, we talk about empathetic learners on our mission statement, and the ability to exhibit self-control. Those showed up on the screening results, and so this incident shows us that when our children get better at those things, we should over time see a decrease in this incident report. And so no correlation, definitely just a pilot, but just wanted to point out due to the question that was posed by our board president. So thank you, Megan, and thank you.
Thank you. The next few slides are going to just highlight the overall social emotional learning and wellness of the schools that piloted in the different grade bands. So we used the Insights Assessment, which was part of the package with 7 mindsets that we selected for this school year. And just like Dr. Green mentioned about all of those things that the students needed, if you read that little piece underneath where it says the overall composite score reflects students' overall recognition, those are all the same things that we're looking at. So what you're looking at is the beginning of the year for our third graders versus the end of the year for our third graders. And just to kind of sum it up, the overall trend shows positive upward movement. So looking at the yellow and the blue, that's where we want to see the majority of our students. If that can be within 80%, we're usually doing pretty good. And so what you'll notice is that a lot of the blue went up, and then there was a notable shift of students from lower bands into the higher bands. Next slide shows 4th and 5th grade, and the reason, just so that you guys know why I didn't put 3rd with 4th and 5th, is because their assessment is a little bit different. There was assessment for K through 3, there was one that's normed for 4th and 5th graders, a 6 through 8, and a 9 through 12, if you're wondering why that wasn't all together. So for the 4th through 5th graders, once again, we're kind of seeing that clear shift where the above average groups went up for the most part. It did decline a little bit in the below and the low average areas. So in that orange and red, it declined there. And so it did show a strong indicator of student growth. We're seeing lots of numbers that fall within the 80%. 6th through 8th grade. Once again, we're seeing that shift into the above average category for all of the schools, and a reduction in the average. So we don't want to see so much yellow, we'd much rather see the dark blue. And this indicates that students are moving up. Now, in some cases, there was a little bit more in the orange area, but it just shows a little bit of uneven growth in this area. And finally, our 9th through 12th data tracking via Insights. We saw an overall positive growth at that highly confident level, which is great across the board. So we saw, 29s across the board all went to 34, which is kind of crazy that it's all the same, but it is. And then we did see slight increases, though, in the sometimes confident, just to note that piece. So we did see that there was some growth from the beginning of the year to the end of the year in overall SEL competency awareness. And as I mentioned before, one of the big things for me is soliciting feedback and with intention, not just saying, hey, do you like this, do you not like this, but to take that feedback and actually do something with it. So towards I want to say maybe in the 3rd quarter, I sent a survey to all of our schools that piloted, all of our SEL champions that piloted at our schools, and gave them the opportunity to answer a survey for me. That way that we could take the information and grow. So that's what you're seeing here. This slide just shows that we did have feedback from multiple types of people. It's not that it was just teachers or just counselors. We had teachers, counselors, principals, deans, staff development coordinators, counselors, and mental health professionals. And then looking at that too, it also shows that we had a mixed grade band that also participated. Okay. The next slide is going to show some of the engagement levels that we saw. So it was important for me to know how engaged were the different stakeholder groups in your school. So we saw for the students, if you notice, it's only yellow and blue, which is moderate and high. So I call that a success. It's no red there. So, and you'll see in a few slides that there's still work to be done in that case, but the fact that there was no red made me smile. For our faculty and staff, we did see a little bit of red, but the majority, 97% of the faculty and staff said that they were moderate, or the people reported that their faculty and staff were moderately or highly engaged. Our site leaders, those would be the social emotional learning champions that I held meetings with throughout the school year, and they kind of became the ambassadors for their schools to go back and take what we talked about during our meetings and share it with their faculty and staff and make it more school-wide. So they were highly engaged. And then our parents and guardians, this is a clear need for increased support, and we will work on that. But like I said earlier, one of the things that we're definitely going to do differently is that we'll be able to really advertise and talk about it more on our social media and just different things that we send out. But because we were only doing it at some schools, I didn't want parents to be like, well, how come my school wasn't chosen? And how come my kids didn't get that? So we were trying to be cognizant of that without hiding the fact that we were doing it, because it was super important work. And the schools did a decent job of sending information out to parents and communicating with them about what was going on. But we do know that we need to do more work in that area. Okay, and then the next one talks about how well Seven Mindsets aligns with the needs and culture of their campus, because that's something that's important. We know that in order to see those shifts, we need it to be like a school campus, a culture thing. So we wanted to know, what does this look like at your school? And overall, I think that's 97% again, said that for the most part, somewhat well or very well, that it did indeed align. So that's good to know. Yes, sir.
How did you get those numbers? Do the parents say that they had low engagement? Is that how you got the red, like the high on the red for parents?
No,
Or
sir.
someone
This
saying-
was the staff saying that they felt like their parents
Okay,
could
so
have
the
been.
staff is answering
They
this
were
question
saying
right
we
here.
could engage our parents more.
Okay.
And in a few minutes, we'll talk about something we want to do going forward where we actually talk to the parents.
Is that the next one? Where they kind of
In a
almost
couple.
flip-flop?
It's
Okay.
coming on a future slide, but if you recall from yesterday, it's also one of the action steps now added due to our goal-based, system-based team, is that we have a need for solicitation of parent feedback, because this is not parent feedback. And at the same time, working with our public information department, the action step actually reads as though we are going to add items to the stakeholder survey that will be sent to students and parents next school year as an intentional action step to get feedback from the mouths of the babes as well as their family members. So that's a great question that you're posing, but the slide with the pie charts actually shows you which stakeholders we solicited feedback from, and they were internal versus external stakeholders. So as an action step, because we now are full district, now we can mass communicate, we can do an all communication, we can now publicize to parents and solicit their feedback holistically as a district. So that is on our Goal B long-range strategic action step as an action step itself.
Yes,
Thank you.
ma'am. So the next slide talks about the successes. So for this one, they were able to select as many or as little as they chose. And so you can see that the increased staff awareness of SEL practices was 76% of respondents chose that, which I think is great, because that was a huge piece of what we wanted to happen in this pilot year. We wanted them to know about social emotional learning and what that can look like in their schools and in their classrooms. So that was huge for us. And then, of course, the improved school and classroom climate. We saw 45% of responses that way. And then, of course, we're going to have some, and I knew this, and that's why I included it, not enough time yet to see impact, because it has only been, and at that point, it had only been 3 quarters. It hadn't even been a full year. So I was asking them to kind of say, what are you seeing at this point? But so I think this is promising to start with. Moving on to the next slide, this is talking about challenges. The next two kind of go together. So for the challenges, one of the challenges that we saw was that employee engagement, and another one was student engagement. So one of the things that we're going to do to address student engagement, and we found that that was especially a concern at the high school level. These students have gone in and not ever had something like this before, and their schedules are modified. So some of them were like, y'all took my time away and are putting me in this, and not everybody. But one of the things that we're going to do for our students this year is we're going to have like student kickoffs at both of the high schools on the staggered start days, to where they'll kind of get the same high energy, everybody hearing the same message all at once. And our representatives from Seven Mindsets will be there to help lead those. We'll also have our SEL champions at those schools as part of that kickoff, that celebration, as well as the students that are going to Ultimate Life Summit this year. So we are sending some students to Ultimate Life Summit for Seven Mindsets. That was on scholarship. That was a scholarship from Seven Mindsets. But so they'll be attending that, and they'll be able to come and be ambassadors for their schools with Seven Mindsets. So we're excited to see how we can increase student engagement in that way. And then, of course, employee engagement. Although the schools that had the 7 Mindsets kickoffs last year won't have that same opportunity. There is continued and ongoing professional learning that they will be able to participate in throughout the school year to address their specific needs.
And I would also like to add that partnership is everything for any initiative. Dr. David Shakesnyder and Rebecca Mathern have been working with Megan and I so that we can talk about the importance of having this conversation be a part of when principals participate in their BOY, MOY, and EOY evaluations. No, it cannot be added to their rubric from the state, but a conversation from the leadership at this level will be key in making sure that we inspect what we expect from our leaders. And so I can't say thank you enough to the executive staff members, not just them, but I'm spotlighting this because there is going to be an important need for principals to, number one, buy in, stay bought in, and sustain the momentum, mindsets over everything, momentum, in regards to this initiative not dying, because it's for our children, and it also benefits our employees and then families alike. And so our principals, as you can see, if you have 9 schools out of 15 who chose to do this just because they were passionate then, they're still passionate now. We have to make sure that we support them and hear them to continue to do whatever it takes to make sure that this continues to be sustained at a very high level. I look forward to hearing about it for 10 to 20 years to come. That's the goal. And so whatever we have to do to make that happen, that's what we're going to do. And I can't say thank you enough in case I'm remiss at the end to say thank you to Megan for her leadership. This would not have happened without her, in addition to all the partners that we've created across central office and across our schools to make this, get to this stage. So just very, very proud of what we're discussing today.
Just wanted, if I could, there just seems to be an obvious disconnect here for me. So when you're talking to the staff, we go back to that slide on 17, and it's 72% say that there's low engagement rate from the parents. And then you say, well, what's a challenge, right? This is the same people you're asking this question to. And they say 7% is family engagement. They're like, I mean, I'm not trying to say they're blaming, but if they're saying student engagement's the problem, but then they're saying that the lowest engagement is from the parents, I feel like there's a real big disconnect from the people that we're asking that question to.
I agree.
Am I missing that?
No,
Okay.
you're very, I mean, it's clearly there. I can't speak to how they decided to choose this answer for this one, but that one for that. But it's, either way, I think it's significant enough to know that it's an area that we need to address.
Perhaps, just because I know throughout the year, you know, Dr. Green and I talk in visiting schools, sometimes employees feel as though students, especially at the high school, right, they didn't feel as though they were engaging in the initial setup of this, but I think as it repeats itself, so I don't know if they interpreted those questions as when they're actually initiating the lessons that sometimes kids aren't as engaged. And on the other question, they're thinking that the kids are engaged because they're doing that I don't know. I just do know that earlier in the year, there was what I would call less engagement and less focus than there was probably in the second semester. I don't know.
And I have a quick question too. When you're saying parent engagement and the teachers answer that piece, were there opportunities for parents to be engaged? Did the parents know they had these opportunities? So to answer that, you know, like you said, Megan, it's so hard to figure out exactly where that's coming from because, you know, we didn't have full implementation, so it was very hard to decide, you know, what to send out. So I have to agree that hopefully next year you might see a different result from that.
And I'll also share that because we've met with individual principals throughout the year at their school campuses, done the site visits, et cetera, that each school does have a difference in what they have provided for their families under the area of engagement. But now Megan's taking all that she's identified across this year, and we're almost turning it into some type of rubric of expectation that says this is the win, And this is, you know, the minimum expectation. So we know some of our schools made sure out of the gate, this was at their open houses, their meet and greets. Parents actually had to go, some schools made a schedule by which it was a scheduled spot where you had to go into a room and watch a 7 Mindsets lesson. So different schools did different things throughout the pilot. It was not an expectation, but it was an opportunity for us to help them see the greatness within the schools and then share and collaborate. We met with the informal principals, the elementary principals meet as an informal principals, and just had the pilot, the 3 schools, share with the other non-pilots about their wins and their areas for growth. So that way they can learn from each other and then just finish the race stronger than having to go through a pilot in their mindset.
If they teach a lesson on how to wait your turn to talk, I need that lesson because that's so hard for me. Lifelong learner over here. I am a parent/guardian of a child at 2 of the schools that this was at, and then also one of the schools that they're going to. And it was actually kind of amazing now that, you know, looking big picture, at Almonds, they would send home stuff, but it wasn't like, this is what this is. These are the skills that we're learning with your child today, and let's communicate that. It wasn't like, they weren't trying to brand it, they weren't trying to sell it to the parents. It was just, if you want to do this activity. So if I'm a parent or someone else taking that survey, I wouldn't have even known that these languages are connecting until later in the year. And I even shared with both of you, at the end of year Almonds thing, the whole thing was centered around 7 Mindsets. The play that the kids did was 7 Mindsets. It was amazing the way that they incorporated that with the adults and with the parents. Then going to the RJVL beginning of the year, she said, you know, last year we really didn't involve parents as much because it was just a soft start. And then now we're going to be a lot more engaged. So let me tell you about 7 Mindsets and what your kids are going to be doing while they're here next year. So this is just your starting off point. It's going to get so great. The parents are absolutely going to buy in when I have conversations with it, because you already know I'm the biggest fan of this. They're going to have the conversations. This will grow. Adults want our kids to have access to this information. And if you don't, it's because you don't know what the information is actually giving, and I will share it with you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know which one I was on.
Me either. Because I've shuffled.
All right, let's just go to this one.
So move on.
So this slide just shows some of the examples of the types of meetings that I did specifically with the principals and or with the leaders for SEL at the schools. So we had, of course, our 4 SEL champion meetings where I had, about 70-ish people, 80 people total came from schools across, and that was pilot schools and non-pilot schools. Part of the meeting, we talked about just social emotional learning and best practices in general. And then towards the end of the meeting, I would dismiss the schools that had not piloted. They would go back, and then our schools that did pilot, we would talk specifically about that 7 Mindsets implementation. So those happened. We've had several virtual meetings. The beginning of the year, most of those virtual meetings were going over the results to insights, which was that assessment that they took. The end of the year meetings, the majority of those have been virtual. I'm in the middle of, I think I've done like 7 already. We still have a couple. And those are going to be for kind of like a wrap up for the schools that have piloted and then a looking forward. But then also for the schools that are new, this is what to expect, talking about some of those expectations and what it's going to look like at their schools. So that is kind of an unnecessary slide, sorry.
It's very necessary. We disagreed on that slide, but the reason that slide remains, and it will remain, is the mindset of without support to your schools and your principals, and maybe that's my bias, I was a principal for 13 years, if you don't support and hear your principals, if you don't support the leaders of the schools, this is a school-based initiative. This is not a district-level initiative. You can have Megan Dwyer here along with other members of this great department that's going to be called Equity and Student Services. The work happens in the building. And so you have to explicitly make sure you are mindful that you are giving the leaders of the schools what they need and let that trickle down. Otherwise, you'll be sitting back reflecting on all the things that you should have done. So it's there so that we stay intentional, because the people who we're asking to do the work don't work in this building.
You're right, I'm sorry. The final slide that we'll look at today is just kind of like moving forward, what we want to do. You'll notice that a lot of them are very similar, which is purposeful, but because what we did worked, so what we're wanting to do in the future is expand and refine. So I don't want to start from scratch. I want to start with what we're already working with and make things better. So as far as that communication plan with all stakeholders, that'll go to all principals, not just pilot principals. Anything that goes to parents will go to all parents, not just some of the parents. So those things are going to be important. With the scheduled school and site support visits, since there are 15 schools now doing it as opposed to 9, I'm going to make a very specific schedule and share that with the principals and the administrative teams. That way they know when to expect me on their campus to come and check out the lessons. We'll continue with the data tracking on the district leaderboard, as well as looking at attendance and discipline. We'll continue with the principal meetings. We'll have some that are going to be in person, some that'll be virtual. The SEL Champions meetings will continue. Now they might more go towards the 7 mindsets and looking at the implementation and what we're doing and what's working, but they still will have an overall social emotional component and learning in those meetings. And then, of course, we're going to increase that solicitation of stakeholder feedback, and that was the survey that parents take each year. And rather than sending them something specific just for 7 mindsets, we figured it would be easy enough just to add a couple of questions into a survey that we're already sending to all of the parents and guardians, and have those questions be specific to 7 mindsets, and do the same thing with the students who take those surveys as well. Anything else?
No, we can go to the question slide.
I just had one. Did you have one? Are you sure? I just saw your green
Learning.
light on. The panoramic SEL survey data, should it tie directly into these efforts?
That's a great question, Mr. Cody. They actually do tie into these efforts, but because of us wanting to continue to be fiscally responsible, we've had many great meetings with our SEL executive staff team, along with the Director of Child Welfare and Attendance, along with the Executive Director of Student Services, and whatever Jerry's long title is who I'm referring to. We've had many great meetings. We even culminated, thanks to Ms. Smith and her leadership, with a meeting in here that Dr. Ortling attended, along with many other great people, but the focus of the audience was powerful because it was the 16 MHPs, along with us and Dr. George, who will be supervising the counselors, et cetera. From there, we watched everything we could learn about insights and everything we could learn about Panorama, looking to try to make this seamless. Along with fiscal responsibility, along with having great conversations and looking at the data, we will not lose if we only use one universal screener. It's almost needed to not cause confusion, not to mention just survey burnout. When your students are coming back at the beginning of the year, having to take 2 screeners, in the middle of the year being checked, and end of the year, another screener times 2. Therefore, we are only going to use next year the Panorama screener, which we have already been using from beginning to end. Everybody's more familiar, everybody understands, and the platform is so user-friendly that I know Ms. Christian has a vision and a dream by which all stakeholders that need to have access will have access to be able to put in interventions, uphold the MTSS model, and be able to take notes, all interfacing with PowerSchool, whereas Insights did not give us that privilege or advantage. And so that made it fiscally responsible that we did not need to contract for 7 mindsets the extra $15,000 it would have cost to do the insights. So they gave us a discounted rate minus the insights cost. And so we are very happy to be able to say we will continue to do screening, but we will use Panorama district-wide, and we will not need the insight screener because they did have so many similarities, and they do address the SEL competencies of our students as cited here. But that is a great question.
And just to follow up, if that's okay. So going back to the LRSA, I'm looking at slide 35 that we looked at yesterday. And so that was the student competency and well-being measures, which is Panorama SEL. So you noted, and it's not a big dip, but you notice grades 3 through 5 dips, while grades 6 through 12 increase. And I'm just wondering, since we had this pilot only at half of the elementary schools, with that, so let's maybe dig
That
that
could
out
help.
and separate that out and just see if there's a big correlation. And then let's make a note, because I've got to believe that next year, those fifth graders that are going into sixth grade, I mean, we should see a big jump, I would think, in these scores from the elementary, because, you know, they've got a kind of a pattern with it now as they move through. But I think that score would probably be a little higher if you were to separate it out by schools. So that's all I have.
right. Well, we appreciate that feedback, and we will utilize that. Any other questions?
Me, but I'm
You're
being
waiting for everybody?
considerate of everyone else to be able to speak and say things. There is a story of a student that I tell to anyone who wants to listen of when they started this. I visited, I asked, what do you think? Don't like it. To where that same student hugged that person at graduation whose life was changed because of one lesson that he learned. Changed, okay? We need to capture that story. We need to capture the story of the basketball coach and the things that he has done in his classes as well. There are teachers and there are students that have been greatly affected and moved and changed because of this. Gather that story and tell that story. Maybe not his personal story. I don't think that's where I'm going with this. But just when I first saw Seven Mindsets, they shared student testimonials. Do you remember? They shared a video and it had student testimonials. Those were not our students. I didn't know those kids. I'm like, I don't know that kid. I don't know that school. I bet they just gave him a script and told him to say it. I think there would be value to buy in to our other principals, to our other school leaders, when they can see real time the videos. I mean, they've made them. Hahnville High School has shared them. The amazing videos of what these kids have done and learned and experienced just because of this curriculum. There's value in that to tell our own story.
Okay, PI department, we'll be getting with you to share our story. And we do have
Mason, sorry,
testimonials.
Regina.
Ask them. So.
Oh, good. Yay.
We'll add that to the action steps. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
The questions?
Ms. Boudreaux, because that was such a well thought out and heartfelt story, you'll get to keep your mic for a little while longer.
All right, moving on. Thank you. The LPAC updates. Ms. Babin, Mr. Rome, Mr. Moore.
Mr. Rome. Mr. Moore.
No, Mr. Moore, but,
Oh, it says Rome on here.
no, there was something associated with the LPAC that I wanted him to be available for. It's all
Come,
good.
everybody come on down. We got chairs.
Oh, we got extra chair now.
Mr. Martin, you can be in a chair.
As well. Good afternoon. We wanted to take this opportunity to share with you some updates regarding the LPAC, following the optimization plan and just very strategic decisions that have been made. So I wanted to allow Mr. Moore to share with you some of the actions that have taken place to make sure that we are offering the best programming at a very fiscally responsible way. And so I think this is one of our best products to even show you. So I'm excited to turn this over and have you lead this work.
Thanks, Ms. Babin. We are going to show something shortly that I'm very excited to show all of you today. Before we do that, really the purpose of me speaking today is to just provide you some operational updates as well as a preview of the upcoming season programs we have in store this year, and really just to thank you. This year has been huge. So much has happened. We hosted over 141 events at the LaFawn Arts Center this year. And you showed up in all sorts of ways for our students, whether it was at season shows or student shows, and your presence there means a lot. The LaFawn is a place where we as a community show up, so thank you for showing up. Real quick, just to kind of intro this video, we endeavored this year to refine the LaFawn's brand and position as a local and national leader in the field of arts education. We created this video with the generous support from the LaFawn Endowment Board and Endowment Fund. The board members are Ms. Felicia Walker, Mr. Robert Fisher, Dr. Stephanie Gullidge, Ms. Nicole Hall, Mr. Glenn Boyd, and Ms. Rochelle Touchard. I want to quickly clarify that the funds used to make this video and several of the other assets that we've developed this year are not tied to taxpayer dollars. These are funds that are tied to the endowment, which is a 501c3 entity initially established in collaboration with Shell after a legacy donation. And this video we're about to show you is a part of a broader marketing initiative that we launched in collaboration with Deep Fried Advertising this year. So these funds allow us to pursue special projects like this. I'll tell you a little bit more about what we have in store next year as well. But for now, we're just excited to share the results of these efforts with you today. So if you'd turn your attention to the screen, I'll ask Ms. Hagel to cue it up.
I love music. That's all I do every day. Every day I go home, I listen to music. When I'm here, I listen to music. At LaFon, you can be who you want to be. They're actually helping define me as a person and what story I have to tell.
I've always done dance. I started, I think, in 7th grade, but I've always done movement in my life. It's taught me so much about myself. It wasn't until I took Miss Weber's class here at the LaFon that I learned how important confidence was. It's just given me a place to expand on my creativity.
Ever since I was little, like whenever I was like 4, I would always sing Annie, the whole soundtrack. I knew everything front to back. That was like my dream role forever, and it just felt so fulfilling. It really is such a beautiful space, and I find that it really has helped me just find my voice.
So our mission is simple. It's to give every student the chance to discover their creativity and watch it take off. We're thrilled that we're able to offer opportunities for over 7,000 public school students annually to participate in the arts experience. Arts education center stage is not just a tagline. It's the operating truth of the center.
The environment here is very positive. I feel like I can actually bond and build great friendships through music.
St. Charles Parish has traditionally invested in its public school system, and specifically this LaFon Center. This is a significant investment in arts. We offer classes in dance, piano, theater, technical theater class, where those students actually work with these world-renowned artists, and those experiences really add to critical thinking, collaboration, and life skills that students take with them for the rest of their lives.
The LaFon has changed the way I see myself as a dancer and as a person, because it's the place that really taught me how to have technique. Although you are performing for so many people, it's okay to make mistakes and learn from those mistakes.
It's really a different environment from their high school. And here we have what we call a work center experience. We're no longer talking about things in theory. They're actually getting a chance for like hands-on skills.
I worry more about like the passion and just kind of like getting them inspired, and then they leave with a little bit of a spark or a fire.
Whenever I'm on stage, it just feels like where I'm meant to be. It's like my home away from home. I've really gotten to experience so many amazing performers here, and seeing those people perform has inspired me. That's just so freeing, and it really allows me to learn more about myself as a person.
LaFon changes what students believe is possible for them because it gives them the stage. I can't teach you confidence. Confidence has to be on a scale of growth. What is one kid worth? To me, anything and everything.
When we made the determination to make this significant investment into the LaFon Center, we knew it was about the whole child. It's companies like Shell that are able to provide the funding for facilities like this to offer the opportunities for kids. More importantly, when you support facilities and programs like this, it gives kids the opportunity to see what they may never see.
What I want people to take away from the LaFon when they walk in the doors is that this is a place where transformation happens.
Here, I can be myself.
Here at LaFon Art Center, I can grow.
Here, my creativity explodes.
When you take young artists seriously by putting them on a professional stage, their spark is ignited. And that's what this community has invested in. Thanks, y'all. Karen stole the show. Yes, so this is on our website. If you log onto our website, you'll see the teaser video in the overhead is replaced with basically a montage of images from this video. The footage that was shot over the course of 3 days to create this was also edited into 2 shorter videos, one that's specifically on the art experience, and then one that's on our education and arts education programs broadly. So I encourage you to check out our website if you haven't visited recently. In addition to all of these video assets being updated, you'll see a lot of the copy on our website and images are updated to really reflect this focus and refinement in our mission, and really clearly tell the story of who we are and what we're doing here in St. Charles Parish. We're not just a place where, you see shows. We're a place where, again, transformation happens every day, and we're a leader in the arts and arts education nationally. So thank you all for your support. Wanted to be sure that you were among the first audience to get to see that and see it on a big screen and share it with you here. So this is all to just kind of summarize, it's the best way to start as a representation of the work we've been doing this year. Our presence in the community is greater than ever, and now I think the story that we're telling with what we're doing here is clearer than ever. As you can see, we've been pretty easily been able to shift our direction from an entertainment venue to a national leader in arts education simply by leaning into all of the amazing things that already happen in this building every day. And then this next year, kind of coming off the heels of this wonderful SEL presentation, because it was a nice way to tee this up, we'll be using some of the accrued interest of the endowment to fund a strategic planning and evaluation initiative. The idea here is, we're doing incredible work. This year, we've really figured out who we are, and now we need to start gathering data and evaluation on our programs to prove who we are and to lead with that data. So you're going to start seeing us report on some of the incredible things that you heard mentioned in this video from the mouths of the students who are involved, the teachers who are involved, et cetera. So moving on, I'm on slide 3 now. Obviously, you can see that a large focus of this year for us was boosting our brand and awareness. And that looked like a lot of different things. We facilitated meaningful collaborations between professional artists and student artists. Some of you who joined us for performances with Cece Tennille or Mandy Gonzalez got to see our students featured in those public performances, which was an amazing experience for all of those students. We increased overall client satisfaction. We actually evaluated our clients for the first time. By clients, I mean arts teachers, rental clients, audience members, through focus groups, interviews, and surveys that allowed us to build trust and establish more benchmarks for client satisfaction. We were able to optimize our systems and procedures, especially around our rental programs and opportunities, which I'll elaborate on a little bit later. And we've been able to strategically reduce expenses without compromising the quality of learning or of customer experience. So moving on. Here are some highlights on what I mean when I say we've been boosting awareness. So these are just a few, reflecting growth in audience engagement this year. Our social media following and engagement has skyrocketed across platforms. Our Instagram following, we increased by 83% since last August. Our appearances in the local media exploded this year thanks to our partnership with the Earhart Group. We were able to increase our earned media coverage by 500%. So that's been huge. We've actually been getting news coverage from local New Orleans metro news outlets. I've been having to go on the news with all of the artists who we've been flying into town, which has been a real treat for them. And the community is very interested. We are very, very desirable to Fox 8, to WWL, WDSU. We're getting a lot of solicitations from them just on the exciting work that we're doing there. So that's wonderful to see. Overall this year, we increased our average ticket sales per show, not by a whole lot, but by a lot. That's growth, as well as the number of St. Charles Parish employee memberships and attendance. We'd love to see. We're hoping to continue to push that as we hope to get our teachers and employees more involved in taking advantage of all that we have to offer. We're also continuing to see amazing engagement with all of our email campaigns, including open rates for our monthly Behind the Curtain newsletter, which is new this year. Again, that allows audience members and members to go deeper into what is happening at the LaFon day to day. That's a great way to stay engaged if you're not already signed up. And why this growth? What are we doing differently this year than we've been doing before? Really, all we're doing is we're simply telling the story of what happens every day at LaFon. And this story is essentially a story about why arts education matters. People care about that. It helps our community take pride in the work that we do. And so we're just really trying to lean into that with a lot of integrity. Moving on to the next slide here, a big top priority for me personally in my role has been building trust and transparency and accountability with our arts teachers. Our arts programs, our school arts programs account for over 65% of the programs that we host year round. And as a leader in arts education, it's vital for us that these teachers feel their voices help shape our decision making. So this year, after every production that we hosted with a school program, we surveyed their program leaders. We received 33 responses. I also want to note that these are self-reported responses. They know that I am asking them these questions. And overall satisfaction is reported extremely high. So it's definitely still some room for improvement, but it's heartening to see that, especially when it comes to things like customer service excellence, overall event planning and satisfaction, these are things that, you know, aside from the occasional hiccup, our teachers are really proud of. They're very grateful for this center, and they feel that our staff is really rising to the occasion and being great stewards of the facility. Moving on here, just to quickly highlight some of the cost savings that I mentioned earlier. Since December of 2024 is when I started. We've been able to strategically reduce expenses by reducing the number of touring productions we've offered and increasing the number of local and regional professionals that we host. So one of the main reasons why this helps us reduce costs is when you bring people in from out of town, you gotta feed them, you gotta put them up at hotels, you gotta get them on a plane, you gotta drive them back and forth from the hotel, and those costs often add up to be equal, if not more than the fee for just getting them there in the first place. Whereas, of course, when we rely on local artists like the Louisiana Philharmonic, some of the other community partners that I'll mention a little bit later, those artists travel for free. We don't need to feed them, right? And they are also, of course, a little bit more bought in. We've even noticed higher attendance and engagement with some of those artists from our local community. So that's really helped us shift, you know, how we program. Not to say that we are not still interested in prioritizing artists from around the globe, which is part of our mission, but our artists from around the corner are also part of our mission. So we're trying to make room for them at the table as well, and that's really helping us reduce our costs. Over these past 2 years, we've been able to decrease our expenditures, and I'm talking about from fiscal year 25 to the end of fiscal year 27 with projected expenditures for season shows. We've been able to decrease those costs by about 66%. So it's really, really significant savings. And again, we're doing this without compromising customer or learning outcomes. Most importantly, every grade level still receives an art experience. So, you know, we're finding, again, just strategic ways of being good stewards with public dollars, especially when it comes to arts programming. Moving on, I'm just going to give a quick overview of some of the shows we have coming up this season to kind of give you a sense of where we're going. This main stage series this year, these are our around the globe artists, right? They're the ones who are traveling to us. They feature 5 national touring acts, all of which have art experience components. Our pre-sale has already begun. We're already seeing ticket sales start to move, and tomorrow we will see public ticket sales will be announced. So if you or anyone you know in your life is hoping to buy some tickets to shows this season, public single tickets go on sale tomorrow. We are going to be kicking off the season on September 29th and 30th. On the 30th, we will have our season opening with the Grammy-nominated artists, American Patchwork Quartet. These artists are also going to be engaging our visual arts students for a change. We'll have a group of about 50 visual arts students from pre-K through 12. We haven't exactly landed on which grades will be in there, but we know that we are close to establishing that. They're going to be collaborating on a large-scale installation for our lobby that will be featured on September 30th as part of this performance. So we're very excited to highlight our visual arts students. We're hoping that that installation can remain up through the year. And this residency culminates in that revelation and, of course, in their art experience that will be on Thursday, October 1st. I wanted to be sure we included a schedule of the art experiences for next year so that y'all can see. As you can see, we're still offering all grades, pre-K through 8th grade, an art experience every day. If anybody has any questions about this schedule or slide, I'm happy to address them now. Great, just in the interest of time, I'll keep moving. So I mentioned earlier, partnering with local artists has some tremendous benefit. We piloted a community series last year, which essentially broke even, we found, in our finances for that, which was really, welcome results after not really knowing how that was going to go last year. So we are partnering this year with River Region Drama Guild, which is a local community theater. They're going to be doing a production of Mary Poppins this July in the show. We've got another Super Stand-Up Saturday. This is a community event that we host in the Black Box. We'll have one in September, again in February. We're working with the LPO right now on a production of Handel's Messiah during our Christmas season, which we are hoping will be an amazingly epic event featuring a chorus. Probably a lot of our vocal arts teachers will be participating in that chorus, as well as the Nutcracker returns. And we love the Nutcracker. It always does well for us, and our community all shows up for this show. It's an awesome addition to our season. We would be remiss not to include it. And then finally, we'll be closing out our community series with a production called Carlota, which features a band from New Orleans, an Afro-Cuban band, and artist Denise Frazier. It's an amazing musical. It's an original musical, and it explores the history of an amazing Cuban woman who's a historical icon and her relationship with New Orleans. So that'll be in our Black Box. It'll be a really exciting piece to feature, largely spoken in Spanish as well for any Spanish speakers out here. And now I want to move on to our rental systems update. I know that this has come up as a point of interest. And I want to also update you on one of the main challenges operationally to kind of get in the weeds a little bit of what I've noticed in all of the needs assessment that we've been doing around rentals. As many of you know, we have a very large dance studio community out here in St. Charles Parish and in the region. In the river parishes, we have 7 loyal local dance studio clients who have rented with us for either 3 years or more. And these rentals account for plus or minus $100,000 in earned revenue for the center each year. In the fall of 2025, I surveyed them to see, how we were doing. We'd had some who didn't join us last spring due to, some issues that they cited. And in their surveys, all of them identified rising costs in using the center and scheduling as the highest priority challenges. I want to also just specify here that the rising costs that they cited were all specifically tied to security costs, because of course when we instated our clear bag policy, that means that we're adding another $3,000 or so in additional cost burden to those clients that they were not prepared for and didn't see coming when that came around. So in addition to that, many of them, had questions about where they fall in the priority ladder and scheduling. So how we met that challenge, excuse me, was in spring of 2026, we rolled out, and this is where Mr. Rome's office has been extremely helpful. Thank you, Mr. Rome, and Dr. Orling. But we rolled out bundled rates for returning dance studio clients. So all this means is the hourly rates that are currently listed in Facilitron do not change for these clients. They are still the same rates they pay for space and services. The primary change lies with the percent of security fees that these clients cover. So again, the more people you have at the center, and sometimes these clients completely fill the house, or you're talking 1,300 families. There's also a bar, right? So these are really, really high cost security events. All that we've been able to do, all that really this has allowed us to do is to pad some of that. So we absorb some of that security cost now, just to help keep them in line. And then the returning clients are also now allowed to request a hold for their date 1 year in advance. A lot of these clients like to always say, I always want to be here the second week of May. And if I could plan to be here for the second week of May for the next 10 years, here is my check. So we're trying to just preserve those relationships and treat them truly as partners, not just kind of each year dragging them along, which is how they felt. So that's gone a really long way. We've had great reception. All these clients have chosen to return and are already booking for next year. On the whole, this new system saves our most loyal clients between $1,000 and $1,500 on average, and it just simplifies the whole system. Now, instead of having to fight your way through Facilitron, you kind of know how to budget for your studio and what your rates are. So that's gone a really long way. Any questions about that system before I move on? Okay. Real quick, just to kind of summarize the rental revenue that I mentioned earlier, this year we hosted a total of 17 rentals. We generated a total of $132,000 in rental-related income. That's an average of $6,300 per rental and an average of $2,414 in concessions. These events also bring in a lot of concessions revenue for us. From last year, we generated about 37% growth in total rental-related income, and we're projecting about $51,000 net from rental events this year. Okay, those are all of my updates. I would love to hear any thoughts or questions from the board at this time.
Are we beginning to experience wear and tear on the building?
We certainly are. I would say yes. I can elaborate if you'd like.
And what are we having to do about that?
So the most recent wear and tear costs that come to mind have really to do with some of the more sophisticated technology systems that we have in the building, such as our rigging system. So that's the mechanism that lifts the lights and anything that we hang on the stage up and down. Because it's automated and it's fully mechanized and it's load bearing, there are some variable frequency devices is what they're called. They break very often and we constantly have to send them out for repair. Fortunately, our staff has been really good at finding the cheapest and best way to get this done. And so rather than sending them out for replacement, we're starting to find vendors who can repair them. These changes, I think last year, fiscal year 25, we had an unexpected cost, significant unexpected cost of around $20,000 that we had to make in repair. So it's not overuse per se. These are sort of finicky devices. It's newer technology. It kind of comes with having a new facility, having to be at the forefront of tech. That's like when you have a new iPhone and your iPhone's always breaking. That is, I would say, more the wear and tear that we're experiencing rather than say, like overhead things like, carpet replacement or plumbing or things of that nature, if that answers your question.
About how much money you have into budget, or about how much money is it costing us for maintenance?
A rough estimate on the technological maintenance each year is between $25,000 and $50,000 a year.
That's offset by rental?
Yes, anything that we spend money on is offset by rentals and by ticket sales and by any of the corporate sponsorships, any of the earned revenue, including concessions and so forth.
Yeah, as well as the district portion, right? I mean, the LPAC is a building that's supported by our maintenance staff as well. So when there are major issues or concerns relative to equipment and or the building itself, of course, it is just like a school building from that standpoint. But there are certain things that are supplemented or offset by the funding from the center itself, but at the same time, we manage that building as well to make sure it's upkept with the staff at the Performing Arts Center.
And is our rental fees adequate for the market?
That's a great question. I think that overall, when it comes to our full rate for-profit rental clients, yes, I think we've found a sweet spot now. We were pricing a lot of our clients out with the prices being too high. Again, we created a system to address that, which has been more attractive to them, and now I feel very confident that we're going to retain their business. So when we're talking about small for-profit businesses, I think we found our sweet spot. Where we tend to be too expensive and inaccessible still is with our smaller nonprofit organizations and arts organizations, right? So if I'm like a small theater, I can't afford our hourly rate often because I have maybe a pay-to-play model where my actors, they pay to be in the play, and maybe we raise $5,000 to do the play, but that barely covers the cost of being in the building for half a day, so that's a tougher sell. So our nonprofit rates for businesses that have those nonprofit structures and have the funding to be able to kind of scale their events accordingly, we are still accessible. But that's kind of a larger question, about what is the center, how are we prioritizing those things? So as a quick example, Mr. Ellis, the River Region Drama Guild is a small community theater. We are not renting the facility to them, we are partnering with them. So for our community series, we are charging, they're charging a ticket price of $25, they're selling 1,500 tickets, and we are splitting the costs of those tickets. So we'll take about 60% of that, whereas their share will cover the costs of our people and staff. So we are breaking even, right? And we're covering the cost of labor. But that's like how we can approach certain kinds of community partnerships with organizations that are nonprofits that just can't afford us and aren't selling tickets. That's a tougher negotiation to strategize with, I think.
One last question. Mm-hmm. What percent of the time the building is being used?
Of total days? So to give you some context, we hosted 141 events this year. The building is being used every day there is school, the building is being used. So is that 183? Thank you. 183 school days each year, the building is being used. It's also being used throughout the summer. So I would say.
Weekends.
I would say as a rough percentage, I can get you an exact percentage. As a rough percentage, I would say about 75 to 80% of the days in the year, the building is in use. Yeah.
To add a little more information on that, Mr. Alexander, I think the only times when we sort of like black out the LaFawn Center are generally during school holidays, where like operationally, everything is shut down, like the school board office is closed and schools are closed and so forth. But again, in general, weekdays, weekends, throughout the normal operations of the school year, aside from the center staff being there to operate the center, it is most always hosting some sort of rehearsal, if not an actual full-scale production of some kind.
Yeah, not to mention our satellite center classes, which meet every day in the education wing.
This is my really last thing. We have a lot of local talent.
Mhm.
Have you ever thought about having a local night?
Absolutely, yeah. That's something
Is that on the,
Yeah,
something
it's-
we're gonna see soon?
I hope so. Yeah, it's something where, the ever-present challenge of the LaFawn is how do you find space in the calendar? It's not how do you put things in the calendar, it's how do you find space to fit things in, because we have so many school programs that rely on the space, and we're very proud to prioritize them and support them. But it all just kind of becomes a question of where we can fit things in. Again, the benefit of working locally is local artists are much more flexible, right? We don't need to schedule a year out like we do with a national tour. We can look at, okay, we've got this open weekend in March, let's see what we can book. Maybe we want to do a local open mic night or a local talent night. We've found that our black box is an especially welcoming space and very special space for sort of smaller local events. It's much more intimate, it feels more like a club, so it can function sort of as like a great date night for folks in the area who are just looking for something to do without needing it to feel kind of intimidating and overwhelming being in the shell. It doesn't have to feel so sort of like you don't need to get dressed up to go and do this. So we're really exploring the black box as a local entertainment venue.
As an example of that, Mr. Alexander, Ned had mentioned both this past season and then the season coming up of the Super Stand-Up Saturday, and that's an example of exactly what you're talking about, where we're partnering with local comedians, and so they're able to host a show in the black box in the format that Mr. Moore is talking about, where we're able to sort of capitalize on the space of the black box and the mood that it sets and how it's different from the shell, and capitalizing on the uniqueness of that space in sort of a cabaret club atmosphere, and it becomes more date night, as Mr. Moore has said. But just as an example of how we are able to still provide high quality programming, because also in this case, the Super Stand-Up has also been a workshop for our theater students. So our high school theater students took part in that this past season and will again in a similar fashion in the coming season. And so we continue to look at opportunities to capitalize on bringing in local talent that is able to both provide some sort of meaningful impact to our students and of course to the community as a public performance.
The rentals cover certain equipment in addition to the facility?
Yes.
In all cases, or do some bring their own equipment?
Oh, good question. Some do bring their own equipment. When it comes to visual, like audio and lighting equipment, they really do use ours. It would cost them less to use our staff to operate ours than it would to bring in a whole other rig for their purposes. So in general, they use ours. And they are charged, that is incorporated into their fees.
We reduced the percentage of security fees to make it more feasible. Is that what we did?
Yeah, rather than having them pay 100%, we now on average are having them pay about 50%. So we're just absorbing some of the cost. It just proved to be unsustainable, and we didn't want to have to go find new clients every year. So.
Makes sense. Thank you.
Is there any way we can utilize the ROTC from the high schools?
For security purposes? No, sir, but I'm glad you asked that question because I think it brings up I'm sure that Mr. Moore can speak to this. My understanding is that there are legalities around that they have to be adults, they have to be 18 years or older, they have to be properly trained. And then of course, what we've experienced in the past with, there was a previous model where schools were tasked with having to do that with their SROs or their administrative staff or other staff. And so what would happen is we would run into situations where there were people or staff or volunteers, whatever, that were not equipped to handle those types of situations when someone would show up with a conceal and carry, for example, or, they have some sort of interaction with somebody from the community that becomes difficult for them to manage in the moment.
Can we use them for something else other than security?
Perhaps. We certainly continue to use the student leadership aspect and as well as adult volunteers for things like ushering and other ways in which they can contribute to the LaFawn Center's operations. Mr. Moore continues to sort of challenge the vision of the center and of its staff on how to utilize student leadership in that way. So thank you for bringing that up. We continue to investigate that and to consider how that can be applicable to our operations in a way that is both like compliant and safe, but also forward thinking. So we are very much on that same wavelength with you. So thank you again for bringing that up. And we're going to continue to consider how we can continue to maximize our operations, but also leaning into our student leadership opportunities. Thank you.
Keep up the good work.
Thank you, sir.
Are you guys colluding with our wives? Maybe my wife mentioned the date night thing.
Yeah.
Thanks, appreciate it. So I guess I'll go to Gonzo's, German Coast, and to the LaFawn. Now we have a road in the middle. I'll have to go all the way back to River Road. I will not cut through the bus parking lot to get there. Thank you.
email.
I guess, is it complicated, Mr. Gregson?
It is, yeah, it's very complicated.
If
I'm not going to use the words, I'll stop
there
right
are
there.
no more questions, we'll let
Well,
Mr.
no,
Gregson
can I say, I
update
really
his
did have a point.
Facebook profile again.
Yeah, Facebook and, anyway, let me stop right there before I get caught on mic. Lost train of my question here. The security part, I guess, yeah, for non-school events, I guess is my question, and I don't remember where we landed on it. Maybe that, and I don't need it today, we could talk about it later, because I think that it does impact some of that, some of these events, and then potentially another event that our schools have to go to Alexandria or Northwestern or something like that for that type of, for some type of activity there. So I don't know what we decided on, but I just wonder, I'm not talking about school events, I'm talking about
Non-school.
third party. I don't know if it's
Gotcha.
worth discussing, but anyway.
I just wanted to interject briefly on the security piece about two additional pieces for the security. So the first one is insurance, is that we submit our contracts for the security piece to our insurance carrier because we do have that alcohol rider for the LaFawn, for our properties to serve the alcohol. And then if you can recall, when we got the waiver to be able to serve the alcohol at the LaFawn Center, so the parish ordinance requires that for events where you have alcohol service in the evenings and it's considered an event, that you have to have the sheriff's office to do that contract. So as part of that waiver process, we do have the NOLA protection who is in lieu of us having to only use the sheriff's office. So I just wanted to bring that back to the forefront about that waiver for LaFawn and for the insurance purposes.
Yeah.
I was referring to non-alcohol,
Yeah.
non-school and non-alcohol.
think
I know that.
The other thing to quickly add on there is we do take a cut from the vendor that provides the alcohol. In our contract, we do get a cut from them. So we are not selling the alcohol, but we do get a cut that does help cover the cost of those security guards. The additional cost really comes from the third-party bag check service that we use. So even though the deputies are there, obviously we're using two security services for these public events. So these are all just, again, food for thought, things to think about, yeah.
I was referring to bag check.
Gotcha.
Yeah, that's.
Gotcha. Thank you, Ms. Gill.
Okay, thank you all.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ooh, I lost my schedule. All right. Athletics update. Cade Rogers, David Scheck-Snyder.
Okay, this year, just every year, obviously, from yesterday's long-range strategic action plan update, you saw Ms. Rogers present specifically on athletics and the expansion of our athletic programs, also some additional action steps relative to our coaches and those types of action steps that were associated with his plan or their plan At this time, we want to just provide a general update on some more detail because he said he was going to share some of that today. So I'll turn it over to Dr. Scheck-Snyder and Mr. Rogers.
Hello. Oh, yep. I don't have a video to start off.
Did you bring a commercial, Mr. Rogers?
Yeah, we only play state championship videos during board meetings. So I do have 4 documents that are attached in Assembly. We will start off with middle school athletics, then we'll move into Louisiana Revised Statute 17176.2 in dealing with homeschool students and participation in interscholastic athletics, and then move into the Ball Frog, which talks about the communication aspect website part of things as part of our long-range plan. So Dr. Scheck-Snyder and Ms. Foray and myself have met several times throughout this year. We were tasked last year to dig deep into the fundraising piece and how can we accommodate that portion of things. So we've switched our focus in the middle school athletics on expectations, communication, program alignment with our high schools, and just overall student athlete development. There are 6 key findings within this document right now. Of course, we tried to condense them as much as possible, but some of the major items that we have here are coaching expectations that are tied with our tier pay. We went to a tier paid system a few years ago, and so we need to be more diligent in what the expectations are with those tiers so they can move and not just be based on athletic competitions. What other things are we expecting from them, developing fundamentals, summer programs, and things of that nature to be able to move and increase in tiered pay. We also observed anything with practice, whether it's structure, the time of practice, number of practices before moving into a season, how many days are we allotting for pre-competition practice to develop our athletes, condition our athletes, and so on and so forth, with expectations is that, as well as tryout processes and procedures varied across the district. So that's something that we're going to look into and adding that into our coaches' handbook so we're more consistent. The communication piece, we feel like we're addressing with that Ball Frog app, so we'll tell you how that's tied in a minute. And then collaboration with feeder high school programs. I mentioned yesterday we have some coaches that we feel like we can tap into, whether it's mentoring, coaching clinics, and it goes both ways, right? Like we want our high schools to go down and help develop our middle schools, but we want our middle schools also to go up and observe practices. What do they look like? What do they incorporate? Meet with our coaches. What do our high school coaches expect from our middle school students when they arrive on their campus? Strength and conditioning wise, fundamentally wise, knowledge base on terms and terminology, all of those things. So with that, we developed an implementation plan, and of course, communication is of utmost importance. So meeting with principals, athletic directors, and coaches to establish those expectations, as well as notifying our coaches what are tied to those tiers now. We're going to have a document that's going to show them exactly what are tied to tiers and not just on how many games are played, okay? We're going to update our trial process. We're going to require the Ball Frog app. This is going to improve communication with our parents. This is going to improve our stakeholders when they go to our athletic websites. It'll be automatic updates. It's tied to social media, so anytime there's any social media updates, it'll be tied directly to those websites. It'll be tied to alerts when a game is moved or a game is coming up. You also have somewhere in there that you can hit and view the location of the game. There's a lot of things, and I'll get to that later. I'm kind of getting the cart before the horse. Implement a formal coaches evaluation process. We're going to revise our middle school evaluation that we are utilizing right now, as a lot of the things on their evaluation right now are tied to a more high school level evaluation. And if we're going to expect some different things from our middle school coaches, it needs to be reflected on there so we can see where we need to grow as coaches on the middle school standpoint. Increase the collaboration with high school athletic programs, promote off-season development. What does summer look like for us now at a middle school level? And how does that tie into tiered pay as well? And then, of course, the last one is of utmost importance. Just continue to monitor our middle school programs to make sure that they're following through with the expectations that we set forward. Are there any questions from a middle school update perspective?
Let me just say something that's obvious to board members, especially when, hearing from concerns from community members and parents and those kind of things. it is, and of course, we focus, on investing in our athletic programs and coaches. At the middle school, it is difficult to hire, right, and keep good coaches, right? It is very difficult because obviously they're teachers first and foremost. High schools have a little bit more flexibility because of the number of courses that are offered at a high school, the extent of it. So we understand and recognize there is a balance between keeping coaches, ensuring the expectation is relatively consistent across the board. And we've recognized that as a staff, as administration, that we've run into some challenges, specifically really all secondary, but it's more difficult at middle school to keep and retain good coaches. So coaches end up coaching 4 or 5 sports. They feel as though they're spread thin. However, this effort by Dr. Scheck-Snyder, Ms. Rogers, Mr. Foray, they're really trying to set clearer expectations, especially considering the investment this board has made and we have made in those salaries, right? In those stipends that are associated with the coaches. So I do appreciate their investment. We will continue to try to refine that because we know how important it is, not just for our parents, but for the board as well, based on your investment.
Mr. Superintendent, I can tell you from meeting with Mr. Rogers, I appreciate you, Mr. Foray, everybody that was involved in the process. You guys really took I would say, a thorough deep dive into everything. But I really do appreciate y'all, really do. And thank you for your work.
Okay, with that, we will move into Louisiana Revised Statute. That's the wrong document. We're not there yet. Okay, so Louisiana Revised Statute 17176.2 allows for student enrollment in an approved homeschool study to try out or apply for extracurricular activities or interscholastic athletics. We are getting more and more questions on how to participate and what can we participate in. This law pertains to athletics. We looked into this. Dr. Scheck-Snyder, Ms. Babin, Mr. Foray looked into this to see what else this ties to, and we feel that this is extracurricular in our athletic programs, whereas our co-curricular, that's anything that's tied to curriculum. So this doesn't pertain to anything that is tied to a curriculum, band, theater, arts, and things of that nature. So this is guidance that we put together. The one-pager homeschool guidance document for extracurricular and interscholastic athletics is a one-page document that we put together if anybody inquires about how they can participate in one of our athletic programs for homeschool students. It goes through the process just as if they would registering for schools. We need proof of residency because when you start getting the LHSA guidelines and eligibility things, you have to play where your homeschool is to be eligible. Approved LDOE, home study program, transcripts, anything that's tied to eligibility, they're going to be required to produce. Also going into what is going to be allowed is activities during the instructional day are reserved for enrolled students only. So our athletic programs and practices are after school, but if they're in a PE class, they won't be able to participate in a PE class as that's reserved for enrolled students at our schools.
And I'm sorry, Mr. Rogers, and just obviously there are some of our schools have specific courses for weightlifting, those kind of things that our athletic programs participate as part of, so not just not regular PE, but could be inclusive of both PE as well as some of those athletic PE classes.
Correct. Thank you, Dr. Orland.
Any homeschool students participating in athletics?
Yes, sir.
There are?
We do have some that are participating right now, and being that this is a new process, we will reach out to those students to make them aware of this process that's in place, and this will be a yearly process that they'll have to submit so we can ensure that they understand what's in this document and what they're required to do and what's going to be available for them.
How many do we have, roughly?
I know there's 3 at Hornville, and there's a few in the middle school level.
And what are they participating in?
Football, baseball, and women's golf, I believe, and tennis. It's not women's golf, it's tennis. Thank you.
Is this solely athletics? I mean, are they going to want to be in the band? Or are they going to want to be on the stage and so forth.
Yep, so this is solely athletics, as the way the law is written is extracurricular activities and interscholastic athletics. So anything that's tied to a curriculum, like marching band is tied to a band class where they'll get a grade. You know, theater produces their productions from the theater class. You know, if I'm in second semester theater in the high school and they have a production in the first semester, I can still participate because I'm enrolled as a student in St. Charles Parish Public Schools.
What about cheerleading?
It's the same. It's not a co-curricular. Cheerleading is part of athletics.
That's what I mean.
Yes, sir.
Good.
So they can, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And just a reminder, this isn't our choice, right? I mean, this has evolved, originally started with LHSA, and then with the, what do they call it, the Tim Tebow law, right, that other states passed. Louisiana adopted that same law last year before, this revised statute. So really, we had no choice but to have something in place, but now we are trying to refine the process to make sure we're accounting for the same level of accountability we have for enrollment.
Yep. So moving to our next document, which will actually, the first 3 pages are the same as the 1-pager that they would receive. The only difference is this is now a participation form. So we wanted to make sure that they signed off and understood the things that were taking place and the times that they were allowed to be on campus, the insurance requirements that they're going to have as they have responsibility to provide their own insurance. So if they get hurt, it's their insurance. We won't be able to provide a secondary insurance like we do for enrolled students. Okay?
Are they going to charge a fee for equipment?
So they are not right now. We are looking into that to see if that could be an option later, but right now they are not. But if there are any other fees associated, if they have to purchase practice shirts or shorts or hats, they would pay for that, just as every other student. And it's written in here that they'll be responsible for fees if applicable. But as far as equipment right now, they're not.
Speaking of funding, I don't know, it's just making me think of a bunch of things. So you're talking about MFP money earlier, and that money goes directly to the family now, correct?
For the Gator, only basically for economically disadvantaged, the ones have already applied for those in the past, but yes, it could, to your question, Mr. Oakley.
So the family's getting
Potentially.
the money, but yet we are still having to provide things for them to participate in athletics.
Correct. If they receive that money, correct, they could.
Well, and to your point, what I'm seeing here is House Bill 363 was amended to explicitly include virtual school students in this as well. So think about that. There are several charter schools that have virtual, and the charter schools do get the MFP money.
Yes.
So they'd be.
And our local portion.
And our local portion, so they're living, they would be living in St. Charles Parish, sending that money to a school outside of this, and then we have to foot the bill for them to participate in athletics.
Mr. Oakland, I'm not sure this is where you were going, but a few months ago, weeks ago, whatever, I brought up to superintendent and probably some other board members and whatnot, I specifically referenced, it's all of them, but my bigger concern, I guess, was type 2 charters where they take the full amount of local, right? So you take the full amount of local and then you say you get to participate in our schools? Well, wait a second. It doesn't work. I don't know if that's what you were referring.
Kind of, sort of. But I mean, it's just, you know, we taking your money, but yet we want them to participate in activities and we're going to send them back to you on your dollar.
We got to use that where we can make them ineligible by tying the sport to a class. Didn't you say something earlier about?
Yeah, a sport isn't considered co-curricular.
Yeah.
So we wouldn't be able to.
What are we not allowed them to participate in?
It'd be band, arts, band, anything that's during the school day that's tied to a curriculum.
We have to tie our sports curriculum.
That's a good idea. The last 5 minutes before dismissal, we can say there's a class for football, track. I'm just joking. But that, I understand where you come from, Ms. Alexander. If there's a way around it, unless it's strictly defined, who knows?
To find a way in, it's incumbent of us to find a way to keep them out. Where's Darren?
The number of homeschool, what's the number of homeschool people do we have in the parish, in our district?
There is a significant amount, but there's
How
a significant
many?
amount. Oh, we can't actually track that because you can't actually prove, you're not required to actually prove the number because they do not have to register with the state. The only people who have to register with the state, sorry, I'm coming in hot because this has been, when I tell you, years of conversations, because in District 4, I have the highest number of just registered homeschool students through the state because in order to participate in sports, the homeschool curriculum that you choose, so these are the only ones we know about, have to be a BESI-approved curriculum. If you're not a BESI-approved curriculum, we'll never know. You don't have to let us know how many that applies to.
Somebody has to have that data.
We tried to get that. We tried to get that 2 years
Even
ago.
at the state level. Who
They don't.
has responsibility for supervision and overseeing of the homeschool program in the state of Louisiana? What department has that responsibility?
So 3 years ago, I think,
Wait, let me.
He's answering that.
Who has that responsibility?
Louisiana Department of Education.
But they are not required, and they will not provide us the information as requested 2 years ago when we brought
Multiple
this to the
times.
board relative to private school as well as homeschool students.
Okay, they tell us that they will not give us that, right?
Yes.
Okay, that is supposed to be public information. Now, if they
Why?
refuse to give us that information, we have the same recourse that local citizens or other entities have to request public information. And we do that by following the request for public information procedure. The state has to comply with public information requests.
So what do you do with that number?
Beg pardon?
If there's 1 or if there's 100, what does the number do? Why do you need the number?
Why do I need that number? Because we're talking about the impact
Yeah.
of homeschooling on our athletic program. I don't know whether or not the number of youngsters who are being homeschooled in St. Charles Parish is negligible when it comes to an impact on public education in St. Charles Parish.
Just right now, he said 3 or 4. When I spoke to somebody at Hahnville, there are 10 just at Hahnville for next year, 10.
So if you have 10 at Hahnville and you have 10 at Destrehan, let's give them all 10. Okay? So how many children are we talking about? And when we start to talk about them being homeschooled and we're not getting the money, how much money is that in terms of an impact on the minimum foundation dollars that we receive? We don't, without that
I do too.
information, we can't make intelligent decisions.
Mr. Rogers, when I first contacted you about this, and you, Dr. Schexnayder, 2 years ago probably, where we first started having these conversations, those were all of my questions, because I have a really cute little thing that I want to say here, that is to make sure that I represent my community well, and my community has homeschool children. So I'm representing everyone here. But what I also represent is the public dollars that pay for the services that are provided. And if we do not get access to those public dollars to provide those services, I wanted that number. I said, how much does it cost to maintain the field? How much does it cost for the coaches? How much does it cost for the uniforms? How much does it cost to pay for student accident insurance? If a homeschool student gets injured while playing baseball, thousands of dollars for one student, that's worth this conversation of knowing what the cost is, because, and we've said this the whole time, the state has written this law to require us to provide this with $0 attached to it. Zero. It costs $0 for a homeschool student to play, but we do not get any return compensation from it. And that will, if that has to be my fight and continuing to go to the state to say, you can say we have to because it's our community. Once that child puts on a Hahnville jersey, now they are ours. They do represent our district.
But you're talking about two different pots of money. Money that supports public education is in the minimum foundation program that we receive from dollars we get from the state, plus any additional local dollars that we spend over and above the
Yes.
minimum foundation. The athletic budget is not minimum foundation money. So you cannot count that. The athletic program is
It's not.
local generated dollars. Now, you are being required by the state to offer an athletic program to students who are not students in the district. That's the concern that I have, and you have no way of knowing who the children are until they say, I want to play ball in your district. And they could be from anywhere. They could be from an adjoining parish.
No, you got
Yes,
two
they-
proofs of residency.
They get the same proof of residency. You can have, we have that with children trying
Child
to get
welfare and
out of
attendance.
schools.
Yep,
So
absolutely.
you can have a child who actually live in St. John, who says,
The
my
waiver.
aunt lives here and my proof of residency.
Mhm.
Auntie, where's your light bill? Where's your utility bill?
Absolutely.
Auntie has to be a guardian.
You can't require that. You can.
This is the law.
I know what the law says, but we've got people breaking the law all day. But the point I'm trying to get to here is I'm trying to quantify. I'm trying to quantify what the impact of homeschool children are on what money do we lose, do we not get? So that when we put up an argument, when we want to argue about the benefits or the impact of negative or positive impact of homeschooling on this, just as we do with charter schools and the impact that has,
Yeah.
you got to be able to quantify that.
Yes.
And we without that, no. Don't just tell me they won't give me the information. Who did you ask? And who
We
told
asked
you
a
no?
lot of people.
And what I'm saying to you is let us find out who is responsible for, because I don't buy they won't give us stuff. Because we can follow the same procedure that any citizen can find to get the information we need that is public information. Because it is public information.
I don't think they know, if I'm being, like, that's what I took away from,
If
with
they-
a certain,
Yeah.
on the non-Bessie approved. Because Mr. Allen and I remember bringing this up, like, my first couple months on this board. That's what I took, because one of the concerns was that they provided information the state provided information to our school system. Postcard went home in October and it said 97% of our kids
Who
attend school
did
system. And
we-
I go,
Again, who
there's no
did we
shot.
ask? That's-
LDOE, they did, so.
And who told us, no, they don't do that?
No, it's not they don't do it. I'm telling you, and I agree with you, I really do agree, I agree with everything you're saying. They say they don't know. Do you remember that? Somebody?
So according to Child Welfare and Attendance, those that are registered with Bessie approved, like Mr. Gregson said, with Bessie approved homeschool, there are 273 St. Charles Parish students. That's registered. The challenge is, as Ms. Boudreaux alluded to, is most of these homeschool programs are not registered with Bessie. The other challenge is associated with Child Welfare and Attendance when they go to track is we even have students that are registered with Bessie in St. John homeschool, but are residents of St. Charles Parish. So I have specifically reached out to Superintendent Kate Bromley, as well as Assistant Superintendent 2 years ago, relative to trying to get Catholic and private school names of our students. The only ones they will provide, and organizations have sent public records requests, unfortunately, and we'll have to go back and see, Mr. Smith, to your point, to see what else we can. You want to come forward, Ms. Grisham, and say one? Okay.
Students registered as if they're residents in St. Charles Parish are actually residing in St. John's.
Oh.
That's my
Okay,
point.
yeah.
That's exactly what
Gotcha.
I'm trying to tell you. But, and the point is,
Students that are living in, please come to a microphone.
they live in St. John, but they
No, they live here.
The only thing I was correcting was is the fact that the students on the list, because we've gone back and forth with the state. There's a report that gets sent to us monthly on homeschool. The report is inaccurate. Yes, registered. It is inaccurate. They're not reporting to us accurately. So we brought that up to them with questions from Ms. Boudreaux and others of the board that were asking us about data and details on this. They have not been able to accurately give us numbers from the state from their reporting. What we found in that was names that were previously excluded students who are registered at the state in a homeschool-based homeschool that is stating to the state that they live in St. Charles Parish and registered under St. Charles, but the residence is actually in St. John. That's all I was clarifying.
can I make a request? Can I make a request of the superintendent? Could you ask our attorney to draft a letter
Ms. Gray.
to State Education Department, asking them, in accordance with Louisiana Public Records Law, we are requesting that you provide us with the number of children who are being homeschooled in St. Charles Parish. Let's do this in an official capacity, is what I'm saying. We want the number, we want the amount of dollars that, because if they know who they are, who do they give the MFP dollars to? They know every parent. And the money, don't tell me they don't have the information. They write a check. Then we just want to know, who are you giving public money to educate their children? They have the information, and in some official capacity. Let's request that, and our failure to get that within the specified amount of time that we are required to give them to turn that information around, we can file suit against the state to get that information.
Well, can I just say that until we get that information, the reason that I wanted to do this had nothing to do with in or out. What state law now allows, I wanted to make sure that we had clear language that applied to all students, all sports, both high schools. I do not want homeschool children treated differently. I do not want their access to be different. If we have to do it, we better do it correctly. We better do it consistently. There shouldn't be well, you're allowed to try out, but they better not make it, wink, wink. That cannot happen. This is a district that prides itself on integrity. It better look like that all the way across the board. It is also important to me to say the things that have been brought to me, like we often say, my constituents have requested. My constituents have requested that all families are treated fairly and communication is clear and consistent. Keeping access points limited. This is from the parents of the students that are attending our schools. They do not want children coming on our campuses during the school day. That puts us at a liability. We are tasked with keeping these children safe during the school day, period. After the school day, when the places are opened up and it's after school, then that is a different conversation. But during the school day, the access points, the pressure points to our children have got to be protected. They just have to be. Until there is a way to figure out how to do that in a different way, if they're a dual enrolled student or whatever, that's a different conversation. And is there a way to maintain clear campus supervision and accountability when different children are added? Then the other question, the other concern that comes up with this, when you are not allowed to be a part of an athletic PE class, of a team that you are on, they are missing out on the things and the processes and the strength training to develop the player. That would matter more to a coach who just sees their players. The coach does not look at where they get their education from. The coach is trying to build their team of exceptional players. So if they are not able to come onto campus, I would encourage you to task the coaches with making sure whatever it is that child's needing, that the parent is providing for them outside of it. Provide strength training, provide whatever. The parent needs to provide that in their time that they are educating their child. They can create a PE class for them, if that is what they need to do. And then the other part, and especially since you're here, Mr. Rogers, we talk a lot about if and when an emergency happens. We have ways to identify our children. They have IDs, they have access. We have Power School. If there is an emergency, if there is an accident, what ways are we making sure that all of these children, once they become in our charge and they are traveling with our teams and they are participating with our teams, that we cannot look at them differently, us versus them. That cannot be the conversation once they are a part of our team, our district, they wear our uniforms. They present as us. We must take care of them. Okay, I think that was it of all the things I really felt like I needed to say about this, because at the end of the day, the parents, the adults, we can all disagree on if this is fair, if this should happen. That doesn't matter. These are children. And the children are being affected by adults having different opinions about this. So if the state law says that they can, and they do, they're still children, and we need to treat them as such. Okay.
You're correct, except one part. I'm going to give you Ray's word is adults are not don't have different opinions. They're making choices. They're making different choices. That's the only.
That's fair.
So.
And that's very important, Mr. Gregson. They are making choices. Not only are they making choices, they're making choices that are, first of all, for the schools, for the state to say that we have to have children who are non-students to come into our district and participate in an athletic program that's sponsored by separate dollars that they're not. In my judgment, it is unconstitutional. Nobody has questioned that. We have not called to question whether or not that is constitutional or not. You can't require me or anyone to have children who are not in the system. Now, if you want to, let's fight this, and let's fight it. Because I believe that if we ask for the information, I believe we'll get it, because we're entitled to it. And secondly, if it is impacting us to the extent that the number of youngsters that we have in St. Charles Parish is significantly impacting our budget, then I think that we have a responsibility to our constituents, the ones that we serve, not the homeschool people, but the ones we serve, to be diligent stewards of their money. And if we are providing educational programs for youngsters who are not in our system, then we're doing a disservice to them.
So, Ms. Boudreaux, that's a great segue into our participation form and making sure that we're able to contact any event of emergency to be able to take care of those students. So, yes, ma'am. So with that, going down that rabbit hole, to your point of having Power School and having access to our students' information and emergency information, part of the participation form is providing other names and contacts in the event that there is an emergency. And then they're signing off, agreeing to all of the things that were listed previously within that document. Moving from there is the participation waiver form, where they acknowledge that their student is in good health, so they're gonna have to turn in a physical, a hold harmless agreement, again, about the insurance piece, that their insurance is primary and there'll be no secondary insurance offered. In the event that there isn't a medical emergency, that they are releasing their student to be able to be treated by an athletic trainer or the coach to make a decision in an emergency situation. And then the assumption of risk as well. And again, both forms will have to be signed off on, saying that they acknowledge what are in these forms and understand what are in these forms. Yes, ma'am.
Question. I think she spoke earlier about an exclusion. If there is a child that gets expelled and then they decide to go into a homeschool program, are they allowed to then come and participate as a homeschool student in our athletic program?
Yeah, our extracurricular
Is-
events.
If we could please make sure that we're speaking into the microphone so that everyone can be heard.
Well, why do our kids get expelled for getting in a fight in a football game? That's a non-school event.
So the students that are,
Because it's under, go ahead. Go ahead.
the students that will participate with us are held to the same discipline code that's in our student code of conduct. Now, the scenario that Ms. Boudreaux brought up, we'll have to look in to see if they can participate.
They're not getting expelled from their homeschool program.
Right.
And then they can't participate. It would be if they got, you know what I'm saying? We have to make sure, I know that LHSAA has some rules because we have had students get expelled and move to another district and play for their teams. After they're sitting out for a year, but still, what discipline, we can't track that. We cannot track the students that are coming. We cannot make any assumptions on the students that are coming. And in the homeschool families that I have spoken with, they're good kids. Okay, they are, but what, you can't, how are you defining good kids? We have good kids that make poor choices all the time. That is what we see constantly. We can't track that. We cannot know if we've had a discipline problem. How do we know that? And then I want to go back to you talking about cheerleading and stuff like that. They perform during the school day. Sorry, let me not point this at you. How are you gonna, but how do you do that? If you're a cheerleader on a middle school team, they practice directly after school. Okay, you get brought to school, but when they perform during the pep rally, but you are not allowed on campus, then the team stuff suffers. You can't perform your stunts and your cheers if you're missing the 3 other children that are a part of that team. This is why I'm so upset, and I say upset, but really passionate, because we have to my watch is telling me to calm down. Okay. We have to protect public education from not access points of whatever, access points of everything. If you completely water down what we are offering, someone said, can't you have an a la carte? Well, I just want to participate in this, or I just want to participate in that. Then how does any of that even work? Like, the way that it is right now, we do have to protect it. It is important. I had the conversation with the families. If the state law changes and you have to participate, you have to enroll in public education.
So
would you still want to play on the team? Well, that's not even a conversation we're going to have, because that they can, but we still have to have true documentation to protect all of the liability that we are exposed to, all of it. We pay student accident insurance. What's what we call it? Student accident insurance, but it's covering people who are not students. because they are participating in after-school activity. This is a huge conversation. I know we have, for some reason, knocked it down to 30 minutes, but maybe it's just a huge conversation to me because I have these conversations daily with homeschool families, with parents whose child is not going to make the team because the 3 homeschool students are now making it. But they go to school every day and they catch that bus every day and they eat at the cafeteria every day. And they don't get to make the team of the school they show up to every single day. It does upset me. Because if my kid doesn't make the team because she's one below another kid who doesn't even attend, whose parents don't see the value of the opportunity that we provide, this does make me mad. And I'm sorry that it makes me mad for anyone that offends, but this makes me mad for the people who live and breathe to provide opportunities for all of the children that walk in the door. This takes away from that.
Karen, one of the problems that we've faced in education over the years is that people in education are relatively passive. And because of the passive nature of people who are in public education, we have allowed various entities outside of education to run roughshod over us. What is the difference between taking your MFP money and giving it to a voucher student who goes to a private or parochial school, and we say you have to provide an opportunity for that homeschool child to play sports
At a private school?
in sports in your district? What's the difference between you've given the same voucher that you gave to the homeschooler, you gave that same voucher to the child who may go to a private or parochial school? Does that child have the right to choose if he lives in St. Charles Parish and goes to Jesuit or goes to any one of the private or parochial schools out there? Does he have the same right? Because it's the same circumstance. Just different entities providing the core education program. What I'm saying to you is all of that ruckus is unconstitutional. But we as educators have a passive nature, and we have never challenged it. We have allowed ourselves to be run roughshod over. You know, right now, your governor is standing up there telling people he's going to take minimum foundation money and give that to people who for salary increases, because he arbitrarily decide that. What are we doing? What are we doing? Are we preparing for a court challenge on that? Is it even constitutional for the governor, who has no responsibility for providing education? That is the legislative and Department of Education responsibility.
Mr. John, I have that written down on my notes for the next segment, I promise. I really do appreciate your passion, but I want to make sure we get through everything here today. So outside of homeschool athletics, was there something else on your agenda?
Yes, sir, very briefly, to make up some time for you all. Ball Frog is an app that we're moving to. We spoke on it about communication, the things that it'll do to update websites, the third party being in part of the communication, third party being another adult if they are sending communication to their student athletes. There's a attachment, but also you can see it in actual use here. This is Hearst's so far. It's an update from social media that posts straight to the Ball Frog app. So it's really one place. It ties to ticketing. It can tie to a schedule. You can download the schedule from whatever sport you decide to participate in or register for. It'll tie to your Google Calendar. It'll get you directions to the site if you don't know where that athletic site is, and so on and so forth. So we're excited about it. There's a lot of features that go into it. Coaches have already been trained. There's QR codes for parents to join when we have parent meetings and as they walk up to facilities and things of that nature. Yes, sir.
Is the Ball Frog open to non-parents, like just say super fans or whatever that's trying to find them? Okay.
Yes, sir. There's different levels of access. There's community access, and then there's portions where you can input your team and parents of the team to be able to communicate and update differently than you would the community.
Mr. Roger, I would just say, we're putting this across the board, even with cheer, dance, et cetera. They are already well involved into their season, and they are heavily into band already. So I would encourage you to nip that, because that's just going to be a tough habit to break right now, because they're already doing it.
We're looking for a July 1 of full implementation to be able to move forward. We're following up with those coaches or sponsors that have not been trained so far to get them trained to transition to the Ball Frog.
And then there's also a safety component to having this on here, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
It ties into the electronic communication.
So then the same thing with regards to the phishing, then we've got to make sure that there's no side texting, if you will, in the legacy platforms. It is very hard to break the habit, especially with particular parents of particular groups. So what I'm trying to say is you're going to have to put something on the coaches, almost punitive, if that is, if something outside of that is being used and condoned.
I think it's also still important that you rolled out this with some smaller groups, because then just like any pilot, they found a lot of concerns and issues. They brought it back to the people, and they made a lot of changes that would have been a little bit more everywhere had it been required of everyone immediately.
There are no other questions on
Thanks, you guys.
Ball Frog?
No other questions.
Okay.
I'm done.
All right.
Mr. President, if I could just add, just because I do want to acknowledge the conversation that just took place and the passion of our board members. We will certainly reconvene as a staff to kind of, because I do know there are other technologies out there now that are different than there were 2 years ago. I mean, I know Ms. Cody just pulled something up on the side here relative to homeschool students. So we will, to Mr. Smith's point, go back out and try to get those numbers again, because we are in a little bit different position. We'll also research some law, although and bring back additional information relative to that in a more organized and succinct way. We knew this board retreat was pretty packed, especially with some pretty heavy items specifically for, or, fiscal responsibility or stability of the system. So, and we'll schedule that for a later board retreat where we can have a more extensive discussion and receive direction from the board, if so be it, for us from the state level. Should the board decide to give us direction relative to challenging anything, and or make sure we have the most up-to-date and accurate information that we can have?
I think it's important that what they just presented, though, is moved forward, though, so that the beginning of the school year, it is expected for all schools to be using.
That is a done deal.
Okay.
We will move forward with that. That was the expectation, to put tighter rails around, or smaller rails around the process to get into our schools for athletics to help protect that. But at the same time, I certainly recognize everyone's point that talk, because in talking to me, hopefully, I feel the same way, right? Protecting public dollars. We have facilitated some change at the legislative level. I want to recognize most recently the act that really the language was modified because of our direct involvement with legislators, which was the behavioral health bill that was scheduled to be passed this year. If it would not have been for St. Charles Parish Public Schools, our schools in this state would have been negatively impacted by those ABA therapists being allowed into our schools at any time for long periods of time, if it would not have been that we work with Mr. Kapowski, if we would work with several legislators, our personnel going to testify. So I do know there's an opportunity for us to have influence. So I certainly recognize that, and we will do whatever we can to bring it back to have a further discussion specifically in regards to that.
Mr. Alexander, you had turned your mic on, did you?
Yes.
If you wouldn't mind just speaking to the mic, sir.
I wanted to know, did we get any information about the governor's press conference this morning?
Yes, sir. I plan to address that under miscellaneous, even though it's obviously not listed under. There are a couple things that are not listed under miscellaneous that we plan to cover next, which is a short, comprehensive school support update from Dr. Schexnayder, the governor's address from this morning. I also sent the board already the email I received from Superintendent Kate Brumley. Oddly enough, he'd already prepared that message, which tells me he already knew what was coming about. I also received several texts, many texts, with the potential impact for St. Charles Parish Public Schools at the tune of $3.7 million. But I don't know enough about all that to know exactly what they're saying. Some are saying that it may be a 3/4 vote of legislature in order for it to get approved. But I'll cover that in just a few minutes, Mr. Alexander.
I did want to make sure too, Mr. Smith, there's twice I'd asked you to wait until 3 o'clock today, and so we're here now. You've been very passionate about some advocacy with regards to some issues that have come up. I'd like to give you the opportunity to expound on anything that you had, and I appreciate you making sure that we gave all of our speakers the right amount of time as well. Microphone, please, sir.
That is, Mr. Superintendent, while you are pursuing information regarding that, let's join hands with the Louisiana School Boards Association. And whatever we do, we invite them to join in, because that's what they are for. That's what the LSBA purpose is. So we have a concern as a school board about these issues. We need to notify them that we are pursuing these issues and ask them to join in with us. Because we're not the only school district in the state that's, confronting these issues.
Yes, sir, will do.
Mr. Smith, I did reach out to Dr. Janet Poe, since I do serve on the LSBA, and I forwarded the information over to Dr. Ortling. I don't know if you saw it or not, but obviously what they were hearing and what, I don't know what's going to be taking place, what Dr. Ortling's going to say in the next few minutes, but according to them, it was just rumors. So obviously, what they heard, what was communicated to me, and I will forward it all now, the text that I received, and what's come down. I don't have my other phone to see what was said from LSBA, so I'm curious to see what's going to happen there. But I did forward it over to Dr. Ortling last night or this morning. But I will forward it all of y'all on our board text, what was said.
About today?
Yeah, we're talking about today.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I agree. First off, I agree with you too. I think that there has been not enough passion on the side of the larger advocates that we have in this state and even nationally against some of these issues. And it's going to take someone leading the way, and why not us? So thank you for bringing all that up, really. If there are no other questions on that, I did want to get to Dr. Schexnayder, and then after that, we have one more update, and we'll take a 5-minute break before executive session. I've been passed 2 notes that we needed a stretch session. So let's get past these 2, and then we'll take a little 5-minute break before executive session.
And there are three.
There are three items, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Cody. So I have 2 things to just briefly update you on. The first is not related to the handout in front of you. It is just that revised statute 1781 requires at the spring of each school year, the superintendent or his designee to report out to the board about any reports of dating violence throughout the course of the school year. Happy to report that we had 0 this school year, 0 reports of dating violence. So we are mandated by law to report that out to you every spring.
Is that something that that's only what's reported?
They've reported it.
Like when it happens in school or?
Just anything that is reported to the school, whether it's something that happens within the school day or something outside of school, we are required to report.
But the sheriff's office doesn't tell us, like, let's say it's reported, okay, got it.
Yes, sir. So that is the first item. The second item, and this is really just intended to be a brief overview. If you recall, last spring, the board approved a comprehensive school support plan, adding additional positions to our elementary, middle, and high schools to support students and teachers directly on their campuses. The data is still incomplete from this year. We still have things trickling in. However, there are 3 pieces of data that we do have that in a discussion with the superintendent last week, we just thought would be good to make you aware of. And so these deal with the secondary part of the school support plan, and I'd like to just show you these 3 data points at this time. Again, it's still incomplete, but still gives us the only information we have right now to show you some results from what this board approved last spring. Just to give you a brief reminder of what you did approve at each of the levels. At the high school, we added 4 teachers to Hornville and 4 teachers to Destrehan to support the intensive courses. That's Algebra 1, Geometry, English 1, and English 2 for students who scored below mastery or below basic on the previous year's assessment. And then we added an assistant principal to each high school. The rationale for that being, 1, the number of certified personnel called for an additional administrator based on the formula that we used. It was also to provide better instructional leadership, better feedback to teachers based on the new process for evaluation and the amount of time that it took from administration. And then really on a discipline level to be more timely, more responsive, and more proactive regarding student behavior. At the middle schools, we added a staff development coordinator and an SBLC chairperson position. That's 1 position at each of the middle schools to really free up counselors to do the work of counseling. And then we added a dean of school climate and student support at each middle school, again, with the goal of being more timely, responsive, and proactive regarding student behavior. So the data that we do have so far, to just show you the impact of those positions, the first graph here is the number of student fights. If you notice, in the 24-25 school year, so last school year, at the high school level, it was 25. We are happy to report that went down this year to 17. And at the middle school, it was 54. We are happy to report that that went down this year to 39. Also, if you look over the course of the last 4 years, we've had a significant increase. And this is obviously a testament to many different things that we've done as a district, not just the additional positions and additional human resources, but the change in the student code of conduct, the addition of 7 mindsets, the addition of the mental health professionals, all the different things we're doing at our schools to support student well-being. But we are happy to say that the addition of those positions, we do believe to be a significant factor in decreasing the number of physical incidents over the last year. The next page, this is regarding suspensions and expulsions. If you look in the column second from the right, this is last year. At the middle school, we had 339 suspensions. That went down this year to 214. At the high school, last year, we had 372 suspensions. That went down to 321. Expulsions, last year at the middle school, we had 50. That went down this year to 30. And expulsions at the high school went down from 69 to 56. And again, that's also down over a 4-year period. We know it's not just a testament to these additional positions, but certainly these played a role in making sure our administrators were being proactive in these situations, spending time with students, engaging in restorative practices, and all the other resources that we have put in place to really try to help the climate on our campuses. The last piece of data that we have for you, this is our LEAP results. These are not verified yet, but this is what we have. If you'll notice at the high school, remember part of adding the additional resources with the teachers and the intensive classes and the assistant principal was to provide better instructional leadership and better educational experience to our students at the classroom level. Ms. Babin will get much more in-depth with this data in October with you, once we have a fuller picture. But just preliminarily, what we have is that at the high school, with our LEAP scores, every single subject went up with exception of 1. So, and if you'll notice, Algebra 1 went up 9%, Geometry 9%, English 2 7%, and English 1 3%. And those are encompassing the intensive students in there. That's not just the intensive students, that's everyone, but it does contain the intensive students. We are still in the process of breaking all that down to be able to give you a better picture of the intensives by themselves, but we do not have that yet, and we'll have that stuff for you probably more in October at board retreat. The last page I have there for you It's just, you do know we survey employees. I know we've referenced the Upbeat surveys where they are open-ended. And just as I'm going through the secondary ones, I just pulled a couple comments out. These are anonymous comments from employees, but they all reference either the Dean of Discipline, the Staff Development Coordinator, the mental health professionals, all the different resources that this board has supported and placed into our schools. And this is from the mouths of our employees, and these are, again, are anonymous. I do understand that was kind of quick. We don't have all the data from this year. We still don't have LEAP scores from our grades 3 through 8. But with the things that we did have, we did want to just give you a brief overview of some of the positive impacts we have already seen of this board's decisions last year. So thank you very much. And I'll take any questions if you do have them, although this really was intended to be just kind of a brief surface level overview. We'll come back later on with something a little more in depth.
On this page, the top, you have all or AII plus 4, what is that?
All, that says all, Mr. Alexander, so it's for all students. So it's not broken out by intensive or by just fall or just spring. That is for all students who took that test. Yeah, the change in mastery and above for all students.
I guess I'm a little bit confused. When I look at the purpose of what we did at the high school, it seems that what we focused on was academic challenges at the school. And the data that we're reporting out, you have in here about the fights and discipline issues, but I don't see, we have expulsions and that sort of thing, but I don't see that as the initial purposes of adding the various positions. All of that seems to me that it was tied to academic challenges, the discipline, suspensions, and so forth were not necessarily targeted. So how do you say that that this action actually caused the reduction? Are we even talking about the same people who would have been your academic challenges? Are they the same people who are your discipline problems, who it resulted in a change in their behavior because we added these additional math teachers and English teachers?
Yes, sir. So
A little confused.
yes, sir. So I hope I can clarify. So the teachers were added for the academic part that we talked about, the intensive courses. The assistant principal was added with really a twofold approach. One, to provide better instructional support to those teachers, but two, more administration on campus allows them to be more proactive and restorative in issues with student behavior.
But
So
you don't say that here, though.
I recognize that.
Okay.
It is last year in some of the materials we presented, that was what was discussed. I do not have it explicitly listed here, though, no, sir.
Right, because you don't reference discipline challenges at all in the purpose.
Yes, sir.
You reference the academic challenges, and I'm happy with that, but I don't know if we could say that the cause and effect was associated with this, because what did these people do differently to impact that particular area? I'm fine with the academic stuff.
I understand.
Yes, sir. And when we provide a fuller report, come October, we'll make sure we identify that and spell it out, Mr. Smith. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Schexnayder.
Sir, thank you.
So just a few other updates. One thing I wanted to mention to the board in reference to this morning's discussion on fiscal stability. This morning we had, and I kind of put, I'm sorry, Mr. Alexander. Yes, sir. You have a question? Oh, okay. Yes, sir. Okay. Just, if you recall, obviously because of the financial situation we are in, it requires a short period of time to get quite a few things done relative to the RAN and the sales tax bond. As you know, we discussed those things just last week because Foley and Judell, right? Our last time we went out for a sales tax bond was in 2019 with Argent. That was the last time we actually, the board went out for an RFP for that. So I did confer with Mr. Akers and our board counsel, Ms. Gray, because one thing that, obviously we thought of is, do we need to go out for an RFP? If you know, obviously you do know, an RFP will require at least 3 months to complete and go out. Because a sales tax bond nor RAN would require us to have an RFP, and it would go through a bank and not necessarily the sale of with the use of an underwriter. We are allowed, or you are allowed by law, to move forward, whether it's Argent or if the board so chooses another firm. The only reason I brought Argent is because they were the last ones that we had gone out with for an RFP for the sale of sales tax bond. I just wanted the board to know that this was not a per se selection. The last time that the board officially went through a process of an RFP for an underwriter was in 2019, which was our last sales tax bond. Because of the brevity of time that we have as an option, which is why Argent was here, it is ultimately it's up to the board's discretion or your direction to me if we want to move forward with that. Obviously, the timing of this is of the utmost important. And I know Ms. Gray was waiting for further confirmation from Mr. Akers as he left, but basically the 2019 sales tax bonds were different than what we're going out for currently. We completed an RFQ for an underwriter in 2019. An RFQ is not required for this process because it is bank financing, as you heard them say this morning. And obviously we don't have the time to go out for a 90-day process from an RFP standpoint because of the emergency nature of this particular set of circumstances. So I just want to provide that information to the board in transparency, and certainly if you feel as though we need to go somewhere different from that standpoint, certainly you can give me that direction.
Is there a limit on the number of sales tax bonds we can have? We're still paying out one.
I would have to ask I would have to ask Mr. Akers that, Mr. Alexander, but certainly Mr. Neighbors will take note of that, and we'll get that information back unless you know it. Okay. Thank you.
It's not a matter of quantity, it's a matter of volume. In terms of what he said was, we are allowed to take up to a debt service arrangement to not to exceed $12 million of debt service commitment per year. So it's not how many, it's how much we're allowed to commit from that 1% sales tax that we had dedicated, many moons ago. So of that estimated 24 to 25 million that we collect from that 1%, his ratio was we cannot commit more than half of that, or 2 to 1, if you will, that 12 million. So we cannot have a collective set of obligations that would require us to exceed that $12 million annual commitment. So it's not quantity, it's volume, like how much. That answers your question. Right now, the existing 2019 bonds, I think, are at 20 million.
Up to 7, I believe, was the number we talked about.
Okay. Yeah, I believe that the 2019s are about 20 million, and their commitment's about 1.1. These new bonds are proposed at 30, which would put us in a current commitment of about, again, another 1.2, 1.3 for interest. So again, collectively, I think the discussion was once the principal payments kicks in for the new ones, that would put us close to 4.5 to 5 million. So not quite about a third of our total allowable commitment.
Yeah, we're adding 2.7 on the first 2 years, and then that puts us at 4.5.
Yes, sir.
And once again, just the reason I want to bring it up is to be open with the board. If there's a different direction that the board would like us to move forward with relative to using the municipal advisor, please let me know, but that was the reason why. There was no other reason. Other
Considered a private placement, right?
That's correct, yes, sir.
I mean, if we're, sorry.
So move forward, yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
So the only other quick updates, thank you, Mr. Neighbors, just real quick, the February 24th, I've let the board know that I was selected to represent AASA, which is the National Superintendent's Organization, on their board. They sent me dates there, and it's all paid by AASA, nothing by the district, I found out as well. So anytime I have to leave, do have to leave for a few days in July, which they pay for total travel, and there are a few days in February. Unfortunately, one of those days is February 24th, which is the same day as the board meeting. If it's okay with the board, either one, I could not go, or if you would be okay with me looking at alternate dates or moving it closer to one another so that I could attend that particular meeting. Okay, all right, thank you. And then the last agenda item or update, I have two, I'm sorry, Mr. Cody. Something that's come up this year is relative to proclamations. Every year, we have regular proclamations that we have on certain months, and then when a board member requests something come up, then we add it, right? So we have never really had a standard process, or at least we didn't know we had one until we went back and looked. But it seemed as though every month we were having more and more and more proclamations just over a period of time, out of nobody's fault at all. So then we started to kind of include some of those into my superintendent's report instead of making a long piece for the board. However, I do recognize that proclamations are important for the board for certain items. So I did find a procedure, not board policy and procedure, but a procedure that administration used prior to me being superintendent, where if a board member requested a proclamation, then we would do the proclamation. Because we have so many, would the board be okay with, at potentially our next board committee meeting, either in June or July, to bring a list of all of them so that we can determine which ones we really want to kind of keep and or not? Or would you rather just use, because generally speaking, we're trying to recognize if we have large groups of people, like we used to always do the diagnosticians. Well, why are we picking diagnosticians and not some other, other group when they were 4 people that we were recognizing? Counselors, teachers, of course.
You're going to get rid of diagnosticians after I said it for 3 straight years, and I finally can pass it to someone else, and you're wanting to get, no.
You're trying.
So if the board's
I lobbied
okay
last year to take care of this.
with me bringing back a list of what administration kind of reviews is the ones that we would like to continue with, and certainly I want to hear, obviously, what you all want to prioritize and want to do, but I don't want to continue to add them because I know that makes those meetings very lengthy if you're just recognizing a few people.
Can I offer a recommendation that you send an email ahead of time with the proclamations by month, so that we're not selecting, 3 that all land in May, that we're at least being able to see the perspective of it, and then on your own time, read through, and if there are some that are just very important to you, annotate that in a response to the email.
Yes, ma'am.
So you're not gonna, come to us at the next committee meeting with a list of them for us to decide? You're just gonna do it every month? Is that what I'm understanding?
No.
I'm not understanding.
No, well, no.
No,
No,
what?
no.
Which one?
He's not going to come to us every month with the options for the ones for the month. If it is okay with everyone, if everyone agrees with that, being sent ahead of time, the list of all of the ones we have been doing historically, and then if any of them are important to you, to make sure that you make that known in a response to the email.
And I like that, but I think we need to be mindful of, if we recognizing that group with just 4, and then because I love the nurses, I want to recognize the nurses, but yet, I think we need to follow some kind of guideline of making
procedure.
this decision, because we don't want what we do for one, we want to be able to say we're going to do for all, but I apologize. I always thought these proclamations that came down from the state were mandatory for us to read. So good. I'm
There are,
glad to know
there are
that.
some, Ms. Weber.
There are some?
There are some, but, and really, they're not required by law. It's just, so,
It's just been a history.
correct. What we'll do is we'll put together the list. Well, I'll add one thing to it, which executive staff will go through, and we'll give a little narrative on why we feel it should be, because I agree with the standard. That's what we've already kind of started talking about. And we're not isolating certain groups.
Yeah, I am.
And then we can decide, you all can decide if you want to keep certain ones or not.
And then it's to say of why we are saying it. The autism awareness and acceptance, that is important to me, obviously, but we aren't honoring, our autistic community is not coming and being honored at the meeting. Now, nurses that work in our school system, we do Nurses Week because we invite the nurses and we get to say, thank you, nurses, for coming. So I think it's not just a matter of what's important, because a lot of things are important to me. It's the why behind it. It's the value that it actually brings in stating it in a public meeting. Why are we saying it in a public meeting? To honor someone that is attached to it, then I'm here for that.
I don't think we're doing too many proclamations. I really am comfortable. I'm comfortable with the number of proclamations that we're doing. Is there a complaint?
No, sir, not a complaint. Just over the past couple of years, there have been a few that have been added, so it just adds to the length of the meeting. That's all it has done, especially with the length of some of our celebrations each month, which is the only reason I was bringing it up. But certainly, if y'all want to keep them all, we can.
Our board meetings, our board meetings last less than an hour. And I just think that if we've got the opportunity to recognize some people for what they do to make this district, what it is, I just think we ought to go ahead and recognize them. I don't think it's too much for us to do. We meet once a month.
Even if your board meeting was an hour, to your point, hour, I've been to some others in other places. Yeah, 3 of ours don't meet their one, so I can fit 3 of ours in their one, so whatever the board decides, I'm good with.
I'd like to put together an ad hoc with Ms. Boudreau, Ms. Weber, Mr. Smith, look at all of those, come up, because we do need a policy, guys, because if someone comes up and wants to have a very inappropriate proclamation request, we need to be able to have something in place to put that out there.
I agree.
So.
We've been in business for 100 years, and we haven't been approached with a.
I know, but.
Policy.
Let's just.
Similar to the recognition we do, isn't there a criteria we follow in order for someone to be recognized? Board meeting, like.
Board and superintendent.
I had a guy.
Oh, steal Mr. House. You've been talking too much.
I'm sorry.
No, what I'm saying is, we have criteria that we have to meet, so, same thing,
Okay.
I'm like,
Yeah, I think that's great.
I had somebody approach me about something, and I told them to get lost.
What they wanted to say?
He wanted to know why we didn't get.
Okay, that's good. Is there any other discussion on proclamations or anything else? Okay, for executive committee, we will be moving into the superintendent's office. So if I could get a motion?
Move that we go into executive, what?
Didn't you have another item?
Oh.
The LDOB update, yes, thank you, Mr. Suffern. So the governor did make, I'm sorry, yes. So the governor did make the announcement, an announcement this morning in reference to the MFP. First of all, from all understanding, it was presented in such a way that educational expense, the amount of expenditures for public education has continued to increase at an astronomical level while the student population has decreased. So you can automatically say that he's trying to send a message relative to public education. But from what I understand thus far, and I have not listened to the report, nor have I read anything specifically, but I am getting texts back and forth from a few superintendents, that he basically has signed an executive order directing Bessie and the state superintendent to determine how to remove from the MFP the approximately $150 million to pay and require pay raises for classroom teachers and classroom personnel only, which means it puts systems on the foot on whether or not, one, first of all, the legality of it. Two, how do you pay every other position in the school system? Three, on top of that, according to what I've been told, it would impact our MFP by 3 to 4%. For us, a chart that I received, it could potentially cost us $3.7 million. Now, this does not take into consideration where each school system is with teacher salaries, which absolutely should be considered because each school system is different and what they have invested over a long period of time. So there are a lot more questions to be asked. I did receive a text from Superintendent, well, not directly from Superintendent Brumley, but from the LASA president requesting that LASA officers meet with him on Thursday, this Thursday at 10:30 a.m., LASA officers and regional chairs to discuss the matter. So I will know more Thursday, but that is all I know as of right now.
I would encourage, and only because I pulled it up and read it, but read the resolution. While there are some things, you're right, that are going to impact, but there are some nuggets. Let's say, I'll refer to them as nuggets, that are, I can use to your advantage, about the improvement and the steps that public education has taken the last few years. So there are some things, and they do mention support staff funds come from another bucket. I just read it and that was it and glossed over it. But so.
Yeah, and there's some debate whether or not, because he mentioned 3/4 of the legislature having to approve this, and there's some contradictory statements to that. I do not know whether or not that is required, but I can tell you, obviously, we know, we've talked to our representative and senators, our senator and representatives. So if it requires a 3/4 vote, hopefully that will not pack. But I really need to know the specifics unless Ms. Gray has more information.
Yes, so the order, the exact language of the order has a direction for 2,000 for classroom teachers, 1,000 for support staff. This shall not take effect if there is not a 2/3 vote that occurs. So to Mr. Smith.
And that's in the
So-
executive order, Ms. Gray?
Yes, sir, it is. In the executive order, whereas this order shall not take effect and no MFP reduction shall occur unless and until 2/3 of the elected members of each house of the legislature have consented to the reduction in writing as required by the Constitution in the state.
So we need to talk to, right.
Oh, we need to go out. We definitely need to.
That takes the heat off of him and puts it back on the legislature.
They're not in session.
Session closed yesterday.
Oh, they're gonna
But I
have
do
to come
think
back.
Vote in, they will have to complete their vote in writing and this considered
Executive order, you can have a mail-in vote.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Question is, so do the mail-in vote, the way that that's written, does the write-in vote need to be no or yes? It needs to be.
The write-in vote has to be no or yes for them to.
That's what I'm saying, but
for the
for-
MFP of the 168 million.
So
to come out of
yes
the MFP.
supports the executive order, no is against the executive, because sometimes they're written different, right? Okay, so if we're going to solicit legislators, we need to tell them, right, no?
No.
Okay.
So if you have a direct connection, obviously, we will be sending that off on behalf of the board to our legislators and our representatives, and that's Representative Taylor, Representative Miller, and, Senator Miller, and Representative Billings. So I already made them aware Saturday, so now I'll reach out to them after this meeting and further request that they say no.
You know more, Dr. Artling, I think it might be important as well that we tell our administrators to contact them once you get more information, because we need to fight this, because he has a personal agenda of Gator, and he doesn't think anything about cutting these MFP funds, which is so tremendous to us that we need to step up. And I agree with Mr. Smith, it's time. it's time that it's time that we step up and realize that we're not having this anymore. This is ridiculous.
Dr. Upland, when you guys talk to the various legislators, I'd like you to have a justification, because just to listen to what the governor says on face value, to some people may sound reasonable. For example, the declining number of students. First of all, the using student population to fund schools is antiquated system in the first place, because it costs you as much money to pay a light bill costs the same in a building if you had 50 students in it as it would cost if you had 100 students in it. Secondly, where you may have recouped a few dollars from, or lost a few dollars from a decline in student population, rising cost of utilities, rising cost of technology to provide technology, and some of the other programmatic kind of, just provide a justification which counters
I will.
that stupid statement that the governor made. I feel sorry for the man.
Yes, sir, I will.
Recall.
Yeah.
We moved,
Microphone on, please,
Oh.
Mr. Ellis.
well, let's just move
I
to
really
go
feel sorry
into
for him.
executive session to discuss
To
the
say that
superintendent's evaluation.
Declining enrollment.
Second.
I got a motion by Ms. Boudreau and a second by Mr. Gregson. We are in executive session.
Shit, it costs you more to operate a school.
We'll come back here to close.
You're not having no children.
John, do you remember what you were trying to?
To the office.
Going
so good.
Sorry, that's my fault. I'm sorry.
I don't know what your wife's gonna think with hair all over it.
Second.
Move to enter back into regular session.
Second.
So we're going to go back into, well, I move to return to regular session.
We've got a motion from Ms. Boudreau, a second by Mr. Gregson to get out of executive session and back into our regular board retreat. Motion to adjourn.
I move to adjourn.
Second.
Again by Ms. Boudreau, second by Mr. Gregson, and we are adjourned.